Shabbat Shalom. Oh, it's been a crazy one. We did have a great Sabbath last week. As y'all know that I was sick and under the weather, but the Most High done got me back where I need to be. I ain't all the way at 100% just yet, but I feel better than what I felt the past, was it four days now? Several days, we'll just say that. Several days now, but I'm still here. I ain't quitting. I ain't gonna let the enemy stop me. I'm gonna keep on doing what the Most High has called me to do. If y'all wouldn't mind, continue to tap the screen, share the live, share it with your peoples. I'm doing that same thing right now. I gotta send it to one of my brothers because it won't allow him to actually see me whenever I do go live. So I have to send it to him by message. So just excuse me real quick. It ain't gonna take that long. And then we'll move forward into the Father's Heart Ministry. And then we'll move into the book of Jasher. We're in the book of Jasher right now. We're in chapter 25. For y'all that don't know, we're starting at 25 today because we did do 24. What did we do? 23 and 24 last week. 22, 23, and 24 last week. And that will be uploaded to YouTube. So just stay tuned. All right, here we go. It's the Father's Heart Ministry. Thank y'all so much. Abba says today, be of good courage. Greatness never leaves the earth, and mantles of courage and honor remain available for those that I have called. Let me say that one more time. Greatness never leaves the earth, and mantles of courage and honor remain available for those that he have called. If you ain't been called, then you gonna be the one that leaving the earth. You ain't the one that's doing your job. If you're not doing what you have been called to do by the Most High, I gotta remove you. You're a distraction to my people. You're leading them the wrong way. He gives us chances. Don't get it twisted. You get chances, but if you're just going to keep on doing the same thing over and over and over and leading my people astray, now I got a problem with it and I got to eliminate you today. I have reserved a specific mantle on your behalf so that you might find and fulfill your destined purpose with direct authority. Direct authority. So he says, I have reserved a specific mantle for me. There's a specific mantle for me to be here on this TikTok, to be on YouTube or whatever platform I'm on. It's a specific mantle for me to do what I'm called to do. Not what y'all want me to do, not what they want me to say, how they want me to say it, how they want me to look, none of that. And I've been doing this for a cool minute. But this is my specific mantle. Because now I'm seeing people try to do this. Now, next thing you know, people going to do what? They're going to be standing up in their living room with the same type of thing, trying to do what they wasn't called to do. You're trying to take what? Somebody else's mantle. But this is mine. Do not look back to the things that are behind you. Look only to the great and mighty things that lie ahead. Don't be looking back. Don't look back at them things of how people used to do you. Like I looked at the brother out there, I'm like, man, I remember how they used to do me like this. But I wasn't tripping on that. I'm like, man, look how far I done came. Some of y'all can say the same thing when people come in your life or they come into your lives. If you've been doing this thing. You ain't got to look back at these folks and be like, man, look where I'm at now. Look, like, I'm on top. Look at your tail still sitting in the same spot. No, I ain't like that. I won't ever be like that. I'm just looking at how far that I have came. How strong the Most High has made me. Because these was the same folks that was talking noise, talking about me when I didn't have a jackdog thing. When all you would see me was walking down the street. Or you'd see me sitting in a car. You'd see me sleeping in somebody's garage.
Or in the church.
Yes, thank you, baby. Or sleeping in the church. Xerxes.
Yeah.
Those are the things that I look at like, dang, man, look how far I done came. And I don't have to talk about what I have now because it speaks for itself. My life speaks for itself. I don't have to tell y'all every jackdog thing that I done. I don't have to tell y'all how me as a man, how I became this man, or how me as a husband, a father, a provider, a protector, the head of my whole household, what things I had to go through. You can go back and look at it for yourself. I have reserved breakthrough for those who will move by my spirit and attend to my voice even in the times of challenge and grief. Let my voice be the guiding compass for this season. For I am speaking increase and prosperity over your life and even now. Let his voice be heard. Let his word be heard. Let his word be spoken of. So when they hear me, it's not that you necessarily hear me, but you're hearing the Father speak through me. That's how they say when they're on these platforms, don't they? Or when they're on these lives, what they used to say in the church. Don't look at me. See God within me. Don't hear my voice. That's what they say. This is God's voice. You know, that's how but that's what I want you to see. I want you to see the word for yourself. And then apply it to your life too, and watch how the Most High gonna do the same thing for you. Make it your determination not to be pressured into reacting to the raging enemy who purposes to rob you of your blessing. Pause that right there. Yeah. Don't be tripping on what people gonna say. Don't be tripping on these little birds that be coming in these lives. Right. That be trying to get people to prey on their feelings. Oh, well, this happened to me, or this Dusty, and this such and such. Don't listen to none of that. Y'all being snatched up by a person that's a witch or a warlock. Say it again. They trying to get them riled up. Yeah, they trying to get you riled up. And then they trying to, like, literally what we were just doing on Unc's Live not too long ago, they just got people to come in and disagree with everything that Unc was saying. And Unc wasn't saying nothing wrong. We the people didn't say nothing wrong. Yariel didn't say nothing wrong. It was some other brothers and sisters up there as well that didn't say nothing wrong. But everybody else, it was like they were just coming for them. Everything they said. Giving the word. Because they don't like that the word talked about these things. So you're not mad at me. You're not mad at Unc. You're not mad at we the people. You're not mad at Yariel. You're not mad at any of the people that came with the word. You mad at the Most High. Because he the one that put it in there. He the one that put it in there when it comes to what a husband is, what a wife is, what children are. He the one that put the direct order in there. They even put one against a strange woman. Right. I think that's Proverbs 23. Is it 23? Yeah, 23 and 24. There's a lot of things in there that you go look at and you see the Father put this stuff in there. So don't get mad when the word is coming out, or they say, this is how women are acting, or this is how men are acting. Not necessarily you, because we don't know you. But if you tripping about it, it must be about you. That's just like what they used to say when we went inside of these churches. And they say, oh, he talking to me. The Spirit is moving straight to him. Pastor, you talking to me. When something is good. But when you're doing something wrong and the pastor bringing out, or whoever it is bringing the word out, now all of a sudden it don't matter no more. No, he ain't talking to me. He ain't talking to me. He ain't talking to me. What's that saying? They say, if it don't apply, let it what? Let it fly. Come on. Because a hit dog gonna holler. That's it. But don't get caught up in these rage baits. You know how they say clickbait? It's rage bait. They say stuff to try and get you to crash out, to lose your mind, to cuss somebody out. So they can say, oh, that's a false prophet. That's a false teacher. That's a wolf in sheep's clothing. That's what they sent for. Because they can't do what you do. Who this is? That's it. Oh, my bad. Hold on.
Shalom, shalom.
Shalom. I can hear you now. I usually keep my volume down.
I got you, bro. I'm gonna go on mute. Do your thing.
All right, for sure. All right, here we go. The next part. Stand fast in your assignment and allow no distraction from the domain of darkness to turn you aside. Stand fast in your assignment. And I'm telling y'all right now, I stand fast in my assignment. Yeah. I don't let nobody, and I don't care how popular you is, whatever it is, if you a celebrity, whatever, I'm still going to stand on my square. I'm going to still stay on the assignment that the Most High has given me. Because they only came in to be what? A distraction. Yeah. To get it off of the word of the Most High and now put it on the flesh or put it on something else. Mm-hmm. Emotion. Yes, emotions. And we know what emotions do. They make you cry sometimes. Oh, yeah. They make you sad sometimes. Ain't that what the song say? By H-Town? Emotions? Yeah, I don't know. But the old school folks know what I'm talking about. I was thinking. They make you cry sometimes. They make you sad sometimes. And sometimes emotions make you what? Fall in love. Right. Your emotions. They make you mad sometimes. Don't be moved by them emotions. Last part. Accept the mantle of destined purpose I have given you and wrap yourself in the folds of my approval. Whose approval? His approval. Wrap yourself up in his approval, not man approval. Hey. Not your wife approval, not your husband approval, right. But the Most High's approval. Yes.
Shalom, Mark.
Shalom. How you get up here? Yeah. Well, y'all coming in quickly. Shalom. Refuse to be provoked by the hand of the enemy, but stand your post with diligence. Stand at your post with diligence. I like what Unc was doing. Even when that man came into that live and he was sitting there, he got invited in, but Unc stood his ground. I even saw what I thought Unc was about to, he's about to hit him with one of them. Because when Unc said, man, what the hell is your problem? I was, wait a minute, this is different Unc, but we know Unc from the old school. Anyway. Address that spirit. You got some water behind you. Yeah, it wasn't that. The phlegm is still coming up. Address that. Refuse to be provoked by the hand of the enemy, but stand your post with diligence. Watch with determination, for my hand is upon you, and my strong right arm is manifest before you to bring total victory. Don't you know when you stand your square and you don't let nothing get to you? That's what irritates them the most. Mm-hmm. But what's really irritating them is that the Most High is the one that's keeping you strong, that's keeping you stayed on what you're doing. That's why they was getting mad. Because they wanted somebody to finally snap. They wanted we the people to snap. They wanted Yariel to snap. They wanted me to snap. Because I'm one that sometimes I don't hold my tongue. Like I let things slide for so long. But once I get to the point of what I call pistosity, now gloves is off. Mm-hmm. I'll embarrass you in a righteous way. Mm-hmm. But for real, it's a righteous way. We call it heated fellowship. This is your hour of performance where my favor will bowl you over and lift you to a place of rest. Performance. This is your time to do what you do. Whenever y'all on these platforms, whenever you start doing them, this is your time to show what the Most High has gifted you to do. Mm. This is your time to show the people what the Most High has called you to do on something that they ain't never seen before. You're putting the Father on display. Yes, put the Father on display. Put the Word on display. Yeah. This is the change that people need to see. A father in his own house teaching his own children and a husband in his own crib teaching his own wife. So now y'all understand what this mantle means and why I do what I do. It don't have nothing to do with y'all. It's got everything to do with the Most High and what he's called me to do. Turn to your books, if you will. If y'all want to say anything, feel free. Turn to Jasher chapter 25. I'm hot. You ain't got hot? I got hot that quick. Yariel, you want to say anything, brother?
I just want to say, brother, most definitely continue being an example to your family, to the world inside of here with truly being that charge, taking that charge to your family, being able to teach your children, teach your wife, And because that is what we are supposed to be doing as men in truth and in love and truly underneath the Most High, regardless of what they say. And I praise your family as well, too, through the Most High for being in subjection unto your leadership, brother. So continue doing what you're doing, brother, truly.
All praises, man. All praises. This word, this prompt today, it says, husbands, fathers, men, protect what's yours and show them greater than what they could have ever imagined a leader / head to be. Because right now it seems like everybody mad at the men. I heard them on that live. They said, oh, well, if the ship is sinking, then whose fault is it that the ship is sinking? Whose fault is it? Huh? The captain. Okay, so if the captain is the one that is actually driving the boat, I can say that. But if we ain't the ones that's driving, we ain't the one that's been driving, and y'all been the one that's been driving, when I say y'all, I'm talking to the women, then whose fault is it?
Their
Huh?
Their fault.
Their fault, but also our fault because none of us know our position. You shouldn't have never been driving in the first place.
And don't forget too, in general, whenever that the captain may be in charge of the ship and what happens, but the captain's also in charge of having to change and remove nails from tents as necessary as well too.
Exactly.
When the ship is about
That
to
one more
fail.
time, Yaria.
That part.
The captain also can remove nails from tents. And if you don't get that, then you just like the sister that we read about in Jasher,
Hallelujah.
Ishmael's first wife, that his father came and told him, put the nail out the tent. Even when I said that to the sister the other day, she's like, what does that mean? Exactly. I will put the nail out the tent. That means I will put you out my house.
Right.
For idolatry, all these different things, that's really, whew, that's it.
But if you let us do what we're supposed to do, and you sit back, and I don't want to say shut up, but I'm going to just say be quiet and just observe and listen, you'll see that things is changing.
Quick to hear, slow to speak.
Thank you. But if you just yapping and running your mouth like you know it all because you got a degree and all this other stuff and you got money and you own this and own that, okay, bye. Don't need you. Chapter 25, verse 1 in Jasher. Yeah, 25.
If you want to come here to read with you.
You want to follow along with Mama?
Yeah.
All right. Y'all two follow along with that one? All right. And it was that at that time that Abraham took a wife in his old age, and her name was Keturah, from the land of Canaan. And she bare unto him Zimran, Jokshan, Medan, Midian, Ishbak, Shuach, being 6 sons, and the children of Zimran were, Abian, Molech, Nerim. And the sons of Jokshan were Sheba, Dedan. The sons of Medan were Amida, Joab, Goshi, Elisha, Noach. And the sons of Midian were Ephah, Ephraim, Kanak, Abida, and Elda. The sons of Ishbak were Makiro, Beyoda, Tater. And the sons of Shuach were Bildad, Mabdad, Munan, Maban. All these were the families of the children of Keturah, the Canaanish woman, which bare unto Abraham the Hebrew. And Abraham sent all these away, and he gave them gifts. And they went away from his son Isaac to dwell wherever they should find a place. Do you see what the father just did?
Yes.
Their father just did. Did he not make sure that they had a place to stay? That they had a place to lie their heads at? A place where they could go? And he sent them away. He ain't sent them away with nothing. He did the same thing that he did to who? Hagar and Ishmael. He sent them away with something. This is what a father will truly do. When you got one in your life. When we stop doing it this Americanized, heathenistic way. You're going to take the role of what a father, a husband is supposed to, a leader is supposed to be. Your children won't be running around here all willy-nilly. As a matter of fact, your daughter won't be talking silly. She won't be talking over her own husband. Because it won't be going on in his own home. And the sons won't be abusing the wives. This sex trafficking and all this stuff won't even be existing if real men would step up and take their rightful places. People asking questions on these lives earlier, talking about, well, what if this happens? Or what if this happens? Why were you there? Well, I was going out to have fun. That is the problem. You went out and you were uncovered. Oh, well, that's prehistoric. That's way back in the day. Like, you talking some stuff that ain't nobody doing today. That is the problem. You going out there trying to have fun and do you, and then you end up getting snatched up and, oh, well, you act like it's the woman's fault. It is. Part of it is your fault. And another part of it is ain't no head for her. Ain't no father for her, because a real one would have never let her go out there like that. Let me get back to where I was at.
7.
Thank you. And all these went to the mountain at the east, and they built themselves 6 cities in which they dwelt unto this day. What did the men do when they left? They built them 6 cities.
They built themselves 6 cities.
Yes, themselves 6 cities. Why would they build this? Somebody help me out.
So they got somewhere to live.
They have somewhere to stay. So for all them children that they got. For their families. But the children of Sheba and the Dan, children of Jokshan, with their children, did not dwell with their brethren in their cities. They journeyed and encamped in the countries and wilderness unto this day. And the children of Midian, son of Abraham, went to the east of the land of Cush, and they there found a large valley in the eastern country, and they remained there and built a city, and they dwelt therein. The land of Midian unto this, that's this land of Midian unto this day. And Midian dwelt in the city which he built, he and his 5 sons, and all belonging to him. Was they out there without a daddy?
No.
Was they out there without husbands?
No.
That is the problem that we running in today.
Oh, yeah.
And that is what a lot of people don't want to admit to. Yes, some brothers out here don't know how to be husbands. I mean, some women out here don't know how to be wives. That's why you're angry half the time. Because you don't want to do it, as Unc say, God's way. You don't want to do it God's way. You want to do it the man-made way. You want to do it the Americanized way.
Your way.
What'd you say?
Your way.
Your own way. You wanted to do it the way that mama taught you. A lot of us, we want to do it the way that mama taught us. Well, just like he said on Waterboy, mama's wrong again. Been wrong. Ain't no man there. It's all wrong.
It's all wrong.
Everything is all wrong. You ain't helping the jackdog thing. You're not breaking the cycle. You keeping it going. All these are the names of the sons of Midian, according to their names and their cities: Ephath, Epher, Kanak, Abida, and Elda. The sons of Ephath were Mathak, Masar, Avi, Zahana, and the sons of Epher were Ephron, Zur, Alurin, Medin, and the sons of Kanak were Reel, Rakem, Azi, Aloshib, and Alad. And the sons of Abida were Ker, Malud, Kuri, Molik. The sons of Elda were Miker, Reba, Malkiah, and Gabo. These are the names of the Midianites according to their families, and afterward the families of Midian spread throughout the land of Midian. And these are the generations of Ishmael, the son of Abraham, whom Hagar, Sarah's handmaid, bare unto Abraham. So Abraham had way more than one wife. He had Sarah, Hagar, and now he got, what's this woman's name? Keturah. What'd you say? You had a question?
No. I
Oh,
was trying to say the name.
Keturah. And Ishmael took a wife from the land of Egypt, and her name was Ribah, the same which we say is Meribah. And Meribah bare unto Ishmael Nebiah, Kedar, Adbil, Mibsam, and their sister Basmath. And Ishmael cast away his wife, how you say his girl name? Ribah or Meribah, and she went from him and returned to Egypt to the house of her father. I'm going to stop right there. When she left her husband, where did she go back to?
Her father.
You know why she went back there?
Father.
Because that's where she would get her protection at. That's where she would have a covering at right there. Because she ain't with her husband no more. He done put the nail out the tent. So these women knew to go back to their daddy. If you ain't got no husband, go back to your father, where he's still going to be your covering. He's still going to be your protector. That's where she went. They ain't go and be with another woman. They ain't go and try to just live life on their own. They understood the assignment of this ain't my job. I'm not supposed to be the only one holding this down. You got something?
Brother, let me add in on that one.
Go ahead, Yaria.
That's in Mark chapter 3. We got at verse 24, and it says, and if a kingdom be divided against itself, that kingdom cannot stand. And if a house be divided against itself, that house cannot stand. And if Satan rise up against himself and be divided, he cannot stand but have an end. And it reads at verse 27 for all my brothers, fathers out there to understand and know it is that no man can enter into a strong man's house and spoil his goods, except he will first bind the strong man, then he will spoil his house. So what's happened today?
Same thing.
What's happened today? Strong man taken out the house.
Say it again.
The strong man is taken out the house, has been bonded,
Mm-hmm.
so Satan can enter into it.
Yeah, because what they say, I don't need a man. I don't need no man. As long as I got God, I don't need no man.
Woo.
Something wrong with you.
That's it.
You weren't supposed to have your own place. You weren't supposed to have your own tent.
Right.
But that's what America has put in our minds, in our children's minds. That's even what the music is doing to this younger generation right now. Reading it again. And Ishmael cast away his wife, Ribah, and she went from him and returned to Egypt to the house of her father. And she dwelt there, for she had been very bad in the sight of Ishmael and in the sight of his father, Abraham. Y'all remember when they said put the nail out the tent?
Yes,
Abraham was the one that told told her to report that message to her husband when he came back. And the son listened to his father.
Put out.
You wonder why? But only he would know what a good wife is. This is my first time, Pop. I don't know nothing about this. That's like me with my ex-wife. I didn't know nothing about this. I thought this was a good woman. I didn't know she's the one cussing children and talking noise on me and all those things. And Pop came through, and I'm talking about Abraham. Pop came through, and he's like, wait a minute, hold on, this ain't the one. First of all, she ain't even invited me into the house. She ain't even introduced herself to me. None of this stuff.
No kind of hospitality.
None whatsoever. She got to go, son. She not the one. That's how she was bad in the sight of Abraham and Ishmael as well, because I'm going to listen to my pops. He been married longer than I have. And Ishmael afterward took a wife from the land of Canaan, and her name was Malkuth. And she bare unto him Nishma, Duma, Massa, Kadad, Tema, Yetur, Nephish, and Kedma. These are the sons of Ishmael. And these are their names, being 12 princes according to their nations. And the families of Ishmael afterwards spread forth. And Ishmael took his children and all the property that he had gained together with their souls, with the souls of his household and all belonging to him. And they went to dwell where they should find a place. everything that Ishmael owned. He said, all the souls, everything that he owned belonging to him. All them children. He said he had 12 of them.
So he got rid of the woman and
But kept them children. Because the children don't belong to mama. The children belong to daddy. You just bring them into the world. I'm sorry if I hurt some of y'all feelings.
Make dang sure.
But scrap them feelings. Because that's why they turned around and they tell y'all that the children of y'all, my choice, my body, I do what I want to with it. My body, my choice, however it go. It's a bunch of bull crap. You got selected. You was chose to bring children into the world for me. Now let me take care of them like I'm supposed to take care of you. But if you don't want to be here, bye. Leave the children with me. Let me take care of them. Like I'm supposed to. But don't go run off over here and start talking about me. And I'm talking about today's day and age.
Mm-hmm.
Start talking about me like I'm nothing and you something. Puffing yourself up. Just because you want everybody to be on your team. Am I lying?
No, you telling the truth.
And they went and dwelt near the wilderness of Paran. And their dwelling was from Havilah unto Shur, that is before Egypt, as thou comest towards Assyria. And Ishmael and his sons dwelt in the land, and they had children born to them. And they were fruitful and increased abundantly. And these are the names of the sons of Nebaioth, the firstborn of Ishmael, men. This name is crazy. His name is Sin. Men, Sin, Mahan, and the sons of Kedar were Elion, Kezim, Kamad, and Eli. And the sons of Abdil were Kamad and Jabin. And the sons of Mibsham were Obadiah, Edmelech, and Yush. These are the families of the children of Ribah, the wife of Ishmael. And the sons of Mishma, the son of Ishmael, were Shammua, Zechariah, Obed, and the sons of Duma were Kazed, Eli, Machmad, and Ahmed. These sure do sound like some Muslim names. And the son of Massa were Milan, Mula, Abidadan, and the sons of Kadad, however you say this name, Kadad were Azur, Menzar, and Edmelech. The sons of Tema were Seir, Sadan, and Yaakov. And the sons of Yeter were Merith, Yaish, Alo, and Pakoth. The sons of Naphish were Abed, Tamed, Abisaph, and Mir. And the sons of Kedma were Caliph, Takti, Omir. These were the children of Malkuth, the wife of Ishmael, according to their families. And these are the families of Ishmael according to their generation. And they dwelt in those lands wherein they had built themselves cities unto this day. So now we see Ishmael then had what? 3 wives. One of them he already got rid of, but he still had, she was a wife to him. And now he got 2 more. And each one of them, they sticking with him. He bringing in what we call, I don't want to say the bacon, because I don't do bacon, but he bringing in the dough. He bringing in the finance. He bringing in the security. We ain't talking about just money. He's bringing in the presence of a father and what a father is supposed to do. And Rebekah, the daughter of Bethuel, the wife of Abraham's son Isaac, was barren in those days. She had no offspring, and Isaac dwelt with his father in the land of Canaan, and the Lord was with Isaac. And Arpachshad, the son of Shem, the son of Noah, died in those days, in the 48th year of the life of Isaac. And all the days that Arpachshad lived were 438 years, and then he passed away. Chapter 26. I need a drink.
438.
You say what?
I said 438.
I don't even think I could grasp living that long. Ever. That's. I mean, but they were doing things back then to where like they could live that long. They wasn't eating the stuff that we eating today and drinking the things or doing the things that we doing today to shorten one another's lives. I ain't seen them unalive each other like we do today.
Right.
But when you living for the Most High, you can live a long life.
Prosper.
Anybody want to say anything before we move to chapter 26? Yariel, we the people. Who else is down here?
Ariel said he taking a call.
Okay.
No, I'm good. Keep on doing your thing, bro.
You good. All right. And in the 59th year of the life of Isaac, the son of Abraham.
Hold on, babe.
Shalom. The son of Abraham, Rebekah, his wife, was still barren in those days. And Rebekah said unto Isaac, truly I have heard, my Lord, that thy mother Sarah was barren in her days. And until my Lord Abraham, your father, thy father, prayed for her, and she conceived by him. Now for stand up and pray thou also to God, and he will hear your prayer and remember us through his mercies. What did she just tell her husband?
To pray.
She want to have some babies, but I'm barren. I can't have none. So this tell you, look, if they can't have none, they been getting it in, but they ain't have no fruits behind it. Ain't nothing coming behind it. So she's like, look, you don't have to go and pray, because I heard back in the day, your mama was barren at one point in time, didn't have no children till she was 90-something years old. So I'm gonna need you to do what your father did, which is go to the Father and pray so we can have us some children.
Make it happen, Cap.
And Isaac answered his wife Rebekah, saying, Abraham has already prayed for me. He says, my father already prayed for me to God to multiply his seed. Now, therefore, this barrenness must proceed to us from thee. And Rebekah said unto him, but arise now, thou also, and pray, that the Lord may hear thy prayer and grant me children. And Isaac hearkened to the words of his wife. And Isaac and his wife rose up and went to the land of Moriah to pray there and to seek the Lord. And when they had reached that place, Isaac stood up and prayed to the Lord on account of his wife, because she was barren. So Isaac wanted him some what? Some children. They want a family. He just like his daddy. I want some kids. Where is my babies? And Isaac said, O Lord, God of heaven and earth, whose goodness and mercies fill the earth, thou who didst take my father from his father's house, from his birthplace, and didst bring him unto this land, and didst say unto him, to thy seed will I give the land. And thou didst promise him, and didst declare unto him, I will multiply thy seed as the stars of heaven, and as the sand of the sea. Now may the words be verified which thou didst speak unto my father. For thou art the Lord our God. Our eyes are toward thee to give us seed of men, as thou didst promise us. For thou art the Lord our God, and our eyes are directed toward thee only. And the Lord heard the prayer of Isaac, and Isaac the son of Abraham. The Lord was entreated him of him, and Rebekah his wife conceived. So what happened? What happened?
They prayed.
After they prayed and
Well, y'all talking low.
they
Say
prayed.
loud.
They prayed and she had kids.
Okay. What else? He went through the same thing that his father went through. He had to go to the same place that his father went to reach the Most High. And he heard them, just like he heard Abraham. Y'all not seeing it, is you?
Oh, yeah, that's it.
He had to go through the same thing that his daddy went through. And then he had to learn how to go to the Most High and talk to the Most High on where they was at. And now the Most High had heard them, so he's going to do what? Answer their prayer.
Answer the prayer.
He says the Most High heard them. And then after that is when she conceived and bare him some children.
Prayer of the righteous man availeth much.
Say it one more time.
The prayer of the righteous man availeth much.
Can you break that down when you say that? Yep, yes, yep, don't say nothing if you don't mean it. Break that down, sister.
He heard him because he was righteous and the bill of
Because he's righteous. So can an unrighteous person be heard by the Most High and he answer their prayer?
No.
No. Okay. I'm just asking. I'm not trying to challenge nobody's brain or nothing. Just asking questions. Anybody want to say anything? Y'all better say something before I get to moving.
Yeah, I got something.
All right.
Yeah, so that part that you just read right there, the important thing about that is that Rebecca didn't try to override her husband and go to the Most High for herself. She said, I need you to do this with me. And because she said, I need you to do this with me, she knew where the authority and the favor came from. If you saw what Isaac said, he said, this ain't my problem. That's kind of the type of time that Isaac was on. He was like, yo, the problem ain't within me.
Right.
But Isaac took on Rebecca's problem as if it was his own because she was his wife. So her problems became his problems. And he said, and she knew, if I'm going to have any blessing that's going to be in this household, I have to go to the head first, even before I go and pray into the Most High.
Facts. Thank you for that breakdown, we the people. Brother Ben, did you want to say anything before I move forward? I'm at verse 9 and 26.
Oh no, I got my fiance listening to you right now so she can learn the laws.
All praises.
So all praises.
And in about 7 months after the children struggled together within her, and it pained her greatly that she was wearied on account of them, and she said to all the women who were then in the land, did such a thing happen to you as it has happened to me? And they said unto her, no.
Right.
What you think she was talking about?
Her pain that she's having.
What type of pain she having?
Miscarriage pain.
Them babies is fighting in her stomach. It's like, let me read it one more time. And in about 7 months after the children struggled together within her. What does that mean when they say they struggled together within her?
They fought. They fought.
They fought.
They was beating each other up in there. That's what they were doing.
Right.
But isn't that technically like a precursor? That's crazy. That's like a precursor to what we got going on now. The struggle. That's crazy.
All that commotion in her belly.
All that, yeah. 2 nations, they going at it in there. And it pained her greatly that she was wearied on account of them. Go ahead and mute up real quick. Wearied on account of them. And she said to all the women who were in the land. She said to who?
All women that
that was in the land. Hey, y'all, has this ever happened to y'all? Did this thing happen to y'all? They said, no.
Did y'all go through
Did y'all go through this?
when y'all was pregnant?
No, ain't nothing like that ever happened to us. Watch what the Most High do. And she said unto them, why am I alone in this amongst all women that were upon the earth? And she went to the land of Moriah to seek the Lord on account of this. And she went to Shem and Eber, his son, to make inquiries of them in this matter, and they should seek the Lord in this thing respecting her. And she also asked Abraham to seek and inquire of the Lord about all that had befallen her. Y'all know what she doing? She trying to get everybody to go to God. Hey, I need y'all to holler at God and see what's going on within me, because I don't understand what's going on in my stomach. She went to Abraham. She went to the son. She went to even the women, trying to figure out what's going on with me. Why don't y'all go talk to God too? It's something going on within my members.
Something ain't right.
Something ain't right. Something ain't right with these babies within me. And they all inquired of the Lord concerning this matter. And they brought her word from the Lord and told her, 2 children are in your womb, and 2 nations shall rise from them, and 1 nation shall be stronger than the other, and the greater shall serve the younger. Who is that, y'all?
Jacob and Esau.
Say it again.
Jacob and Esau.
See, I don't know this part of the story. I ain't know that she went to all these people. In the Bible, it don't say that she went to all these people.
Right. They don't say how
It say that the angel came and told her, what it was that was in her womb. But this shows what intercession is. Huh? Go ahead, we the people.
Yeah. So she went to the priests that would have been under the order of Melchizedek. Those were the ones that was there because remember the tribe of Levi wasn't there yet.
The
So,
son.
right. So she was going to the ones that would have been in that order, that same bloodline that you read about in Christ's bloodline, how it starts from Abraham, Isaac. Look at what's being said. And while I was reading out, you're going to see that it lands on Abraham. Oh, another thing I wanted to say, when I studied this before, I went and I looked up the territory of that mountain. You know what's up there at the top of those mountains? The bushes. Those bushes. Remember that ram got caught in the bush?
Mm-hmm.
That bush that's over there, they still use that same bush over there for medicines to get women pregnant from the bush, from the berries and from the trees and stuff like that, from the same one that was up there. So it's amazing like how all of these things are connected. And sometimes the Most High be sending you to a place and it got something that you need that you didn't know. And then on top of that, it shows that if you run into issues or problems, go seek out the ones that's the priests, the spiritual ones, so they can get your life right and help you to get some direction. If they ain't spiritual, don't go to them.
And what I noticed when reading this, it was the first time somebody had a set of twins. She wasn't understanding. She's having twins.
Yeah.
She thought, she inquired the Most High to have a child. Mm-hmm. She got two within her. That's different. I'm going to read it one more time where I'm at. Verse 13. And when her days to be delivered were completed, she knelt down and behold, there were twins in her womb as the Lord had spoken to her. And the first came out red all over like a hairy garment. And all the people of the land called his name Esau, saying that this one was made complete from the womb. And after that came his brother. And his hand took hold of Esau's heel. Therefore they called his name Jacob. And Isaac, the son of Abraham, was 60 years old when he begat them. And the boys grew up. They wasn't having no babies while they was in high school or in middle school. They wasn't even having them when they hit like 30-something years old. Having children, they was having them at what we call old age today. When they tell us today, if you have children at the age of 60, something gonna be wrong with your baby.
That's it. They sure do.
But they was having them later on in life after they had already, I don't want to say experienced life, but they had got the training for this. A mother was showing her daughter like, hey, baby, just wait. It's going to be enough time. Fathers is, hey, son, it ain't that time yet. You ain't going out there and just getting it in. Soon as you just leave, now you can just go do what you want to do. Soon as I turn 18, I'm leaving mama's house.
Right.
Soon as I hit 21, I'm going out to drink.
Right, going to the club.
I'm going to the club. I'm going to experience my first time at the club. They wasn't doing that. They wasn't on that type of time. Fathers wasn't sending their children out to just do whatever they want to do today. Don't get mad. But this is what the words say. This is why some people mad. It's like, oh, he's trying to make me go back into the old days when women really just was to shut up and not say a thing.
Submit.
Yeah, that's what they say. Submit. They don't like that word. That's a curse word to them. Submit. Children wasn't running around here all willy-nilly doing whatever they want to do.
They done lost their mind.
Who this is? I don't know you, Killer K. Where was I? Oh, and Isaac, the son of Abraham, was 60 years old when he begat them. And the boys grew up to their 15th year, and they came amongst the society of men. Esau was a designing and deceitful man, and an expert hunter in the field. And Jacob was a man perfect and wise, dwelling in the tents, feeding flocks, and learning the instructions of the Lord and the commands of his father and mother. What did it say about Esau?
He was learning the command.
No. Esau.
Was it?
Esau was a, say it again,
He was a liar and deceiver,
a deceiver,
a hunter.
a hunter in the field. But Jacob was perfect and wise, dwelling in the tents, feeding flocks, and learning instructions of the Lord. What did Jacob learn to do? Stay in the house. Learn how to work. Feed the flocks. What else? Hold on.
In the house with his father.
Yep, staying in the house with the Father and learning instructions of the Most High, the commandments. He wasn't learning how to be deceitful. Wasn't learning how to be cunning, how to be a trickster. Even though he was one. And Isaac and the children of his household dwelt with his father Abraham in the land of Canaan as God had commanded them. So they still stayed with who?
They father.
And they were 60 years old. Still staying with his daddy. And then got two 15-year-old boys. Staying with their father and their grandfather. Learning these instructions. This is the importance of fatherhood. This is the importance of a head of household.
But they took that away from us.
Yes, they did.
Tricked us
They
out,
did.
they tricked us out of doing that. All the other races, that's what they do. But us, we shun that. If we stay with our parents past a certain age, it's like we look down upon, and it shouldn't be like that. Because that's how it was in the old days. They all stayed together, worked together, and got wealth together. But
Right.
nowadays, it's like the mindset that we have is we want to do it ourselves instead of it takes a village, which is your community, which it used to be. Now it's, oh, I can do it. I did this. I want this. I don't get it.
I understand that. Hey, Sister Nessa.
Shalom. Where are we reading from?
We in the Apocrypha, well, we in the book of Jasher. You got one?
Yeah, I do.
All right, we in chapter 26, and we're at verse 17. No, I'm sorry, verse 18. We the people, was you about to say something again?
Kawada.
And Ishmael, the son of Abraham, went with his children and all belonging to them. And they returned there to the land of Havilah, and they dwelt there. And all the children of Abraham's concubines went to dwell in the land of the east. For Abraham had sent them away from his son and had given them presents, and they went away. And Abraham gave all that he had to his son Isaac, and he also gave him all his treasures. He gave him everything. He knew he couldn't take it with him. But he only gave it, I'm gonna say this, huh?
Tell sister.
I'll mute up real quick, Sister Nessa. He gave it to his son who obeyed him. He gave it to his son who knew the instructions. You didn't just give it to him just because, oh, this is the one, this is my favorite one. Back then, it's all about if you're gonna follow what I say. If you can't follow what I say, what I tell you to do, I can't give nothing to you. You're gonna abuse it.
Exactly.
That's like giving him $1 million right now. I got $1 million. I got $1 million right now.
Ain't ready.
But I can't give it to you right now because what you gonna do?
Squabble.
You're gonna go spend it on whatever you want to. Especially y'all children nowadays. Candy, candy, candy. Candy.
Phones and candy.
Phones,
Clothes.
candy. I don't even think the kids don't care. These children don't care about no clothes nowadays.
Shoes, clothes, phones.
And some of them will give it away.
I bet.
Give it to other
Give it to
people.
your friend.
Give it to your friends.
They gonna spend it on Robux.
Again, say it again. Spend
They
it on
gonna spend
what?
it on Robux.
Robux.
Game.
A whole game system that don't even care about
Peace.
you. Peace. Name it all. Y'all know. Look, feel free to chime in. What would y'all spend it on?
They gonna be ordering everything.
A new iPad. If I had the money, I would buy V-Bucks.
Look
See,
how big his
V-Bucks.
eye. Look how big his eye.
How big is ours? If I had the money, I'd spend it on V-Bucks. What is V-Bucks gonna help you with?
Right. A new
But-
Sheen card.
But going back to the lesson, I love that y'all having fun. So am I. But going back to the lesson, do you see why his son is 60 years old and now he can give him something? Because you know if you gave it to him too early, you're gonna mess it up. At 60 years old, you ain't listen. You ain't gonna go out and do no stupid stuff. I mean, you shouldn't.
You gonna take care of home.
You gotta take care of your home. It ain't out meant to go out there and just splurge it on whatever and whomever. Go to the script club,
Right.
make it rain.
Bottles up.
Bottles up.
You see the opposite of what happened when the prodigal son got his too early.
Say that again.
When the prodigal son got his inheritance too early, he went and he blew it all and ended up in the pig pen. And
It came
he
back to
said,
his daddy.
yeah, he said that the servants in his father's house was living better than him. So it's a long walk back.
Man, but he knew where to come back to. Once all of it was gone, I know I can go back to daddy's house. Daddy gonna accept me.
Once he came to his senses.
He had to figure it out. Anybody else want to chime in before we move forward? Or did you want to pull that scripture with the prodigal son?
You got it.
But I did. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. We the people.
No, it's your turn.
Oh, nah. I was just saying while you was talking, it was like off topic. A little thought came to me. It's like most families will have that child that comes through the line that's supposed to change your life, but instead we I ain't gonna say we, but people will turn that child that's supposed to bless you into the black sheep instead of helping that child grow its gifts and help you out your situation.
Say it. You looking at one right now.
Oh yeah.
Black
Like-
sheep. But you know what? I'm happy for that because it shows me what I was sent here to do by the Most High. Anybody that is a black sheep or that get considered a black sheep,
Yeah.
you be the ones that's gonna make the changes
Yes.
because you didn't
That's
went
what
through things. You didn't experience having those type of parents to where you saying, "I'm not gonna be like my mom. I'm not gonna be like my daddy.
Right.
I'm be the generational curse breaker."
That's it. Come on.
And it's like when that child comes through the line, it's like I think the parents is like they have some inkling, and it's like, well, the world knows, and instead of the world trying to help, it's like they demonize that child for all the special gifts and talents that it brings, and I don't understand it. Like now that when you have your children and you see it, it's like, how could anybody want to diminish that? You get what I'm saying?
Yes. Them black sheep be the ones though. They be the
They
ones,
do.
just like Joseph, the forgiving ones.
Right.
And the ones that you put on the pedestal, the ones that you thought was gonna be the ones, is the unforgiving ones. The ones that will turn their back on the ones that will love the mess out of them. But we learn that from going through those trials. We learn
Yes,
how
we
to be
do.
like, oh, wait a minute, my sister like that, or my brother like that, my family like, I'm not trying to be like that. Mama and daddy and them don't even notice that. Because they never thought that it would be you.
Come on. They never thought.
Never could imagine in their little bitty minds.
They still can't believe this shit.
Right.
Or I think the parents be jealous sometimes.
Come on. Say
Try-
that again.
Some
Say
I
it.
think they be jealous because it'd be like, how can it be why you and not me?
Yep.
Right.
And I think some parents do, they see it and get resentment. They might not come out and say it, but you can tell by the way that they act.
You can tell by the way
And
they move.
yeah, and I don't get it. I don't get it. Instead of instilling that, look, I started the race. I'm handing you the baton. It's your turn. You get what I'm saying?
Pride. Yeah, it's that pride. Verse 22. And he commanded him, saying, dost thou not know and understand the Lord is God in heaven and in earth, and there is no other beside him? And it was he who took me from my father's house and from my birthplace, and gave me all the delights upon earth, who delivered me from the counsel of the wicked. For in him did I trust, and he brought me to this place, and he delivered me from Casdim. And he said unto me, to thy seed will I give all these lands, and they shall inherit them, when they keep my commandments, my statutes, and my judgments that I have commanded thee, which I shall command them. Now therefore, my son, hearken to my voice, keep the commandments of the Lord thy God, which I command thee. Do not turn from the right way, either to the right or to the left, in order that it may be well with thee and thy children after thee forever. Them commandments, he gave them to him, but he said, look, the only way you can get this, the only way that I can bless you, is you're going to have to follow my laws, my statutes, my commands. Do you think that that's the same thing that Abraham told Isaac? The only way you're going to be able to get this, the only way you're going to be able to get blessed, is you're going to have to follow the laws, the statutes, and the commands of the Most High that he gave me.
Come on.
Then he is going to bless you and your seed after you. Go ahead, baby.
Now, does that apply to us today?
It does. It straight up does. But do we actually apply that today? No. Because we bless our children even when they doing wrong. Yes, it is true. There's a lot of parents out here that will still bless their children while they doing wrong. Oh, my baby can do no wrong in my eyes.
Right. Rewarding bad behavior.
Mm-hmm. But that ain't what we supposed to do. We supposed to sit back and observe. Our children supposed to follow everything that we tell them to do. It shouldn't be no disrespect.
No talking back.
No talking back. Running your mouth like you older than me.
No.
See, this is what we got. This is what we got away from. Because if you start them out this early, when they about this small, and y'all know I'm looking down low here.
Right.
As they get here, and here.
Babies.
Don't hold your shoulders back now. I will knock you, you know what I'm saying? But still, they should never want to come up against you.
Yeah.
Isaac never came up against his father. I'm pretty sure of it. Otherwise, he would never been blessed. Their children with them that they have, they didn't come up against them. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been blessed. The only reason Esau didn't get blessed because he was what? A liar. He was the deceiver. He didn't follow the laws, the statutes, and the commands of the Most High. But one did. Who was that?
Jacob.
Moving right along. And remember the wonderful works of the Lord and his kindness and that he has shown towards us in having delivered us from the hands of our enemies. And the Lord our God caused them to fall into our hands. And now, therefore, keep all that I have commanded thee, and turn not away the commandments of thy God, and serve none beside him, in order that it may be well with thee and thy seed after thee.
Come on.
This is why we're stressing this about keeping the commandments and not serving this world. This world and these people in this world is serving a whole nother God. This is why the earth don't even look like heaven right now. That's why the kingdom can't even come down. Why? For what? What we need the kingdom to come down for? It don't even look right now.
Right.
You ain't even trying to keep my laws, my statutes, and my commands. You're not even bringing them into your own households. You still running after these crazy folk and what they telling you to do. And teach thou thy children, verse 27, for those that don't know. And teach thou thy children and thy seed the instructions of the Lord and his commandments, and teach them the upright way in which they should go, in order that it may be well with them forever. Proverbs 22 and 6. Highlight verse 27 in chapter 26 of Jasher. Highlight that. I'm going to read that one more time, and I'm going to say it a little bit louder for the people in the back.
You say them highlighted or hold?
Highlight it.
With a highlighter?
With a highlighter.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Because it said something right there. It said, and teach thou your children and your seed the instructions of the Lord and his commandments. Who is he talking to? Is he talking to the mama, or is he talking to the daddy or the father? Teach them to your children. Oh, go ahead. Somebody want to say something?
I was just gonna say he talking to the father, ain't he?
Yes, to the father. Teach this to your children. The instructions of the Most High and his commandments. This is why I'm in the middle of my place right now, not doing this on just TikTok, but even in everyday life, teaching my children. My wife is even learning. We're doing this thing together because what I say, she, not just what I say goes, but what I say, she says the same thing. We don't argue amongst one another or fight or let our children pin us against each other.
Right. We a team.
We straight up on the team of the Most High. If you don't like it, what do we always say? Bye-bye.
Peace out.
Teach them, teach thou thy children, thy seed, the instructions of the Most High, his commandments, and teach them the upright way in which they should go. Teach them the upright way in which they should go. That means teach them the right ways. Mm-hmm. Don't teach them the heathens' ways no more. Don't teach them the ways that you used to be. Teach them to be better than what you was taught. So they can have a better life.
Mm-hmm. What's the best way to teach them?
By being the example.
That's it.
You got to be the example. You can't tell. Look, and I know we say it all the time. We say it all the time, but I'm going to say it again. You can't tell your child not to do something that you're doing in their face.
That's it.
Don't do as I do. Do what I say. That makes no sense to me.
Right. But that's what we was taught.
Remind me of what.
You got to speak up, Raspy.
It reminded me of what that boy said last night. Whenever he said, "Well, y'all to talk like that in my environment." So I got.
Oh, you talking about Kane? Yeah, little Kane.
He said that.
Yeah, he did. I mean, he checked every single adult on there. He's like, "How y'all gonna talk like this, but tell us not to talk like this?" Mm-hmm. And it don't matter if we on social media or whatever. We're still being a representation in your own house. Whether you out there in the world, whether you on social media platforms, TikTok, whatever it is, somebody is listening to you.
You gotta represent.
Are you being that example, or are you just playing games? Playing with people's lives? In the order they should go, in order that it may be well with them forever. So this is so y'all will be well forever.
Forever.
Not to mess y'all up to where it was like, oh, well, my mama didn't teach me that. Or my daddy didn't teach me that. My daddy wasn't around. Mm-hmm. My mama abandoned me. We teaching y'all so y'all can be better. Yeah. So you can choose the right one. So you can be chosen for the right one. And you can lead your family the right way. Whenever you have one. And it ain't no time soon. It ain't doing what your friends do at these schools. Or whatever y'all consider them, associates. It's not doing what everybody else is doing.
Right. Monkey see, monkey do.
Well, everybody else is doing it. I want to do it too. Shame on you. Verse 28. And Isaac answered his father and said unto him, that which my Lord commanded, that will I do. He even called his own father Lord. That which my father or the Lord commanded, that which I will do. I'm going to do the same thing, Pop. And I will not depart from the commands of the Lord my God. I'm not going to depart from these commandments either, Pop. I'm going to do the same thing you did because you are the prime example. You showed me exactly what I need to do. So if I'm going to be like anybody, I'm going to be like my daddy. And I will keep all the commands, I will keep all that he commanded me. And Abraham blessed his son Isaac and also his children. And Abraham taught Jacob the instructions of the Lord and his ways. Who all sitting amongst them right now? Who all sitting there? That's Abraham. That's Isaac. And that's Jacob. But Abraham was talking to his son in front of his grandson. Yeah. So his daddy then gave this decree right in front of his own son. Like, Pops, I'm going to do the same thing that you telling me or that you showed me to do. I'm going to do that with my son too. Or my sons. But only one son is really paying attention. And he made this promise in front of him. So he knows, like, hey, son, when you grow up, this going to be you too. When you have your children, this what you going to have to do. Jacob, when you get grown and you get you a wife or wives and you have you some children, you got to give them this instruction. You got to be the prime example of what they going to be when they get older. Because your children come out, they don't know that you used to be young. That you was a little boy before. They just think that, oh, well, dang, mama and daddy is grown. Like, I can't wait till I get grown.
Are we old?
Yeah, old.
They say we old now.
Yeah, that is far from it. Far from it. Far from it. Oh, not here. And it
We ain't old.
I told y'all I'm getting over a cold. And it was at that time, verse 29, that Abraham passed away. So what did he do before he passed away?
He passed it down to his son.
The will.
He blessed them.
He blessed them. Just the same as what Isaac did before he passed away. They didn't give it to him until it was time for them to what?
Pass on.
Pass on.
Pass on the bless.
I can't give you the stuff that I'm providing right now, and I'm still alive and kicking now when it's time for me to go. Here, you can have all of it. I can't take it with me. But I'm not going to give it to you right now. I still got a job to do. If I give it to you right now, then what's my job? What's my purpose? Abraham passed away in the 55th year of the life of Jacob and Esau. Dang. 55. And
15th year.
I did say 55. I meant 15. Excuse me. In the 15th year. Thank you, baby. My eyes is playing tricks on me. In the 15th year of the life of Jacob and Esau and the sons of Isaac, and all the days of Abraham were 175 years. And then he passed away and was gathered to his people in a good old age, old and satisfied with his days. And Isaac and Ishmael, his sons, buried him. They were 15 years old when
Esau
their grandfather passed away.
Yeah, 15.
And when the inhabitants of Canaan heard that Abraham was dead, they all came with their kings and princes and all their men to bury Abraham, and all the inhabitants of the land of Haran, and all the families of the house of Abraham, and all the princes and the grandees and the sons of Abraham and Abraham by the concubines, all came. They heard of Abraham's death, and they requited Abraham's kindness and comforted Isaac his son, and they buried Abraham in the cave which he bought from Ephron the Hittite and his children for the possession of a burial place. Anybody got anything to say?
I can't go to it right now, but can you go to Ecclesiasticus 33:19 for what you was talking about with not giving away your stuff too quick?
Yeah, Ecclesiasticus
33:19.
33:19. 33 and 19. Give not your son and woman, your brother and friend, power over you while you live, and give not your goods to another, lest it grieve you, and you entreat for the same again. Keep going. As long as you live and have breath in you, give not yourself over to any.
Thanks. Yeah, that's the one. You ain't supposed to do that because you're gonna have to negotiate with other people for the things that the Most High gave you. If He bless you with it, it's for you to be a good steward over it till it's time for you to go home and give it up. And when it's time to give it up, you pass it over, just like we Pastor Knowledge is going through the examples.
Check out verse 21. For better is it that your children should seek to you than that you should stand to their courtesy. In all your works, keep to yourself the preeminence. Leave not a stain in your honor. At the time when you shall end your days and finish your life, distribute your inheritance. There you go. That's exactly what he did. He waited till it was time for him to pass away, and then he gave it to him. What was we at, 26 or what we at?
I thought it was in 29.
No. You probably talking about verse-wise.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what Abraham did. He made sure that he gave to them when it was time for him to move on, go on to glory. But you don't give to them too early because your job is not done. Job is not finished. You want to make sure that they keep coming to you, being the example for when it's now their time to be the head. Now everybody's coming to who? You. Like you are their provider. You give them too much, they feel like they don't need you no more.
Right.
I'm grown. I can do my own thing. I can go out here and get a job. Am I lying?
You tell them the truth.
I like this lesson. You said I was at 29? No, I'm past that. I'm at 32. And all the inhabitants of Canaan and all those who had known Abraham wept for Abraham for a whole year. That's a long time to be weeping for somebody. Wept for a whole year. And men and women mourned over him. And all the little children and all the inhabitants of the land wept on account of Abraham, for Abraham had been good to them all. And because he had been upright with Yah and men, and there arose not a man who feared Yah like unto Abraham, for he had feared Yah from his youth and had served the Most High and had gone in all his ways during his life, from his childhood to the day of his death. And the Lord was with him and delivered him from the counsel of Nimrod and his people. And when he had made war with the 4 kings of Elam, he conquered them. And he brought all the children of the earth to the service of Yah. And he taught them the ways of the Most High and caused them to know the Lord. So what is the instructions of the leaders or of the fathers? What did it just say? Abraham taught so many people at this time how to have a relationship with the Most High.
Yeah.
How to be kept in safety with the Most High. How to not have to go out and get a pew pew or knock somebody off. He taught them the ways of the Most High. This is why people mourned over him, because they learned the word from Abraham. There was nobody like Abraham. There's nobody like knowledge. How y'all doing? But now I'm just playing.
He changed their lives.
He did. He definitely changed the lives of many people. This is why they mourned over this brother for a whole year.
For a whole year.
Because there's nobody else like that right now.
Right.
Isaac, are you going to be like your daddy? Are you going to do the same thing? Are you going to keep on leading the people? And then when Isaac passed, Jacob, are you going to be like your daddy and with your daddy, or like your granddaddy?
Right.
Are you going to lead us the right way, or are you going to play games with us?
Like your granddaddy.
I know, that's what you say all the time, baby. You just like your granddaddy. That's the example that I would like to be, and I think that's the example we the people, Brother Ben Yasharal is, Brother Shazak Torah would like to be. That's what we striving to do.
Yeah.
Is be that change. Influence people to do the right thing. When we get on these lives, when Uncle's on here, we're not doing this for self-righteous gain like that man was saying earlier, talking about y'all doing stuff, y'all false teachers and false prophets. No. We're out here waking people up to the truth. And the only thing that man had a problem with, that spirit on him had a problem with, is because he said, you don't even say Jesus. He don't understand that we had to come from out of that type of world. Because that's what we used to hearing. Getting back to it. And he formed a grove, and he planted a vineyard therein, and he had always prepared in his tent meat and drink to those that passed through the land, that they might satisfy themselves in his house. He had good what? Hospitality. His place just wasn't for him and his family. It was for other families to come in and see what the Most High has done for me, and he will do for you too. If you hungry, I'll give you something to eat. If you need some clothes, I'll put some clothes on your back. If you need some help, I got that too. But I'm going to be the example for you. I'm not going to be like everybody else that's out here saying, oh, well, I'm a man, or I'm a woman of God. I'm a man and a woman of the cloth. But you ain't got no fruits behind it. You ain't helping nobody. You only doing it so you can be liked. So you can go viral. And the Lord God delivered the whole earth on account of Abraham. The Most High delivered the whole earth on the what?
Account of Abraham.
Why did the Most High do that, baby?
The whole earth on account of Abraham.
Why did the Most High do that, y'all?
Because of all the things Abraham put out.
Because of his obedience. His willingness to actually do what the Most High told him to do. All those gifts that he had, everything that he was gifted with, he decided to use it for who? The Most High. To please the Most High. It wasn't about pleasing people. Hey, Father, remember it said, Father, I please you. I'm going to do it for you. I'm not going to do it for them. I mean, they mean something to me, but you mean a lot more to me than anything. Job well done, my good and faithful servant, who I am well pleased. That's what it is. Somebody came off mute. Who was that?
No, that was me. But you saying it, bro. I can't say it better than you. Go ahead, man. You do your thing.
All praises. And it was after the death of Abraham that God blessed his son Isaac and his children. So Isaac didn't get blessed till when?
After
No. After Abraham passed away. I can't get, look, God is not, I can't give you somebody else's mantle right now, somebody else's blessings right now, and they still alive. What they gonna be able to do? If I'm gonna take it away from you and I'm gonna give it to them. That ain't how this work. Somebody got to lose their life in order for the next one to reign. And it was after the death of Abraham that God blessed his son Isaac and his children. And the Lord was with Isaac as he had been with his father Abraham. For Isaac kept all the commandments of the Lord as Abraham his father commanded him. He did not turn to the right or to the left from from the right path which his father had commanded him.
He kept the commandments.
Why did he get blessed?
Because he stayed on the commandments. And he kept the commandments.
And he listened to his father. He didn't turn to the right or to the left and go do what he wanted to do. He did what was pleasing to his father.
Stayed on the straight and narrow.
Talk it. You better walk it. Yeah. Don't just be talking it. Because see, here's one thing about these things. When these lessons come out, I see you ain't saying nothing. Don't think I ain't paying attention. When these lessons come out, you hear them, now you got to do them. Everybody. Not just you, not just you, not just her, not just her, not just everybody on this live. I saw it was at 20 something. I think it went down now. Some people don't want to hear this. That's too much power.
Can we do Ecclesiasticus chapter 3, and I'm gonna say I think it's verse 9 ish. Hold on, I think it's verse 9.
The one that we read a lot of times. I know that one. I think I got it highlighted. You say chapter 3, verse 9 in Sirach. All right.
That's the one.
For the blessing of the father establishes the houses of children, but the curse of the mother roots out foundations. And it's highlighted.
Right there.
Man, that piece right there is showing you that Abraham is giving them the blessing of the father and is going to establish Isaac. So everything that is being put inside of a father is made to be passed down to the children. It's not just when you leave your homes and you're going into your marriages, but even at the end of their life, almost like Elijah and Elisha, when the mantle got passed down, if you know what I'm talking about. And he said, I'm not going to leave you until I ain't going to leave you until I'm going to keep my eyes. That's how we have to look out and honor our father and our mother. So I just thought he's giving out a blessing at the end of his life.
No, that's dope. I'm going to continue reading that part. For the blessing of the father establishes the houses of children. And we know that was Abraham, what he did. But the curse of the mother roots out foundations. And we can see even Abraham knew this part. How did he know this? If you go back and look at what chapter was that in Jasher, where he went to visit Ishmael, and the woman was in there talking to us. We just talked about it. She was cussing out the children and talking about them, and he said, "Put the nail out the tent." The reason he told him to put the nail out the tent because she was gonna root out the foundation.
Right, that part. Mess them babies up.
Mess them children up real quick. Ain't that what happens today?
Oh yeah.
But we don't have fathers coming into their sons' houses and checking on. Let me just make sure that this household is following the laws, the statutes, and commands of the Most High.
Right.
And make sure you got the right wife. And make sure your children, my grandchildren, is straight. Not today.
Unheard of.
That's gonna be something that we, this generation that has children, gonna have to do.
Yeah. Starts with us.
We gonna have to break that part of the curse. I wish I would let you marry somebody like that. Nah, bro, that ain't it. You leave that alone. I don't care how fine she is.
That ain't happening.
Let that go.
Let it go.
Sweet poison.
Yes, sweet poison. Nah, bro, I don't care how fine she is. She ain't the one for you. She talking to you like that already?
Right.
Just imagine if y'all was to have some children, or when y'all have children, how messed up it's gonna be. Better let that sucker go. Glory not in the dishonor of your father, for your father's dishonor is no glory unto you. Glory not in the dishonor of your father. Them ones that be talking about that nigga ain't, yeah,
Right.
that sperm donor, all that mess.
Yeah.
Don't glory in that. The dishonor of your father. It's going to mess you up in the head.
Oh, yeah.
They can't get mad at the man that they chose and they open their legs to.
They do that a lot in our community.
Yeah, because they allow it, because it's been allowed for so long.
Yeah.
So if it's been allowed, they going to do it. And they think that it's right, but really what you're doing is messing your children up.
Mm-hmm.
For the glory of a man is from the honor of his father. If you talking about my daddy, you talking about me.
Say it.
I'm saying one more time.
Y'all listening?
If you talk about my daddy, you talking about me. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Let's not act stupid in this house.
Oh, yeah. Y'all better shut it down.
If somebody is talking about your father,
Shut it
they
down.
talking about you actually. They saying the one that's taking care of you is not doing the right thing. So you're not even taken care of. They're manipulating you right in your face.
Disrespect in your face.
Telling you from honor of his father. And a mother is dishonor, and a mother in dishonor is a reproach to the children. What's a reproach? We the people. What's a reproach? Ben Yasharel. Comments?
A reproach is like a roach. How do you feel about a roach that just walk up on you?
I ain't mess with
You-
you.
Yeah.
Like, I'm trying to tell you, like, now I'm saying that the way that you would, the way that you would reject a roach is the same thing. So it's the opposite. It's the opposite of what the children do in Proverbs 31. It says that the children called their mother blessed. But when you're a reproach, the children, best thing that they can do is just kind of keep silent when it comes to mom, because mom, she like the crazy person in the room. She the elephant in the room that we can't talk about directly to her because we don't want to be disrespectful. But everybody know what it is. Your children
But don't
become your
want to
report
say it.
card.
Right, but
Oh
don't
yeah.
want to say it.
Oh yeah. Your children are your
Unclean.
facts.
Yes.
Yep. Facts on facts. They handle it in the comments. Go ahead, y'all. Y'all
Oh
doing
yeah,
a
they
good
handled
job.
it. Unapproachable. Look, they getting down through there in the comments. My son, help your father in his age and grieve him not as long as he lives. And if his understanding fail, have patience with him and despise him not when you are in your full strength. This came right after the part where it talked about the mother. The mother that be down talking the father.
That's it.
I had to learn that for myself. I'm gonna give you testimony real quick. I'm gonna get back into the lesson. Oh, my bad. Here you go. I put the little tablet right there so you can get back to Jasher. I remember like all the conversations that I heard about my dad from my mama, my grandmama, my auntie and them, how deadbeat he was and how he ain't, all that stuff. Yeah. I remember all of that. Even when I got older, it infuriated me. But then when I met Pops, or not met him, I just met him. But when I actually sat down and had a conversation with him, I figured out why he was the way that he was. Mm-hmm. But I didn't despise him in his old age. I actually went and I helped him, loved on him. I did whatever I needed, for my father at that time. I didn't even know this scripture like that, but I started doing what that scripture actually said before I even knew that was in there.
Right.
Because he didn't know when he was young.
Mm-mm.
He didn't have an example growing up with it. Is that an excuse? No, it's not. That's like, today, if I was to do the same thing he did, my son or our sons would probably be the same way.
Mm-hmm.
Probably wouldn't even talk to me. Probably hate you.
Yeah.
Can't stand you. Why? Because it's being implanted in your head.
Oh, yeah.
Now when you get on, I don't know how to be a daddy. I didn't have a daddy when I was around. I needed help. Where was you at when I needed you?
Uh-huh.
Well, you better grow up. You better look at your life and say, I'm going to be the change.
I know
That's what I had to tell myself. I had to look myself in the mirror. And yes, it's a mirror right here. I'm going to be the change.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be the same. I'm not finna just be having children out here and not taking care of my responsibilities. And that included the mother too. But when it's time for you to go and you don't want to listen, I don't have to take care of you no more, but I will take care of them. They're mine. I had to learn that for myself. My dad, he didn't. He said, well, she took them. They got them. What can I do? She put me on child support. You know what I'm saying? Like all of that. That's what we get.
Yeah.
There's no respect. This world don't love us. They don't respect us. They don't respect the man of the Most High. No type of way.
Nope.
Anybody want to say anything before we move forward? Into chapter 27. Baby, you want to say anything? No? Nothing?
No, you were speaking truth. I mean, even as you're reading this, I know growing up when they used to talk about my daddy, my auntie, and them, I shut it down. I'm like, quit talking about my daddy like that.
Mm.
And so I believe, like what we just read, it's dishonor when you do it. I didn't know that me speaking up at 8 or 9 saying that that it was in the Bible, whatnot. But I'm with you. Even we tell our children, man, and I would tell them, don't let them talk about your father. You better check them. Let them know what it is. But yeah.
Right. So do you think that a lot of, and anybody can answer this. Y'all welcome to come up as well. Do you think that a lot of people know that they're bringing dishonor on themselves when they're doing this?
Not at all. They moving out of emotion. They feel some kind of way about the daddy, so they want to voice their opinion.
Mm.
That's why I said don't be moved off your emotions, because you don't know what you're doing to your children that are listening.
In facts.
Growing up.
What'd you say, we the people?
I was going to say that, man, y'all are dead center on the target. I think the biggest thing is that you got to know that your parents have made mistakes, or that they're going to make mistakes sometimes, even when they parent. You gotta look at them and forgive them for not being perfect.
Yeah.
And sometimes when it gets down into that, and you're forgiving your parents, you know what I'm saying, for not being perfect, you can't do what you see other children do. Sometimes they glory in the dishonor of their father. And when I say they glory in the dishonor of their father, think about Noah when he got drunk.
Yeah.
And when he got drunk, Ham saw him first. In his, he saw the nakedness of his father.
Right.
When he saw the nakedness of his father, when he was drunk, he went and got his brothers and tried to get his brothers to look like he was looking.
Daddy naked.
Yeah.
Daddy pissed me drunk.
Yeah.
So and watch this. How many of us had parents that got tore down like that? Like, now I'm saying, and you had to carry them in. Got urine running down the leg. Some wives have to do that with their husbands. And that's happening sometimes in front of the children. They're seeing these things. You don't go and glorify the dishonor of your father. How do you glorify the dishonor of your father? You don't go and start picking up the bottle and saying, I'm going to go do the same thing. You don't go and talk to all of your friends. Yeah, my dad is drunk and my mom is this and my dad is that, just because they in the wrong. Two wrongs don't make a what? Where's the 5 heartbeats? Two wrongs don't make a right. It don't make it right. So listen, when y'all see y'all parents, even if they did make a mistake, stop trying to flavor it. Yeah, boy, you messed up. Nah, stop. Y'all gotta chill. And I know that Y'all may feel like you powerless, but the reputation of your parents is in your mouth, it's in your attitudes, and it's in your deeds.
Mm.
That's how you honor your father and your mother. When they're not there, you're still supposed to move like they're sitting right there beside you. That's how you honor them.
All praises.
I
I
love
see we
that.
got two more guests that just showed up. Did y'all want to say anything before we move into chapter 27? I usually don't move my live like this, but I'm liking it.
Oh, yeah, it's going different today.
Ben Yasharel, Mimbora, Yariel. All right.
Sorry, what'd you say, brother?
I said, did y'all have anything that y'all wanted to add on with what Brother We the People was just saying?
I just got back in, brother. I'm reading the room. Where we at? Where we just leave off?
We in chapter 27 right now, but we just was speaking from Ecclesiasticus or Sirach, chapter 3, verses 9. What was that through? Was it 9 through like 16? Somewhere around there. And we were just talking about the honor of the fathers and go ahead, baby.
Now you can say
Honors of the father, and how the mother would be a reproach to the children by dishonoring the father in front of them. And
Oh, hallelujah.
root out foundations is what it said.
Hallelujah. It says like what a wise woman builds up her house, but a wicked woman will destroy her own house by her own hands. And just going back into that portion that, as we were talking about earlier, that, in general, it's not to say that woman doesn't have like a big say, like I have a say inside of anything, but that what she says, we speak life. There's power there's life in the power. There's life in DEATH in the power of the tongue. Sorry, I'm trying to be TikTok safe. But yeah. Very important to us, and how a woman can even just make us be praised and feel so much better and to do more. The more that we feel like we have a woman in reverence to us, that we just do so much more for that woman. And I know I'm not the only one that feels that type of way. When you got a woman that's willing to do so much for you, willing to praise you, willing to lift you up, we want to do so much for that woman. We will go to bat for that woman. We will give that woman as much as we can in this physical plane and earth because she is there holding us down with the most high place or two. So most definitely.
You wanted to say something, sweetie?
Yeah, I wanted to say that we have to remember, especially us as Yashua, we got to remember that women, I'm speaking to the women, when we're speaking this honor about the men, I'm saying men in the family because we're talking about the fathers in the home, but I didn't heard them talk about uncles, you grandfathers, like every man in the family as they're nothing. And when we do that, that is on the children. The children are hearing that, and they don't want the men to be a part of their lives. They don't want their fathers to be a part of their lives when it's time for them, whether they turn 18 or whatnot, because of what mama and them then said, what grandma and them then said. Oh, they said, well, he wasn't nothing no way. So why I want him in my life? So we have to be careful because we are putting a curse on ourselves by doing that. So when you said that last part, what you read about the woman, how it brings that reproach, I could see that. So I was able to see as a young child, my daddy was in my life. Shoot, I had a mom and dad, but they still talked about my daddy like he was crap. He worked every day. I saw him get up. He took care of us and whatnot. But at the same time, that's why I spoke up for my father, because everything y'all saying, I actually see my dad. I see the fruits. I see him taking care of us, and y'all still talking mess. But we have to be careful of that because it does fall on the children. And that's one thing I did with my children in my first marriage. I never, after me and their father did not work out, I never talked down on him. I let them see it for themselves. I let them see what he was about for themselves. And she's sitting right here. She could let you know that's one thing I never believed in doing. So we have to be careful with that.
Oh, praise. They said truth.
Glory be to the Most High, yeah.
All praises. Mimbora, was you ready to say something?
I'm just listening.
All praises. Look at you.
Hallelujah.
But that even goes along, just get back into it, but that goes along with the dusty thing. You know how they call them dusties. That's right. Dishonor.
It's dishonor.
That's dishonor. You're not lifting them up, you're tearing them down. Now, what they doing, if they doing that, yes, that is wrong. But don't bring it out in the open, because now here comes the dishonor. Now, I don't want to be a man. I don't like men. I don't want the role of it. This is what you start to get. Because now, oh, well, you hurt my mama. You hurt my sister. You hurt my auntie. I want to be like them now. I want to be feminized.
Right.
I want to wear a dress. I want to put on makeup. All this type of stuff. It's wrong. So instead of tearing one another down, how about you start lifting people up and stop calling them out their names? And yes, I'm talking to you, Ka, and anybody else that follow your tail.
Can I speak on that, bro?
Go ahead,
For a
bro.
quick second.
I can
I
add
think
on
that,
after you, bro.
okay, praise Yah. Um, with a situation like what we deal with, we're in the middle of the awakening. Everybody is waking up. The men are waking up, the women are waking up, the children are waking up. Everybody is in the process of waking up. Some may be awoke to some more things than others. And the ones that ain't been awake for that long, they looking to us for those things. And we just have to remember that if the Most High is going to have mercy on Israel, where is your mercy for Israel? If he's going to yet choose Israel, where is the choosing of Israel over anybody else? I don't even hear other nations being talked about
Come on.
that have put us in this captivity as much as the Israelite men are from some of the people of Yasharel. And that's whether it's men or women or whatever else like that. But you got to remember something, because I believe that what's happening right now is that there's a feminist movement and spirit that is trying to creep into the awakening.
Right.
We've already had this in church. We've already had this, and between the quote unquote black community and stuff like that. That's how they broke apart the civil rights thing. The women, they said, hey, listen, we need to pay attention to the fact that we're women, and the survival mode kicked in and everything else like that. But however, we got to slow this thing down. And the reason why I say we got to slow this thing down is because sometimes I think women flock together like that over trying to protect one another, and y'all start to develop a sisterhood. But the sisterhood is really an assembly of witches if the person that's running it ain't willing to bow down to the law of the Most High and say, no, sisters, we are wrong, we need to be quiet, we need to listen. Because why? These men aren't speaking of themselves, they are speaking of the words of the Most High. And if the whole thing is just wrapped around the sisterhood factor, you're going to see that the same things that happen in church, same things happen with civil rights, is bound to happen again, and is going to be in the middle of this awakening. And you're disrespecting another person's husband when you're doing these things. If you so pro sisterhood, you shouldn't disrespect somebody else's husband. You should consider those things. Men, you shouldn't disrespect that sister. Why? She's somebody else's. You wouldn't do that to that sister, speak to that sister like that if you were standing in front of their husband. So we both got to watch that. That's something, man, listen, that's not to be amongst us, man. I really, like I'm saying, because I know I'm called we the people and all that stuff like that, but I really desire the people of the Most High to come together, and the gathering not to be around a sisterhood, the gathering not to be around a brother. The gathering is supposed to be around Yahusha HaMashiach, because we getting these laws from him and him alone that performed it perfectly. He's our example.
Hallelujah. You know what? You
Hallelujah.
said something that we all need to pretty much just look at ourselves and say, like, we ain't had those great examples growing up. If we would have had this growing up, we already be where we need to be today.
Yeah, sure will.
So all we're doing is just trying to break, not trying, we are breaking those curses, breaking those things down. Yes, you're right, we the people and other brothers and sisters up here as well, that we shouldn't be tearing each other down. We shouldn't be calling each other out one another's names. You're right. We would not, if that was a sister that had a husband right there and we was face to face, her husband wouldn't go for that. And the same, and vice versa for a sister in front of a man. Another sister ain't going for you talking to her husband any kind of way, calling him out his name and saying stuff like that. We shouldn't be doing that, but it seems that it's only Israel, Yasharel, that do that to one another. Other nations ain't doing this stuff, and if they is, they learning it from us.
Oh yeah.
Hallelujah.
They households ain't ran like that. They children don't rock like that. They only start rocking like that when they start hanging around people that act like that. Because now it's cool. But go ahead. I seen somebody come out. Is
Yeah,
that brother
yeah,
not? Yeah, it is. He's still up
yes.
here.
Let me go ahead. On that note, jumping back. What we the people said about basically giving grace to one another is so huge inside of it. Like us coming together as a people, it really does come back to us being able to give each other grace, regardless of how many things that a woman has been through, and us being able to understand that as a man, that she's had these things happen to her. She's done these type of things herself in her past, vice versa with a man and things that he's done, how many things that he's done defiling women, examples like that, for example, but us being able to understand that through Yahushua HaMashiach, we've been able to be washed clean. And so, and being able to truly seek his kingdom and doing the laws that the Most High placed in place for us. And so I just wanted to bring up this chapter right here at First Peter at 3, right? This is to kind of just give a little bit more of an example with that. But it says that here in chapter 3 of verse 1, it reads that likewise ye wives be in subjection to your own husbands, that if any obey not the word. So for those ones that have that husband that is just really trying to do his own thing and is not actually going after the Most High, it tells you how to handle that. And it reads, they also may without the word be won by the conversation of their wives. And so that tells you right there that your voice does matter. And it speaks about the chaste part. In verse 2, it reads, while they behold your chaste conversation coupled with fear. So that chaste meaning, that kindness, that lovingness, that gentleness that you're bringing, not condemnation, not judgment, not criticism, but actually that chaste conversation that you're able to bring to your man. Like, hey, babe, I know that, you got this stuff going on. I know you got a lot going on, but I don't really see that this aligning with the word of the Most High. So I just wanted to try to give this thing for you. I want to try to give you love. That makes a huge difference inside. And the Bible gives us the example. The Most High shows us how to handle those times when we're not in order, and you're to give grace to one another. It didn't say for you to say, hey, you need to straighten up, man. You're supposed to be the man of the house. Why ain't you doing this? What happened to you? You're supposed to have did this. You're supposed to be taking care of us all the time. What happened? It's not that. But, it gives you the example of how to handle it. Because, yeah, we mess up, you mess up, but we got to give each other grace. And that's all it goes back into if we're truly seeking Him.
Hey, first of all, blessings to Pastor Knowledge, his queen, for always being welcoming to me on your live. Blessings to everybody on the panel and in the chat. I was sitting here listening for a minute, and I know I heard we the people about how we, and even Pastor Knowledge on how we speak to each other. And then sometimes I think, and I'm like, wait a minute, we're supposed to talk to each other like that in righteousness, because sometimes you have to show authority in certain situations. One of the things that I noticed when you come into the truth and when you start to seek the truth and seek guidance from the Most High, you start to see that the same thing that's happening now happened with Adam and Eve. They went through Eve to cause disruption, and that's why we're in the situation we're in now. It's like they're using the women against men, not only women bashing men online, but they're dressing their sons like them and posting it online. And that's where the problem is. I will tell you from my thoughts, women have to start saying no to men. First and foremost, men are going to try. That's what they do. But if a woman says no, you're fixing a man at the same time. You're helping yourself so that you get a man that's worthy of your time, so that y'all get married. You have a child that you can instill the values of the Bible in, so that when they leave, they shall not depart. And that's the way that is going to happen. But there's going to be some of us that fall off, because scripture tell you not all Israel is Israel. So they might look like an Israelite, but they function like something else. And those are the ones that sometimes you got to cry aloud and spare not, and lift your voice like a trumpet. I land my plane, brother.
All praises. And nice to meet you again, brother. I know you be lurking. I don't know who the new brother is. PR. Yes, I do. I remember. I just don't the name PR. You want to say anything, PR?
Hey, shalom. How y'all doing today?
Oh, we pretty good, man. We in the book of Jasher. We started in chapter 25 and we about to be in 27.
All right. I have the Sefer. I have the Sefer with me. I'm keep listening and I can read along.
Okay, all praises. Can you see it on the screen? I can't see it. Oh, it says, husbands, fathers, men, protect what's yours and show them greater than what they have. Hold on, let me move that. What they can ever imagine, have ever imagined a leader or a head to be. Show them greater than what they've ever imagined. I'm talking about us as men. I don't know if you're man or not, but that's what we need to do. We need to show them what the Most High has called us to do. And that's what we read about earlier in chapters 25 and 26 of Jasher, how Abraham was and what he represented as a husband, as a father, as a protector, as a leader, as a man of Yah, an obedient servant to the Most High. That's what we as men need to be, that representation. Chapter 27. All right. And Esau at the time, oh man, I love this story right here. I read this before. But this is a story about Esau and why he was tired when he came to Jacob and how he gave away his birthright. You're going to find out why he was tired, what all took place, and why he wasn't caring at the time. He was on the run. Are you ready? Okay. That's all right. I like to jump in because I got questions. All right. And Esau at the time after the death of Abraham frequently went into the field to hunt. And Nimrod, king of Babel, the same was Amraphel, also frequently went with his mighty men to hunt the field and to walk about with his men in the cool of the day. And Nimrod was observing Esau all the days, for a jealousy was formed in the heart of Nimrod against Esau all the days. And on a certain day, Esau went in the field to hunt, and he found Nimrod walking in the wilderness with his 2 men. And all his mighty men and his people were with him in the wilderness, but they removed at a distance from him, and they went from him in different directions to hunt. And Esau concealed himself for Nimrod, and he lurked for him in the wilderness. What did he do? Mister, I read it already. Hey, I told you. Since you wanted to jump in, I got questions.
Yeah.
He was.
Don't tell the story. I'm asking you, what did he do in the part that I just read?
Could you read it again?
No, boy.
You read.
Never mind. I ain't playing with these kids. I ain't playing with ththese children, man. And all his mighty men and his people were with him in the wilderness, but they removed at a distance from him. That means they hid back. They made sure that he couldn't see them. If you're going after somebody, you're not just going to be out in the open. Hey, nigga, I'm coming to get you. I'm about to take you out. No, you're going to watch real carefully. You're going to lurk. You're going to be checking it out. You and your men that's with you. And they went from different directions to hunt. And Esau concealed himself for Nimrod, and he lurked for him in the wilderness. Why did he have a problem with Nimrod? Jer?
I didn't read that in there.
How? I can't deal with him. And Nimrod and his men that were with him did not know him. And Nimrod and his men frequently walked about in the field at the cool of the day, and to know where his men were hunting in the field. And Nimrod and two of his men that were with him came to the place where they were. When Esau started suddenly from his lurking place, he drew his sword and hastened and ran to Nimrod and cut off his head. Why did he do all this? It says it right here. Nimrod, king of Babel, the same day was Amraphel, also frequently went with his mighty men to hunt in the field and to walk about with his men in the cool of the day. And Nimrod was observing Esau all the days, for a jealousy was formed in the heart of Nimrod against Esau all the days. So what was the problem? He was jealous of Esau. So Esau, I got to get you before you get me.
Come on.
And you know what's funny, brother?
Yes.
Nimrod was an idiot because he thought Esau was going to get the blessing that Abraham and Isaac got, and it went to Jacob.
He was jealous of the wrong one.
Oh, wow.
But it's going to happen. It's about to happen right after this. Appreciate that, Brother Nah-Ara. And Esau fought a desperate fight with two men that were with Nimrod. And when they called out to him, Esau turned to them and smote them to death with his sword. Put some fruits in the chat. And all the mighty men of Nimrod who had left him to go to the wilderness heard the cry at a distance. And they knew the voices of those two men. And they ran to know the cause of it when they found their king and the two men that were with him lying dead in the wilderness. And when Esau saw the mighty men of Nimrod coming at a distance, he fled and thereby escaped. And Esau took the valuable garments of Nimrod, which Nimrod's father had bequeathed to Nimrod, and with which Nimrod prevailed over the whole land, and he ran and concealed them in his house. And Esau took those garments and ran into the city on account of Nimrod's men. And he came unto his father's house, wearied and exhausted from the fight. And he was ready to die through grief when he approached his brother Jacob and sat before him. And he said unto his brother Jacob, Behold, I shall die this day, and wherefore then do I want the birthright? And Jacob acted wisely with Esau in this matter, and Esau sold his birthright to Jacob, for it was so brought about by the Lord. So how did he lose his birthright?
He sold it to Jacob.
Huh?
He sold it to Jacob.
How did he lose his birthright, y'all? He whispering over there.
He gave it away because he never thought it was important in the first place.
He didn't think it was that important, but he was tired. Y'all heard it? Y'all know why he was running? Why he was tired? He running away. He was trying to save his own life. Like, look, man, I don't even care. They already after me. People was coming. I done just took this Nick. I done just took Nimrod out. I done just took Nimrod and his two men out. I ain't got no strength up in me. The people is looking for who just took their king out. Look, here you go. I ain't tripping on that. I don't need it no way.
Yeah, the when Esau Bobby schmurdered him, it was a situation where Nimrod was a king. So what happens when you schmurder a king? You take over his what? His land.
His land.
When you take over his land, he doesn't possess it anymore.
Mm-hmm.
So where do you think Idumea is? Where do you think Petra is? It's in Babylon. That's what Esau inherited. Go to Psalms 137, verse 7 and 8. Psalms 137, verse 7 and 8. When you read this, it'll make you understand why certain things were said about Esau, if you remember who he unalived. When he did the Bobby Schmurder, he was the next one to take over that land. So Psalms 137, verse 7 and 8. And let's see what the title that the Most High gives Esau.
137 and 8. Okay. Verse 8. O daughter of Babel, who is to be destroyed? Happy shall he be that rewards you as you have served us. Happy shall he be that takes and dashes your little ones against the stones.
So before that, what group of people was that in verse 7? that he's
Real
calling the
quick.
daughters of Babylon.
Remember, oh yeah, who were the children of Edom in the
The
days
children of
of
who?
Edom?
So he's calling Edom the daughters of Babylon. They're the ones that came after Babylon. That's why they
Okay.
called the daughter. And what is the kingdom that's going to be destroyed at the end of the book in Revelation?
Come on.
Edom.
Babylon. And
Babylon.
it's Edom
Babylon's
that's
whole
running it,
name.
the mother of harlots.
Harlots, yeah.
Man,
Sitting up
Come
on
Babylon.
that beast.
come on now, y'all.
That's it. Come on,
They don't.
Babylon.
This is
Hallelujah.
like that. Y'all can have it. We ain't got no birthright no way.
Shimon.
Come on. All right, Mike.
Babylon. Farewell.
Here, turn back. Anybody else want to say something?
That was deep.
We the people.
Oh, daughter of Babel.
And Esau's portion in the cave of the field of Machpelah, which Abraham had brought. This is verse 13 in chapter 27. Abraham had bought from the children of Heth for the possession of a burial ground. Esau also sold to Jacob, and Jacob bought all this from his brother Esau for value given. It was fair price. You want something to eat? I paid for it. I paid for this birthright. You wanted something to eat? I gave it to you. You wanted some porridge or whatever it was? Pottage? I gave it to you. I bought this
Lentils.
free and clear.
Red lentils.
Right. I did not steal nothing from you. And Jacob wrote the whole of this in a book, and he testified the same with witnesses, and he sealed it. And the book remained in the hands of Jacob. I remember this being said somewhere not too long ago. What did we read when it said that he had wrote it in the book, and it was like, you didn't know? Matter of fact, that was when we was reading Genesis, I think. When he was talking to the children, and Esau came up to him.
I think it was Joshua 10 and 13.
Is it?
What is
Yeah. Have you not read the book of Joshua?
No. I'm talking about when Esau was talking to Joseph and telling him pretty much that he don't know nothing about the birthright, and he came out with everything. Huh?
Jacob?
Yeah.
You said Joseph?
No, he was talking to Joseph.
Oh.
He had already passed away. He was talking to him about something. He was talking to his uncle or great uncle, whatever it was. Yeah, they was having this conversation. We read that.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I was just wondering, how do you
I'll
guys
find it.
feel about
Conversation. It might not be good.
when Abraham married his wife Sarah to Pharaoh, and then he did it again and married her to King Abimelech, and then later down the line, Isaac did that with Rebecca. So, like, do you think that had some like effect on how his household, like the things that went on in his household, how that played out?
Say that one more time.
So, like, remember when Abraham married his wife Sarah to Pharaoh when they were going into Egypt, and he was like, "Oh, you know, as soon as we go in here, they're gonna murder me if they see how beautiful you are. So tell everybody you my sister. Tell everybody you're my sister." When they asked, so when they went to Egypt, he told everybody like, "Oh, this is my sister." And then Pharaoh, obviously, they got back to Pharaoh like, "Oh, the most beautiful woman is in town. She's not in your palace though." So then he was like, "Oh, go get her." Brought her to the palace, married her. Pharaoh was visited by God, and God said, "Pharaoh, you're a dead man. The wife you just married belongs to another man." And then he told Pharaoh, "Give that man his wife back." So he gave Pharaoh gave Abraham his wife back. He said, "You lied to me. You told me this was your sister. Go, take your wife, get out of my house." Obviously, because he married her, he had to give her, basically like her dowry and everything that belonged to her. But it went to Abraham. Then later on, like not even that far down the line, he goes to Gerar, and he does the same thing with King Abimelech. But because King Abimelech is righteous, he tells God, when God comes to visit him, he says, oh, you have the woman that you have taken is somebody else's wife. This
We
is
got
why,
you.
you know.
Pastor,
So
Nod, you got what she's saying. I get what she's going, what she's talking about with
and
it.
then
Did you catch
and
it?
then yeah, and then the excuse he used was, oh, I thought everybody was gonna kill me here. I thought this was a godless place.
Hey, put some
And then
fruits in the salad.
later down the line, Isaac says the same thing, does the same thing with Rebecca. And I was just wondering, do you guys think that had like something to do with like how everything played out with like their story and their bloodline and their descendants?
Everything has to do with the Most High. The Most High showed his power in all three of those things, and he exposed their fear. You can't say that you trust the Most High and you do something like that. But the Most High showed his power by saying, hey, don't worry about these other nations. If I said that you are my chosen, then I will take care of it. But he made the decision, Abraham twice, Isaac once, where they lost, I don't want to say they lost faith in the Most High. It was fear. And the Most High doesn't give us fear. So that was to show, if you have fear and you make a decision like that, if the Most High is not there, then you give away the one thing that the Most High gave to you directly.
No,
That's a great way to say it, brother. Truly. Yeah, whether you had brought up sister talking about whether it would have any impact and whatnot, but you got to remember that back then those sisters knew that what their husband was doing, would be for the benefit in general for the family a lot of times. So I know it's very harsh and very different understandings with it, but that happened on multiple occasions throughout the scripture. That different understanding than what we have today. With how things were going, but the Most High was with him, was with that family, was with that man. So he made sure that none of those things actually happened to the wife each time.
Well, I think it happened with Pharaoh because he said Pharaoh was a dead man. And then with King Abimelech, he came to King Abimelech and he said, oh, your house is like done for, because King Abimelech's house was all barren while he was married to Sarah. So he said, oh, I haven't done anything wrong. Like, I married her righteously. He told me that was his sister. And so he said, oh, I know. That's why I've come to you and told you before you sinned against me. And so then he gave him back his wife. He told him, like, why would you do something like that? Like, you try to bring sin upon this household. And Abraham was like, oh, well, I just thought y'all was ungodly people, so that's why I did it. And it wasn't like, oh, I'm doing this for the best of us. He's doing it for selfish reasons because he knew it worked the first time and then it worked the second time. And that's why God protected Sarah's womb, because he was like, oh,
Yeah.
if this how you moving, I can't be having you mess up like what I have going on.
I can pull
And
it back
so
up, but just to make sure, I don't believe that they were actually ever married, but he did have her in her home, in his
no,
home.
they were married. It said it in Genesis 19 to 20. That's first it said that Sarah was Pharaoh's wife, and then in the scripture where it's talking about King Abimelech, he said that was Abimelech's wife too. And when he said, oh, I didn't do anything wrong, he said, I know, that's why I stopped you from sinning against me. So before they can consummate the marriage and go through with it, he came to Abimelech because Abimelech was about to sleep with her.
That's what I mean. Like, they didn't actually come together, so they weren't actually married.
No, they were married, but they didn't sleep together yet.
No.
That's what I'm saying. It said they were married in the scripture. It said he took her as his wife. And then when they left again, Abimelech gave her all like gold, land, all that stuff. And then that came in handy when Lot got kidnapped, and then Abraham had to go get his nephew, and he went back to Abimelech and said, yo, I need some help. And Abimelech helped him. But this is all in Genesis. It's like 19 to 20 in Genesis, and then I think right after that.
We talking about Genesis chapter 12, around about verse 17.
Right. Do y'all want to pull that and we're going to finish this?
Yeah.
And I still gotta find that one. I know what I'm talking about.
I don't see where it's calling Sarah the Pharaoh's wife. It says that she was taken, that Abraham gave her up. And it still references Sarah throughout the scripture as Abraham's wife. And the act of being married during that time, it wasn't about the marriage ceremony like a wedding, like, you know, like today's times. The act of marriage was that the scripture constantly says, especially in the book of Genesis, he knew her and then she became his wife. He knew her, and that's the pattern that you see. So Pharaoh never had a chance to know Sarah through intimacy like that. So she wouldn't be his wife because of that. Now, if there's a arrangement in the Egyptian culture or something like that where they go deep into weddings, you know, over the actual, you know, intimacy with the woman, that explains American culture. I mean, because it's all about the weddings and it really ain't about, you know, the actual marriage. But, you know, according to the Most High, that's what would make the two one flesh.
100%.
Well, that's why I was trying to figure out what was the difference between Pharaoh being a dead man and King Abimelech not being a dead man. Like, and then he told him, like, the reason why your house is barren is because you married Abraham's wife. But Abraham lied to him, and God knew that Abraham lied to King Abimelech. So he had Abraham pray over his house because Abraham brought the sin to his house.
Where are you getting the name Abimelech from and all of that?
King, you don't know King Abimelech in Genesis?
You tell about
In
Abimelech.
Gerar? They went to
Abimelech.
Gerar.
Oh, okay. You're talking about Abimelech?
Yeah, Abimelech. That's what you're talking about.
I got you. All right. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I just
King.
didn't
Sorry, I
understand.
say sorry, Abimelech, Abimelech.
Hey,
Yeah, no,
we
no,
all
no.
say his name differently, but I
No,
knew what
no.
you said when you said
It's all
Abimelech.
good. It's all good. So, all of that was for the plans of the Most High to give the Most High's gold that Egypt was holding over into Abram's hands. So you're looking at the plans of the Most High, and he's working through the choices that he knew Abraham was making. So I think he ended up with also the servants that he had with him. I believe
Yeah.
Hagar was one of the servants, if I'm not mistaken. But
Yeah, I
anyway,
think she was one of the servants from either
correct.
Pharaoh's house or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah. So the Most High, his whole plan was to make Abram rich, and then also Most High knew what the Egyptians was going to do to the Israelites later. So he put a little punishment on them, you know, just by the decisions that was being made at that time. Abram was the brother of Sarah. However, that's what he went with. He went with telling that side of the story concerning her being his sister. But going beyond that, he did not claim for her to be the wife. But that's the Most High using. There's a scripture I can't go to it right now. I'm driving, but it talks about how all things work for good of them that love the Most High is called according to His purpose. Abraham had a purpose. We just got finished reading about his purpose, even towards the end of his life. So if the Most High is using this time where He's taking Abraham from glory to glory and faith to faith, you seeing that, okay, Abraham's getting stronger, even to the point that he's willing to unalive Isaac, which that comes later. I don't mean to skip ahead, but or if we already went through that. But all of those things was building of Abraham's faith, because the Most High is always going to deal with people where they are at. And you see that with even all of the patriarchs. You see that with everybody. It's something that He always just, whatever decision that they make, he know what to do with it. It's not surprising the Most High.
You know, and when you said that Hagar came from Pharaoh's house, that just reminded me, like, Ishmael would have never been born if he didn't go into his house. So that's true, too, because He's told him you're going to have a lot of descendants. But he wouldn't have had any descendants through Ishmael if he never got Hagar. So that makes sense.
And she woke him up physically. Hagar woke up Abraham physically. He wasn't having no children around that time. Even Sarah laughed at him and said, "Man, you gonna give me pleasure in my old age?" See, man, that was a heck of a thing to say about your husband. But it was what it was. So you got to look at it in the totality, that even though that happened, the Most High still used it for good. The good that the Most High was getting out of it, He knew what to do with that situation. Now, we don't know what we're doing.
We're about to actually run into that in chapter 28 of Jasher, which we're about to be in 28 here in a minute. That story that she's actually talking about with Abimelech, we're going to have a
Gotcha.
conversation.
I'm gonna be quiet, but yeah. That it's working for the good, sis.
Okay,
All
thank
praise.
you.
So here we go. I'm finishing up 27. And when Nimrod, the son of Cush, had died, his men lifted him up and brought him in a consternation and buried him in the city. And all the days that Nimrod lived were 215 years, and then he passed away. And the days that Nimrod reigned upon the people of the land were 185 years. And Nimrod died by the sword of Esau in shame and contempt. And the seed of Abraham caused his death, as he had seen in his dream. And at the death of Nimrod, his kingdom became divided into many divisions. And all those parts that Nimrod reigned over were restored to the respective kings of the land, who recovered them after the death of Nimrod. And all the people of the house of Nimrod were for a long time enslaved to all the other kings of the land. All right, chapter 28. And in those days, after the death of Abraham, in that year that the Lord brought a heavy famine in the land, and while the famine was raging in the land of Canaan, Isaac rose up to go down to Egypt on account of the famine, and his father Abraham, as his father Abraham had done. And the Lord appeared that night to Isaac and said to him, "Do not go down to Egypt, but rise and go to Gerar, to Abimelech, king of the Philistines, and remain there till the famine shall cease." And Isaac rose up and went to Gerar, as the Lord commanded him. And he remained there a full year. And when Isaac came to Gerar, the people of the land saw that Rebekah, his wife, was of a beautiful appearance. And the people of Gerar asked Isaac concerning his wife. And he said, "She is my sister." For he was afraid to say she was his wife, lest the people of the land should slay him on account of her. Who to kind of remind y'all of? He doing the same thing. His what? He what?
Like his dad.
Like
Father, like son.
just like father, like son. Oh, yeah. My fault. Here. And the princes of Abimelech went and praised the woman to the king. But he answered them not, neither did he attend to their words. But he heard them say that Isaac declared her to be his sister. So the king reserved this within himself. And when Isaac had remained 3 months in the land, Abimelech looked out at the window, and he saw, and behold, Isaac was sporting with Rebekah his wife, for Isaac dwelt in the outer house belonging to the king, so that the house of Isaac was opposite the house of the king. And the king said unto Isaac, "What is this that thou hast done to us in saying of thy wife, she is my sister? How easily might one of the great men of the people have lain with her, and thou wouldest then have brought guilt upon us." And Isaac said unto Abimelech, "Because I was afraid lest I die on account of my wife. Therefore I said, she is my sister." At that time Abimelech gave orders to all his princes and great men, that they took Isaac and Rebekah his wife and brought them before the king. And the king commanded that they should dress them in princely garments and make them ride through the streets of the city and proclaim before them throughout the land, saying, "This is the man and his wife, and this is his wife. Whoever touches this man or his wife shall surely be put to unalivement." And Isaac returned with his wife to the king's house, and the Lord was with Isaac, and he continued to wax great and lacked nothing. And the Lord caused Isaac to find favor in the sight of Abimelech and in the sight of all his subjects. And Abimelech acted well with Isaac, for Abimelech remembered the oath and the covenant that existed between his father and Abraham. Yeah, don't forget to tap, 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 y'all. Sounds very familiar to the story of Abraham and Sarah, right? And Abimelech said unto Isaac, "Behold, the whole earth is before thee. Dwell wherever it may seem good in thy sight, until thou shalt return to thy land." And Abimelech gave Isaac fields and vineyards and the best part of the land of Gerar to sow and reap and eat the fruits of the ground until the days of the famine should have passed by. And Isaac sowed in that land and received 100-fold in the same year. And the Lord blessed him. And the man waxed great, and he had possession of flocks and possessions of herds and great store of servants. And when the days of the famine had passed away, the Lord appeared to Isaac and said to him, Rise up, go forth from this place and return to thy land, to the land of Canaan. And Isaac rose up and returned to Hebron, which is in the land of Canaan, he and all belonging to him as the Lord commanded him. Anybody got anything to say to add to this before I keep moving? Is this making sense to you, Miss? Was it? It's gorgeous.
Oh yeah, I think God put him in the right place because King Abimelech, those people in Gerar follow God and they were righteous, so he knew that like even if they found out that's your sister, they're not gonna punish you and put you to death. So you better go in there than going to Egypt because it might get sticky over there.
100%. Look, I just want to add this before I get ready to go. I got ready to head out in a bit, family. But most definitely, some really good stuff being talked about inside of that, and that the Most High has had so much to do and inside of our faith and what we've done, and even with Abraham and his brother Haran, he showed how faithful of a servant that he was before all these instances and whatnot. As we read inside of there that despite what may seem crazy to us, that the Most High is always working and showing us that He's gonna make it work for His children. He's gonna be with you, truly. Whenever, like throughout the crazy things that we done, like things that David did when he literally said, "I'm gonna get this man's wife. I'm gonna do it the legal way too." He got punished for it, but the Most High made it happen. Made it happen for him still in his family generations. So just to stay on the track, stay on the path, truly. But pray everybody does have a great and blessed Shabbat. And I appreciate you passing knowledge. Everyone else on the panel, we the people. You guys know.
Shalom, brother.
Of course.
Shalom.
Shabbat shalom.
Shalom. So what I seen it as is just like Abraham, that he's enlarging his territory, but he needs somebody that's going to teach, preach my laws, my statutes, my commands. And I mean, because he knows that this family is about to grow. He knows that that Isaac is about to like grow, and they don't have enough right now. So he always put them in a position, just like he did with Abraham. He put them in a position where, all right, I'm doing this, but it's for a purpose, because this is going to put my people on. This is going to let people know who I am in their lives. Because remember, Abraham, like, he was glorified for what? Teaching people about the Most High.
Facts.
This is what all of this is meant for. That's why he's going through the same thing that his father went through. Go ahead, we the people.
I'm sorry to cut you short, bro.
Are you good?
Yeah, so man, we got to recognize that Isaac and Abraham is above those other kings. We think that we're reading about the kings that they had to bow down to and be subservient to. Yeah, to a degree. But it's the Most High that's the king over heaven and earth. And he chose Abraham. So what can you tell a king about doing in his kingdom, or what he can't do in his kingdom? And if he's moving with the authority of the Most High, what can you say against the authority of the Most High? When they figured out, oh, that's Abraham's son, that's Sarah, that's your wife. You know what? Man, go ahead and throw a whole big parade. Why are they giving all of this fanfare if he's just a regular person?
You caught it.
Like, you see what I'm saying? He different. And what I'm trying to say is that Israel, the children of Israel, we different. And it looks like, yo, we got to do all of this. We got to bow down to all of this stuff like that. Listen, that's not true. When you spend time with the Most High and when you become unafraid, you'll walk in the midst of lions and be like, hey, what's up? Daniel didn't have no fear. Fire can't burn you.
Right.
I'm sorry.
No, that's what you're saying. He'll put you in position to where now you the top dog and they got to come to you.
He did it for us when we was the bottom dog. Daniel was he was a slave. The three Hebrew boys, they were slaves. And
Mm-hmm.
guess what? The flames had to stop and bow down to the will of the Most High. The lions had to bow down to that. So it's like, yo, if you chosen, yeah, I might be messing up right now. Keep the same energy. Keep that same energy when he turns this thing around and he puts the crown on the head. Matter of fact, he might do a little something right now. I think that's what we see. I think that we see the Most High showing the royalty from his kingdom and how all other nations have to bow down and back off when it comes to his children or his selection or his elect.
Come on.
All praises to the Most High. Hallelujah.
I love that.
I have a little comment to make. Is the Avimelech that dealt with Isaac, is that the same Avimelech that dealt with Abraham? Because it says in verse 12, Avimelech remembered the oath and the covenant that existed between his father and Abraham. And in Genesis, if you go back to Abraham, when he did that with Sarah, it's also Avimelech. So is it just like Avimelech Jr. or is it the
That's
same
what I was
Avimelech?
thinking too, because the Pharaoh that Sarah got married to is not the Pharaoh who receives all the plagues. So I'm like, is this like a
The
junior,
Pharaoh that
a
Sarah
senior,
got married?
junior? Huh?
You said the Pharaoh that Sarah got married to?
Yeah, the Pharaoh that Sarah got married to is not the Pharaoh that the plagues happened to. But that Pharaoh did get told, you're a dead man, which means like his
Put some
house
fruits
is
in the chat.
basically gonna fall. But I was asking like AI, like, is this the same person? And it was like, it's not the same person, but at the same time, you don't really know because of how long people used to live back then. So you don't know if they're talking about the same person or not, or if it's like a senior and a junior type of
That
thing.
one I'm like, yeah. That's a long time to be living, boy.
That's what I'm saying. But I think it's just like a senior and a junior type of thing, and it's like a title. Like they were saying, like also like Pharaoh's a title, so Abimelech could be like a title too. So I don't know.
That was just having relics.
Yeah, big man.
Right. But he also there's two of them in there. So it says King Abimelech, and then it just talks about Abimelech. So the one that married Sarah was a king, and then the other one, I don't think he was a king because he took what you call them to the king, and they said, "Oh, don't nobody touch them. They're married." So yeah, I don't know.
That one I'm definitely gonna do some research on because that's a long time for somebody to be alive.
Right.
Yeah, but in verse 12 here in Joshua, it says, Abimelech remembered the oath and the covenant that existed between his father and Abraham. So obviously there's a covenant between Abraham and his father. So it's probably just a Abimelech Jr. type deal going on.
Yeah, because
I'm
I
trying to
know
look it up right now.
he had Abraham
It's in
in his house.
Genesis 20 verse like 1 through the whole stories right there in the beginning of chapter 20.
Oh no, I'm still in Joshua. I don't have my actual Bible right here in front of me. I got the complete Apocrypha. But we'll you know what? We'll get to that once we done because we about to be done with this chapter here in a bit. So we'll get to that. Just hold that though.
Yeah,
Appreciate
but
that.
sister, and even in Genesis, the whole of Abimelech and Abraham and Sarah deal, Sarah was never taken by Abimelech. Like she wasn't touched by Abimelech.
Yeah, no, she wasn't touched. It said, but Abimelech had not slept with her yet.
Mm-hmm.
So he said, and then the Lord will destroy you. And he said, Lord, will you destroy an innocent nation? Didn't Abraham tell me she is my sister? So yeah, he didn't sleep with her. So
No. Yeah.
and I really believe like they were really righteous because he sent Abraham there. I don't know if Abraham like knowingly went there because he knew they were good people and he was just trying to play his little game. But I think the second time, like when he sent his son there, I'm like, he knew like that's my people. They're not, even though you're scheming, they're not gonna do you wrong. So I don't know. They might have a covenant. Maybe that's the covenant. Like he would always be protected or something. but I have to read that deeper because I really don't know. I know he helped him get his nephew back too, and he gave him like soldiers to help him get Lot back. So
Mm-hmm.
All right. I was just looking in the book of Joshua. I found the chapter, but I have to read it here in a few. All right, let's finish up in chapter 28, and then we'll close it out.
You're at 17.
Yep, I got it. Thank you. And after this, Shalach, the son of Arpashad, died in that year, which is the 18th year of the lives of Jacob and Esau. And all the days that Shalach lived were 433 years, and then he passed away. And at that time, Isaac sent his younger son, Jacob, to the house of Shem and Eber, and he learned the instructions of the Lord. And Jacob remained in the house of Shem and Eber for 32 years. And Esau, his brother, did not go, for he was not willing to go, and he remained in his father's house in the land of Canaan. And Esau was continually hunting in the fields to bring home what he could get. So did Esau all the days. And Esau was a designing and deceitful man, one who hunted after the hearts of men and inveigled them. And Esau was a valiant man in the field, and in the course of time went as usual to hunt. And he came as far as the field of Seir, the same is Edom. And he remained in the land of Seir, hunting in the field a year and 4 months. And Esau there saw in the land of Seir the daughter of a man of Canaan, and her name was Judith, the daughter of Beeri, the son of Epher, from the families of Heth, the son of Canaan. And Esau took her for a wife, and he came unto her. 40 years old was Esau when he took her. And he brought her to Hebron, the land of his father's dwelling place, and he dwelt there. And it came to pass in those days, in the 110th year of the life of Isaac, that is, in the 50th year of the life of Jacob, in that year died Shem, the son of Noah. Shem was 600 years old at his death. And when Shem died, Jacob returned to his father, to Hebron, which is in the land of Canaan. And in the 56th year of the life of Jacob, people came from Haran, and Rebekah was told concerning her brother Laban, the son of Bethuel, for the wife of Laban was barren in those days, and bare no children, and also all his handmaids bare none to him. And the Lord afterward remembered Adinah, the wife of Laban, and she conceived and bare twin daughters. And Laban called the names of his daughters, the name of the elder, Leah, and the name of the younger, Rachel. And those people came and told these things to Rebekah, and Rebekah rejoiced greatly that the Lord had visited her brother, that he had gotten children. So the brother and the sister then had twins. Twins running the family. She happy because like, oh snap, now I can send one of mine to go have a wife.
remember, sorry,
I never knew that part. That's something different.
Rachel
What
and
it just
Leah's
read
Who
about
was Rachel and
Rebecca.
Leah's husband again?
Say it again.
Who was Rachel and Leah's husband again?
Jacob.
Jacob. Okay,
The
so
youngest twin.
yeah, so you know it's so funny how he ended up like kind of working as a slave for her father just to marry her, and it's like, dang, like I feel like I don't know if that's like has something to do with like his father and like how everything was going, like and just I don't know.
Nah, you gotta work for what you want. I mean,
That
if you
too.
don't, if how you gonna take one of my daughters to
But then it worked out for him because he got all that livestock and he got the best of the best livestock and he was doing like I read that it's because I have a New Living Translation Bible, so it like explains it a little easier. So it was saying he took all the ones with like all the lambs or something with the speckled spots, and he like basically they were like defects. He was like, oh, all the ones that are speckled I'll take, and all the other ones that are good you can take. But he was like, the way he was taking care of the speckled ones, it was like they were like better, so he was like breeding them and he was breeding the other ones And so all the ones that the king got, it's not like they were bad. They were still good, but his was just better. Like, so he ended up walking away with that from that, like with mad livestock, and he was able to really set himself up. So I guess that worked out for him anyway. And he got mad kids. Mad kids.
Well, okay, so when you said earlier, you said it's like he was a slave for him. Well, he didn't have nothing to actually say that, I want your daughter as my wife. Like, there's
Right.
nothing I can bring to the table if I don't have nothing. So, yeah, you got to work for what you want. And that's what we're saying today. Like, that's what fathers need to be doing when it comes to somebody trying to snatch up they daughter. It ain't that's your boyfriend and this your girlfriend. No, it ain't none of that. This is gonna be your wife, and what do you have to show for it? Do you got your own? Do you know how to take care of things? That's what this whole live been about. Not just that story alone, but it's been about men stepping up and doing the right thing. So you, as a young lady, a man to approach you, he need to go to your father first. He need to go to your father and prove himself as being a husband. And husbands ain't in high school. Husbands ain't in middle school. Husbands ain't out here doing the worldly things. Well, in today's day and age, yes. But back in the day, this is what it wasn't nothing like what we have today. It was principles, it was morals, it was values. This is why even Rebecca was excited because, I can send you to my brother. My brother going to put you to work. Now you're going to be able to provide. You're going to be able to do what your father has taught you to do. You're going to go out there. You're going to handle up. You're going to be able to get your wife or wives. And you're going to take care of your children or your household like you're supposed to. So not necessarily a slave, but, hey, you got to work to get your meal.
Wasn't Jacob also running away during that time?
Yeah, his brother was after him.
Right. So he went to his uncle's house and he had nothing because he was running away.
He had a hideout point.
Yeah. So of course he was working.
Yeah, but I mean, you got to work.
Right.
He was working, but I feel like
But
the
remember, his
father
daddy
kinda
was
took.
passing away, so the mother knew what she was doing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You can't stay with me, son. You got to go be under another man.
Right.
Somebody that already have wife, don't have no. Well, yes, you did. He had children that knows how to take care of this because your daddy didn't just passed away. We talking about Jacob. Remember, he left. His daddy was passing away. His eyes was what they say about his eyes.
He was blind.
He was going blind. Yeah, he was going blind. He couldn't see. And then his
Yeah,
brother was after him because he wanted that birthright. He's like, you cheated me.
Right.
Go ahead. I think as we the people came off the mic, or was that Remnant?
yeah, that was me. But if Remnant want to go, Shalom, Remnant. Good to see you today.
What who did?
Hello, how y'all doing?
Hey,
All
hey, hey.
good.
Yeah,
I've been
I'm
sitting
gonna let
down
Brother
here
Remnant talk.
listening.
I'm gonna mute.
Oh no, I've just been sitting down here listening the whole time, and to be honest with you, it's something that me and the father was talking about. It's good when you can listen to the prince and the princesses of Israel talk to each other and reason together.
All
For me is a good thing to my ears. It's music to my ears. When you sit down and you talk and you don't argue about it, even if you don't agree on something, as to where you can sit down and reason and try to look at it from one another's perspectives. And when I hear the younger generations do this, it gives me hope for us in Israel, because y'all are going to be the ones that's going to teach our future prince and princesses in Israel that one day will become kings to our people, but there'll always be a prince or a princess to our God. And that's the only thing I want to say. Keep on talking. I'm enjoying it.
praises.
Oh man. Yeah, I always enjoy Brother Remnant. And what the sister was saying, I was going to say the scripture says in, I think it's Thessalonians. I think I put it in the chat. First Thessalonians 5:12. It says, know those that labor among you. The best way to get to know a man, watch him work. See if he's lazy. See if see if he can press through a hard time and still get the job done. See if he shows up on time. See if he's resilient.
Why they keep doing that to him?
Who did that?
Nobody dropped him or nothing. TikTok been doing that to him.
It's all right, y'all. See if he's resilient. See if he see what he does in his downtime. You know, it's when you have your downtime when you're working, that's where you develop all your bad habits at. And if you work on things when you're in your downtime, you can actually build up a lot of skill and make yourself better than what you was when you originally started. It talks about all of these things where if a man has to work, you can see what kind of man that you have a lot of times by how he works. Now that's not the end all be all, because there's people that's great at their job, but they terrible at everything else. But if a man in general knows how to take care of something that's meaningless, he's going to probably take care of something that means a whole lot more to him. So if Jacob took care of those flock, to be able to multiply those flock like that, I think the boy was like, man, I could trust this dude with both of my daughters. You know what? Because he's not just handling a little bit, he know how to handle a lot. I'm going to go ahead and do what I'm going to do. But it was the plan of the Most High that, you know, even those things that would have been done to him for evil work out for the good. And I think that we just got to appreciate that about our life. We don't know what's going on, y'all. We got born into some situations. We didn't choose our parents or the lack thereof, the parents that wasn't there or whatever else like that. And we in the middle of the life, and we got to a point where we get old enough to start figuring out things for ourselves. And the whole time, the Most High, he's going to see, he's watching over us just to see how we working, how we handling his word, how we deal with other people, like what Brother Remnant was talking about, how we talk and handle our brothers and sisters. All of these things that we do and we display, you know people by how they work. If some men would have saw how their wives work when they was just daughters for their parents, some of these men wouldn't even marry them. If some women would have watched how some of these men worked at home, some of these men wouldn't be married or even laid down with. And these are the things that we got to remember, because even Yahusha said, if you don't believe what I'm saying, believe me for the what sake? For the work's sake. Meaning that your works should speak for you. Jacob did a lot of works for that man, Laban. And I think that it spoke volumes. And I think that he knew, yeah, these girls are going to be all right dealing with this dude.
I have a question. How do we discern or tell apart what is the Most High's plan and what happens because, you know, humans are humans? So for example, in Jacob's case, you know, Laban kind of cheated Jacob with Rachel and Leah, and he gave her the oldest twin first, and then he made him work for the second, the youngest twin, right? And so how do we determine if that was God's plan or if that was just something that Laban did because that's what, you know, that was his culture? So like, to me it sounds like, oh, Laban cheating Jacob was part of God's plan, and that just doesn't make sense to me. And if that's because what it interprets into me in my head is that if everything is God's plan, then was it the Most High's plan for me to have two baby daddies? Because I don't think so. That happened to me because of my rebellion. So again, my question is, how do you determine what's God's plan and what's not?
You line up with his word.
Yeah.
That's facts on facts. I was going to say, can you go to Psalms 37, verse 23, sis? Can you read that for me when you get there?
Sure can.
And I also want you to think about, if you look at like Leah and what she was blessed with, you can see that was kind of God's plans too. So
You said 27.
I'm sorry. If I said 27, that's my mistake. 37, 23.
37, 23. Okay, Psalms 37:23 reads, "The steps of a good man are ordered by Yahuwah, and he delights in his way."
All right. So we know that when you're a good man, what does it take to be good, sis?
Follow God.
Obeying the Most High's laws.
Yes.
Say it one more time, sis.
Well,
Following the Most High's laws.
Exactly. Remember the first time we hear the word good is in Genesis, the first chapter,
Mm-hmm.
because he said, let there be light. He saw the light and it was what? It
And
was
it was
good.
good.
You remember that? And he said, let the waters be divided from the waters. And he saw it and it was good. So everything that obeys his commandments is what? It's
Good.
good. So now that we see that the steps of a good man, that means a person that's following the law, statutes, and the commandments of the Most High. It says that what's happening with his steps?
you're being ordered.
The steps of
Facts.
a good man are ordered by Yahuwah.
Right. So if the Most High is ordering your steps, He's planning out your whole path that you're going to walk on. And you would think that, wow, that person's got to be perfect. Read the verse after that.
Though he falls, he shall not be utterly cast down. For
Whoa, wait a
Yahuwah
second.
uphold.
Are we still talking about the same good man?
Yeah.
And slow it down at the beginning. What was the first few words that it said there, sis?
Though he falls, he
Though
shall
he
not be. Yeah.
is a fall a good thing?
Uh, Not really.
Nah, it hurts. I mean,
Right.
nobody wants to fall, especially the
Yeah.
older that you get, the more that it hurts. So what I'm saying is this, though he fall, so even though his steps was ordered, the Most High knew the times that he would get off the path, the times that he wouldn't fulfill the whole complete will of the Most High. And sometimes you go out and you touch the stove and the stove was on, and sometimes you got burnt. But it says, though he fall, what happens to him?
He shall not be utterly cast down,
Why isn't he utterly cast down?
for Yahuwah upholds him with his hand.
So did the Most High even plan for his mistakes that he would make?
Yeah, I guess.
So there's no guessing in it, because if the Most High hand is there, he's going to catch you in that situation. And when he catches you, what are you going to return back to if he's still calling that same man good that fell?
Good.
Right. You go right. But what does it take to be good? You have to follow the what?
You have to follow the laws.
So he knew that that person was going to go back and follow the laws. When the Most High calls somebody good, it's not because they're good right now. He's looking at the end of their life. And not only is he looking at the end of their life, the scripture says that he creates the end from the beginning. So nothing is catching the Most High by surprise. So your situation with the I think you said two baby daddies or whatever else like that, the Most High knew, but he also knew that you was going to be sitting here and inquiring about your children, about what does it take, how's this the will of the Most High and everything else like that. All things work together for the good of them that love the Most High, and that's called according to his purpose. If you are Israel, you are coming back to the purpose. What's the purpose of Israel? To bring the kingdom on earth through the keeping of the laws, statutes, and commandments, just like Yahusha did. So now you had an opportunity to return to that. Got to endure to the end for you to get that final, well done, thy what? Good and faithful. So how is he going to call you good if you don't come to the commandments? How is he going to call you faithful, excuse me, if you aren't faithful to the covenant? So all of those things, the Most High has plans for you, and he had plans for your children. He had plans for your baby father on both sides, and he's going to work that situation out. But you just got to walk with him now.
Can I say something right quick about what you just said, we the people?
For surely.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I'm not going to change from where you were at. Actually, you just summarized all of Psalms 37. The whole Psalms 37, you just summarized it in everything that you just said. So you could have took her really to Psalms 1 and went all the way down so you can see where we at. And actually, this is the scripture that I was going to bring our attention to today. Psalms 37. Because it is so prevalent for what we're going through today. So much. And so when you were staying that and when you started reading it, well, I mean, when you said Psalm 37 and when you just broke it down, I'm like, you know what, Father? You say that there's one God, which is you, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the God of Israel. You say that there's one Spirit, which is you, the Holy One of Israel. When you spoke to your prophets, you spoke to them the same words. You didn't speak one word to one and spoke another to another. And if you spoke that other to another, it always lined up with that one word. So when you say that, and when I come on here and I listen and I hear, that's why I can say prince and princesses of Israel, because you tell that you spend time in front of the Father. You're seeking him and you're growing, which I tell that with all the time. I always call past the knowledge we the people. I might call we the people past the knowledge. It's not because I see a face in front of me, it's because I hear a spirit's voice that's coming from their mouth. I hear the words. And that's what we need to learn how to concentrate on as Israel. Not look at a person's outside appearance, because a person can whitewash themselves to where they look like they're gold. But on the inside, those words that come out of their mouth, the actions that come out of their hands, that is what defines them and tarnish everything about them. So when I mistakenly call one or the other, heck, I might even call General one of y'all. I might call one of the other brothers one of y'all, because I hear that same spirit from all of y'all. And that's how we're supposed to learn one another. We're supposed to learn one another by the words that we speak and the way that the Father speaks through us. And with that, I'll go ahead and close. But 37 is something that we all need to look at and go over.
I
I wanted
wanted
to say something
to go ahead,
too,
Miss Wood.
sis. Okay, well, one, I want you to think of it like not like two baby daddies, but like two bloodlines that God needed to come through you. So it's like two of your children that were supposed to be here. So don't think of it like, oh, why did I have to have two baby daddies? Maybe that's what God needed to happen through you and only you. And I want to get into, I know you said it was kind of like Jacob got tricked, but if you look at it from like Leah's point of view, and I'm going to read the 12 sons of Israel. So Jacob had four wives, four mothers of his children, and he had 12 sons and one daughter. And so Leah, who was considered ugly, had 6 of his kids. She had 6 of his
He wasn't
sons.
ugly.
She
He was
wasn't
just fair to look
ugly,
upon the eyes. You know what I'm saying?
but she was, it said Rachel was stunning and Leah was, you had to squint your eyes when you looked at her. But yeah, she had 6 of his sons, and she had his first 4 sons. So the first one was Reuben, which is, look, a son. The second one was Simon, one who hears. The third was Levi, being attached. And the fourth was Judah, which means praise. And then she couldn't have kids anymore. She felt she couldn't have kids anymore. So then her servant had kids for him. And 2 more sons, Dan, which means he judged, and Naphtali, which means my struggle. So if you really think about it, her servant, which has children for her, so she's technically the mother of her servant's children, she has his first 6 kids. And then it's Leah's servant. Leah gets jealous, like, oh, I'm not having no babies. Like, what's going on, God? Like, I need a baby. So she has her servant, Zilpah, have a child for him. And that is Gad, which means good fortune. And then she has a second son, which is Asher, which means happy. And then Leah gets pregnant. And she has a son named Issachar, which means reward. And then she gets pregnant again with Zebulon, which means honor. And then Rachel gets pregnant. with Joseph and Benjamin, and Joseph means may he add, and Benjamin means son of my right hand. And I think they had a daughter named Dinah. But yeah, you have to look at it at that point of view. Like, and her whole, if you read that scripture, which is Genesis 30, like, she feels like she's not beautiful. She just feels like her husband doesn't want her, even though she keeps having his children. And every time she has one of his sons, she feels like she's being favored by God. Like, God has put favor on her. And then even when her servant is able to have a child, she feels like, oh my God, like, you love me, you have favor over me, like, now my husband will love me even more, I've given him another son. And but that's like her whole thing of like, if I keep giving my husband sons, like, I will be favored like my sister. But it's not really about her husband favoring her, it's God favoring her. Like, she gave him most of his line, like.
She did. It didn't stop. Like Unc said, just because, sisters look different, whatever, or they may not be as beautiful as you think. They don't stop somebody from still sleeping with them.
Facts.
The goal is we're still going to do what we're supposed to do, to bring some children into this world. But I wanted to go back to something that I said earlier, and I don't know if y'all know, where I was talking about the birthright situation when it came to Esau and why he was tripping, like after his brother had passed away, which is further along in the chapter. But he did have a conversation with Joseph where he was pretty much telling him that you wasn't there, you don't know nothing. Like, I didn't sign nothing, but Jacob had already talked to Joseph about what he was doing long before. But I'm gonna read it to you. This is Joshua chapter 56, and I'm gonna just start at 51 to 56. And yeah, it's his uncle. And Joseph and his brethren heard the words of Esau's son, and they were exceedingly wroth. And Joseph approached unto Esau, saying, what is this thing which they have spoken? Surely my father Jacob bought it from you for great riches after the death of Isaac. Now 25 years ago, and also all the land of Canaan he bought from you and from your sons and your seed after thee. And Jacob bought it for his sons and his seed after him for an inheritance forever. And why speakest thou these things this day? And Esau answered, saying, you speak falsely and utter lies, for I sold not anything belonging to me in all this land. As thou sayest, neither did my brother Jacob buy aught belonging to me in this land. And Esau spoke these things in order to deceive Joseph. Because what do we know about Esau?
He was a deceitful
He's a
man.
deceiver. He's a liar. Esau spoke these things in order to deceive Joseph in his words. For Esau knew that Joseph was not present in the days when Esau sold all belonging to him in the land of Canaan to Jacob. And Joseph said unto Esau, surely my father inserted these things with thee in the record of purchase, and testified for the record with witnesses, and behold, it is with us in Egypt. And Esau answered and said unto him, bring the record, all that thou wilt find in the record, so will we do. They're like, prove it then. Bring the record. Show me the proof. And whatever it says, we gonna do. Now, some of y'all heard that story, but that brings up, because remember, it said in this book that Jacob, when he first got it from Esau, what's the first thing he did?
Yes, he had people witness and write it down.
They made it seem like, when we're told this story, it's made to seem like that they're in a place together by themselves and ain't nobody else around.
No, there was witnesses.
There was witnesses that could testify of this action happened. They could say, no, Esau, you sold your birthright. This man gave you the food, the lentils, so you could eat because you was hungry. Because remember, he was on the run.
Mm-hmm.
He's about to eat his last meal. According to him, I'm about to eat my last meal. He was on death row.
Yep. We gave him a notary.
Yes.
Like I'm saying that, and made him sign off on it. And that's why I say all the time, you can't separate yourself from your words. Even though Esau wanted to lie then, because Joseph was trying to bury his father. And Esau said, man, this is a good time to tell a lie. His words told the truth on him. You cannot separate yourself from the words. And though he's saying all those things now, even the lies that Esau said at that moment, it was being recorded. It was being written down. I
All the way to
wanted
where
to
his son got it. Like
facts.
his
And
son
and
got it. He
and
got the
truth be
proof.
yep. In fact, truth be told, at that moment right there, in that part of the account of the history, that's where you see Zepho be born. That became the first king of Rome. But I don't want to get too far off.
Oh
I
no,
wanted
you
to,
good. I seen
I,
that
I,
name in here too. Zepho.
yeah, Zepho. So that was the brother that I was talking to. I think his name is Truth Unedited. I was talking to him about that the other day. But anyway, to the sister that I was just speaking to, the one that was wondering about, man, why is life like this? Why is life like that? Job went through a lot of stuff, and he was so-called a perfect man. And when I say so-called, I say that because some people don't believe that he was, but the Most High, his account is that he was a perfect man. So I'm gonna roll with what the Most High said, and I'm gonna say that Job was a perfect man because I believe that the Most High can't lie. Hallelujah. All right, but I wanted you to go to verse 8 of chapter 23 of Job real quick. So this is Job 23, verse 8. This is a good thing to either mark in your scriptures, because I think that we all go through a point in life where we kind of wondering where we at and what's going on and why is this happening. And a lot of wisdom came out of Job when he was speaking, and especially in certain parts of the book. So verse 8, it says, behold, I go forward, but he is not there. So he's looking for the Most High. He said, man, I went forward, he's not there, and backward, but I cannot perceive him. It feels like even when I take steps back, I'm trying to look for him. You ever get like that where it feel like the Most High ain't even around while you're struggling, while you're going through things? And it's just like, man, okay, life might be here, life might be there right now, but I really need you, Yah. Where are you at? And things ain't making sense. Let's look at what Job continued to say. He said, on the left hand, where he does the work, on the left hand, where he does the work, but I cannot behold him. That means that I know he's doing that work over there on that side that's over there, because I see things going on. I see situations starting to turn around, but the check the check ain't in the mail yet. The money ain't hit the deposit. The good test results ain't came back yet, but I see things aligning. I know he doing something over there. Imagine it like that.
What
On
chapter
the
in Job
left,
again, bro?
I'm sorry, bro. That was Job chapter 23. And this
Okay,
is I went to verse 8 first, and now I'm on verse 9.
got it.
All right, so the next part where it says that I'll start from the beginning of verse 9. On the left hand, where he does work, but I cannot behold him. I can't even see him, but I see things going on, things is moving. He hides himself on the right hand that I cannot see him. Verse 10, I love this one. But he knows. We can stop right there and just go in forever about that. But he knows the way the way that I take. He knows every path that you're walking on. When he has tried me, I shall come forth as what? As gold. You're going through the fire right now. And I know it's hot. You know, you might not have you don't have the ideal situation. So you got the ideal and then you got the real deal. You might be going through the real deal right now. If you would have did it the Most High's way, you would have had the ideal situation where everything could. But guess what? It's not the ideal, so he got to deal with you with the real deal, and it's okay. Watch this, verse 11. My foot has held his steps; his way have I kept and not declined. This is what you have to do when you're going through the fire and when you're being tried to see if you pure gold or not. Verse 12. Neither have I gone back from the commandment of his lips. I have esteemed the words of his mouth more than my necessary food. But he is in one mind, and who can turn him? And what his soul desires, even that he does, for he performs the thing that is appointed for me. Your children, didn't come from nobody except from the Most High. So did he know that appointment date? You better believe it. And many such things are with him. Therefore, I am troubled at his presence. When I consider, I am afraid of him. For Elohim makes my heart soft, and the Almighty troubles me, because I was not cut off from before darkness, neither has he covered the darkness from my face. That means the Most High going to let you go through some things, but he going to be right there with you, sis. You can recover from wherever you at. He's going to meet you at the point of your needs. And guess what? He's going to help you out. He's going to pull you out of whatever that situation is. Because why? Verse 14 of Isaiah, Isaiah chapter 14, the first verse. The Most High will have mercy on who? Jacob.
Jacob.
If you have to have mercy put on you, then that means you did something wrong. We Israel, we all did something wrong. And the Most High is going to have what? Mercy on Jacob, because we cutting up. And will yet choose Israel, because he got other nations that he can choose. But guess what? He's still choosing you, sis, even in the condition that you in. Because why? Yahusha shed his blood. I'm not here to worship the cross. I worship the lamb that was sacrificed on that cross, though. And when I look at the blood that came out of him and that was poured out on this cursed earth that we walk on, I have to look at it and I have to say, my first fruits belong to the Most High. Praise Yah that even having the breath of Yah in your sons or your daughters, whichever they are, the Most High is going to take your situation and rise you up from the low place that you at. But you got to walk through this valley of the shadow of unalivement right now. And it might be difficult, it might be tough, it might be embarrassing sometimes. You wish you could change some things. You're going to hear some things probably come out your children's mouth and different things like that. But all things work together. All things, sis, work together for the good of them that love the Most High. And if you love him, you keep his commandments. And that's called according to his purpose. All things work for the good. It works for his commandments. Of them that love, keep the commandments. The Most High, and that's called according to his purpose, not my will. Let yours be done. Let my life be a burnt offering before you, Yah. Hallelujah. For
Oh,
your motherhood.
yeah.
Hallelujah.
All
Send up
praises.
that offering to the Most High.
And I heard somebody say baby daddies earlier. Let's just stop calling each other baby mamas and baby daddy. That's your husband. That's your wife.
Well,
Just
one
let
of
it
them is
be.
my husband for sure.
Well, it was your husband even when you didn't know that it was that.
Right.
It
Most
just,
High knew who your husband
yeah.
was.
Because remember, didn't Yeshua, didn't Christ? He said, look, you got many husbands, and even the one you with right now is not yours.
Is not your husband.
No. He didn't say that. Hey, you got many boyfriends. You got many baby daddies. He didn't say that.
Right.
Can we
Malachi 3, 2 through 3. Okay. You want me to read that?
after you read that Pastor Knowledge, can we go to Psalms 37 again?
Yes, sir, we can. Hmm? One side. You still got to get the whole other side. Don't be cheating. Malachi. And yes, baby, I'm going to take a drink. I know.
3, 2 to 3.
Watching me.
I got it. You want me to read it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Malachi 3, 2 and 3. But who may abide the day of his coming? And who shall stand when he appears? For he is like a refiner's fire, and like fuller's soap. And he shall sit as a refiner and purifier of silver, and he shall purify the sons of Levi, and purge them as gold and silver, that they may offer unto Yahuwah an offering in righteousness.
What'd you say, sweetie?
And so I saw this girl talking about how she asked Jesus, like, what does that mean? And she ended up meeting a blacksmith, like an actual blacksmith, and she got to ask him, like, how is like silver made? And he was saying like, oh, you like have to hold it in the fire perfectly, and you can't take your eye off it. And she's like, why can't you take your eye off it? He's like, because you have to know exactly when it's ready. She's like, well, how do you know when it's ready? She's like, he said, when I see my reflection in it. And so he said, if you hold it there for too long, it will be impure. It will break. The silver will be ruined. But if you hold it there just right and you're able to pull it out just in time, it'll be perfect.
Nice little wisdom there. Remnant thought. You said go back to Psalms 37.
Yes, sir, please. And you can start at verse 1. Can you go ahead and read it for us?
Start at
Either
1.
one or sister?
You say start at 1?
Yes, sir.
Okay. A Mizmor of David. Fret not yourself because of evildoers, neither be envious against the workers of iniquity. For they shall soon be cut down like grass, and wither as the green herb. Trust in Yahweh and do good. So shall you dwell in the land, and truly you shall be fed. Delight yourself also in Yahweh, and he shall give you the desires of your heart. Commit your way unto Yahweh. Trust also in him, and he shall bring it to pass. And he shall bring forth your righteousness as the light, and your judgment as the noonday. Rest in Yahweh and wait patiently for him. Fret not yourself because of him who prospers in his way, because of the man who brings wicked devices to pass. Cease from anger and forsake wrath. Fret not yourself in any wise to do evil, for evildoers shall be cut off, but those that wait upon Yahweh, they shall inherit the earth. For yet a little while, and the wicked shall not be. Yes, you shall diligently consider his place, and it shall not be. But the meek shall inherit the earth, and shall delight themselves in the abundance of peace. The wicked plots against the just, and gnashes upon him with his teeth. Adonai shall laugh at him, for he sees that his day is coming. The wicked have drawn out the sword, and have bent their bow to cast down the poor and needy, and to slay such as be of upright conversation. Keep going. Did you want me to stop right there? Their sword shall enter into their own heart, their bows shall be broken. A little that a righteous man has is better than the riches of many wicked. For the arms of the wicked shall be broken, but Yahuwah upholds the righteous. Yahuwah knows the days of the upright, and their inheritance shall be forever. They shall not be ashamed in the evil time, and in the days of famine. They shall be satisfied, but the wicked shall perish, and the enemies of Yahuwah shall be as the fat of lambs. They shall consume into smoke. They shall consume into smoke shall they consume away. The wicked borrows and pays not again, but the righteous shows mercy and gives.
Can somebody sum all that up before you start reading again?
Don't be tripping on the wicked folk. They finna lose everything. The ones that used the poor and did them wrong, that borrowed from us or made us, take out loans and all those things. The Most High has seen all of it. Don't trip. Because I know a lot of us get mad and sometimes we be jealous because we ain't got what they got. But the Most High says, just wait. Your time is coming. My time is coming.
And that right there is where we at today. And how long have we been seeing that the wicked have just been steadily increasing and steadily increasing and steadily increasing? Look at the rulers of this land. Look at the people that sit in power in this land. How have they gotten their power? And what are they doing to the poor and the needy? And look at the ones that's walking upright. The ones that's walking upright are the ones that's turning back to the righteousness of as to who our God is. So when we look at that, we should all be starting to get happy. We should all start to understand that I have to hold on and endure this too, which is about to come. For during this famine, the Father will keep us. During this storm, He will protect us. During this drought, we will have plenty. So much so until the other nations gonna look and say, "Why is it that they're steady flourishing while we are steady going down?" Because your time has come to an end. The days of the Gentile are coming to a pass.
And I'll say it like this, where it said, cease from anger and forsake wrath. Fret not yourself in any wise to do evil. We don't need to do nothing evil. And I would even say that for like today, we think that we got to do things in unrighteous ways just to make it. Keep on doing the righteous thing. What does it say? Fret not. What does that scripture say about? Don't get weary and yes. Like, keep on doing the right thing. I know we don't get no I'm telling you right now, man, I don't get nothing for half these lives I done did for a long time. But I'm still going. You know, I ain't tripping. Because I know that eventually it's going to pay off. Eventually, the people going to get it. Eventually, they're going to start seeing, they're going to realize, man, we got to do the right thing. We got to make sure we leading people the right way. We can't be playing these games, you know, making sure that we doing what the heathens want us to do, having conversations that they want us to have. Of course, they're going to run the numbers up like that. And it's not about the numbers. I'm not making it about that. But it is about where we leading people to.
Thanks.
It is about that.
Remember that scripture where they was talking about like y'all people out here selling people for sandals, like, you know how despicable. I
They was selling them for what was it, for little bitty trophies.
in this, I forgot what scripture that is, but I forgot what was going on. It was like, it was saying like, oh, y'all out here selling people for sandals, like like mere sandals to put on your feet. And I was just reading that. I was like, yo, that is crazy. But if you really think about other countries, not the US, people are doing things like that. Like selling people for shoes just to put on their feet. Have you watched Slumdog Millionaire and all those movies? That stuff really does go on all over the world. Like there's other things going on. And it's like a beautiful how like people all over are coming together and like trying to do right. And
what's it called? Slumdog Millionaires?
Yeah, that movie, it won an Oscar. I think it won an Oscar or something like that. But it's crazy how the children who even acted in that movie, they didn't give them anything but a scholarship.
Yeah, I was looking at verse 13 in Psalms 37. But you're right, sis. A lot of crazy things do be happening over there. They be doing wild stuff. And then sometimes it's funny because sometimes the same people come over here and the first people that they look at is us, and they think that they're better than us for some reason. And we don't have no hate towards them. We just live in life, and it's like, man, it's amazing to me how, how crazy when you see the poverty of the places that they come from, but then the pride that they walk in because they feel like they're better than the children of Yasharel sometimes. But anyway,
That scamming
what?
culture comes from them too. They bring that scamming culture.
Grand Rising. Excuse me, but Grand Rising. I went to private school, David L. Ellis, Greater Grace. I went to Evangelical, Pastor Bogle. I went to Solomon Temple.
Go ahead and mute him until we the people thank you.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that was about. But all right, brother. I won't be long. So in case y'all gotta go back to him. Psalms 37. It says
we at verse 18.
I was doing verse 13. Is that cool?
Yeah. I thought you said verse 18. That's why I was asking.
No. I know you stopped. You paused. But 13 says, here it is. The Adonai shall laugh at him, for he seeth that his day is coming. Now, this is funny to me because the Most High is laughing at the wicked. And the reason why we know that he's laughing at the wicked, I think it's in Psalms chapter 2. He says, "Why did the heathen rage?" I'm trying to quote it off the top. There it is. It says, "Why do the heathen rage and the people imagine a vain thing? The kings of the earth have set themselves, and the rulers take counsel together against the Most High and against His anointed, saying, 'Let us break their bands asunder and cast away their cords from us.'" What would feel like bondage to the Gentiles? Maybe the law, statutes, and commandments. Verse 4, "He that sits in the heavens shall what? Shall laugh, because the Most High is going to have them in derision. That's the reason why he's going to laugh. And I think it's so funny because it looked like the Most High was just losing, because the earth got so bad that he had to send a flood. After he sent a flood, nobody was there. Then after that, he chooses an old man and an old woman, Sarah and Abraham. After he chooses an old man and an old woman, Sarah and Abraham, what gets so crazy about this is that when they're told about the prophecy about Isaac coming, what did Sarah and Abraham do? They laughed. And when the Most High visited Sarah about, "Why did you laugh?" She said, "No, I wasn't laughing," and all that other stuff like that. But when the baby was born, they called that baby Isaac. And Isaac name means laughter. Do you know that Isaac, the chosen seed, is the laughter of the Most High at the Gentiles and all of the wicked? He's laughing at them through us being here and his plans going forward. That laugh is Isaac. That Isaac is a laughter coming from the heavens of the Most High on the ones that hate the Most High, the nations that hate the Most High, the wicked that hate the Most High. But all praise be unto the Most High that when we look at our bloodline, we can see the laughter of the Most High at the Gentiles through Isaac.
And I just want to add on to that. If you go down to Psalms 2:8, it says, "Only ask, and I will give you the nations as your inheritance, the whole earth as your possession." So,
And we can go back to Psalms 37 and 8. This right here at Psalms 37 and 8, that's something that we really need to look at us as Israel. "Cease from anger and forsake wrath. Don't fret. It leads only to evil doing." So often, how much do we hear, "I can't wait till we get in the land so I can go ahead and execute judgment, so I could go ahead and do this stuff, so I can go ahead and do that." So all these things right here, the Father tells us to seek from that anger. Don't be about that. Don't even consider wrath against them, because the only thing that is going to lead you to is evil. That's all it's going to lead you into is evil. And let's look at us in Israel and be honest with ourselves. Let's look at the men that are called leaders in Israel, and what do they teach the people? They teach them anger and wrath. They teach them vengeance and unforgiveness. If you go back and look at what the word is really telling us, how much of unforgiveness is in the word? How much unforgiveness have the Father shown unto us? How much sin have we walked into? How much filth have we put upon our souls? But we want the Father to forgive us, and we want him to cease from the anger that he has placed upon us, and we want to walk from under his wrath, but we can't let other people do the same thing. Because of what? Because of what? Because of the hardness of our hearts. And he tells us to soften y'all. He tells you to break your heart, to break that sin. But we would rather hold on to the hardness of our hearts instead of walk in the love of our Father and be truly free.
I'm gonna be honest with you, Elder. I'm gonna be honest with you on that. I do have that long suffering, that compassion for our people, right? Even those who hate us, right? Be it that they are our people, and they still hate us. But for those who hate the Most High first, and then us, yeah, I ain't got nothing for them. I'm not even gonna hold you. I'm not even gonna play with you, your intelligence, right? This is Yashar speaking truthfully about our enemies and those who hate the Most High. I don't have nothing for them. Just like the Most High ain't got no forgiveness for them at all. So that's just how I move and that's how I understand it. So with no disrespect.
But brother, you also got to remember, he also said that he had patience and hope that Babel would repent from her doings. And so when we look at those things like that, if we really want to see it, I think it was in the Gospels. In Matthew, I taught on that today. Hold on. Go ahead and say something. Let me go to this right quick. Hold on.
Yeah, so just dealing with what I had up there yesterday, Psalms 83. That's the concrete foundation when it comes down to the haters.
I'll make sure y'all tap
The
the
concrete
screen.
foundation. And that concrete foundation, it don't change and it ain't never changing. All of those haters, all of those enemies of the Most High, and then we his people, they ain't got no access. They ain't got no forgiveness of nothing, no repentance of nothing. It's a wrap for all of them.
And also that causes us to have bitterness and anger, and we can't enter heaven with that.
Can we go to Matthew 18 and verse 23 to 35?
Are we putting a pin in this? Are we still coming back to this chapter?
Yeah.
You said Matthew
18 and 23 to verse 35.
18 and 23 to verse 31, you mean, Elder?
Nah, go all the way to 35.
35.
Chapter 23. We said 18. 23. Therefore is the kingdom of heaven likened unto a certain king, which would take account of his servants. And when he had begun to reckon, one was brought unto him, which owed him 10,000 talents. But forasmuch as he had not to pay, his Adonai commanded him to be sold, and his woman, and children, and all that he had, and payment to be made. The servant therefore fell down and worshipped him, saying, Adonai, have patience with me, and I will pay you all. Then the Adonai of the servant was moved with compassion, and loosed him, and forgave him the debt. But the same servant went out and found one of his fellow servants, which owed him 100 pence. And he laid hands on him, and took him by the throat, saying, Pay me that you owe. And his fellow servant fell down at his feet and besought him, saying, Have patience with me, and I will pay you all. And he would not, but went and cast him into prison till he should pay the debt. So when his fellow servants saw what was done, they were very sorry, and came and told unto their Adonai all that was done. Then his Adonai, after he had called him, and said unto him, O you wicked servant, I forgave you all that debt, because you desired me. Should not you also have had compassion on your fellow servant, even as I had pity on you? And his Adonai was angry, and delivered him to the tormentors, till he should pay all that was due unto him. So likewise shall my heavenly Father do also unto you, if you from your hearts forgive not everyone his brother their transgressions.
Right there. Question for
His
Israel.
brethren, the elder. His brethren. He didn't say every heathen. He didn't say that. He said his brethren. And when you understand who the brethren are, according to the Gospels, it's the children of Yahusharah. It ain't got nothing to do with no other nation. Just to be clear.
Okay, now I got a question for you, General. What makes Israel Israel and separates them from the other nations, seeing that we, all that are sitting on this live, were members of the other nations not too long ago?
Our covenant that he made with our forefathers.
But wait up, hold on.
I'm just answering it clearly. I understand the question. I'm answering it.
I'm not finished with it. Name one person that was born righteously into Israel since the
This
day
is
we
two.
left
This is a two
captivity.
question. This is two questions now, Elder. It's not the same question. You
Okay,
asked
go
the
ahead.
first question.
The
The
first one
first
is,
question is our covenant. That's
okay,
what makes us Israel. That's what makes us Yahshua, right? And that also makes us Yahshua coming out of the other nations, right? Be it that we were practicing Gentiles, right? That makes us that confirms we are when it comes down to us being scattered to the four corners of the earth and the restoration of His people.
okay. How many of us kept that covenant while we were in captivity before we understood what the covenant was?
Oh, I couldn't answer that. I'm not the Most High.
Okay, so when we say that it's only for our brethren, we have been laboring among the other nations for how long? We have become just like the other nations in the sight of the Father. We are seeds of evildoers. All because of what?
Well, hold
Well, in
on,
the
hold on,
beginning
Elder.
of in the beginning of that
Hold on 1
chapter,
second, Elder.
it
Hold on 1
says,
second, Okoti. One second, 1 second.
can I read the beginning of that
Elder,
chapter?
What you talking
23.
about?
1 second. Just give me a second, and you can do what you need to do. Yes, we were practitioners of the other nations, which made us Gentiles. We definitely understand that. Elder, that don't have anything to do with the covenant that He made that He would never break with us. From Genesis, from Adam to now, it's always been preached about repentance for us to come back home. It's always been that. It's always been repentance. So if I understand repentance, that means that we have access to being forgiven for our wicked ways because of the covenant that we made, right? With the Most High. I don't read that nowhere from Genesis to Revelations when it come down to these other nations that you want us to be cordial with those who hate our Father. Don't tell us to do that nowhere, but the brother.
Okay, before I comment,
General, you keep coming in and out. You keep cutting off.
Well, in the beginning of that
Oh, my fault.
chapter
I'm just
23
getting to
in
the house,
Matthew,
so I'm
it says,
disconnecting.
then Jesus said to the crowds and to his disciples, the teachers of religious law and the Pharisees are the official interpreters of the law of Moses. So practice and obey whatever they tell you, but don't follow their example, for they don't practice what they teach. They crush people with unbearable religious demands and never lift a finger to ease the burden. Everything they do is for show. On their arms they wear extra wide prayer boxes and with scripture verses inside, and they wear robes with extra long tassels, and they love to sit at the head tables at banquets and in the seats of honor in the synagogues. They love to receive respectful greetings as they walk into the marketplaces and to be called rabbi. Don't let anybody call you rabbi, for you only have one teacher, and all of you are equal as brothers and sisters. And don't address anyone here on earth as father, for only God in heaven is your spiritual father. And don't let anyone call you teacher, for you have only one teacher, the Messiah. The greatest among you must be a servant. But those who exalt themselves will be humbled, and those who humble themselves will be exalted.
Hallelujah. All praise to the Most High for His unchanging word.
Can I add something to
But
the conversation, Jen?
I was gonna read this First Kings chapter 8, verse 50 that was put in the comments.
Yeah, that was the one that I was going to ask if I could read, but go
Oh,
ahead,
go
you
ahead,
got it,
bro.
Pass. No,
Read
no, no,
that.
no, man. I can't read and drive at the same time.
Oh,
I'm back on
okay.
the road.
And forgive your people that have sinned. And y'all hear that's First Kings chapter 8, verse 50. And forgive your people that have sinned against you. And
Wait
all
a
their
second, General. We can agree that the people that sinned against the Most High, that's bloodline Israel, right? Bloodborne Israel. I hope you can hear me.
say what again? I'm sorry.
Bloodborne Israel, the bloodline of Israel. That's who we're talking about in First Kings, correct? The ones that have the covenant.
Yeah, if that's what it's saying about, yeah, First Kings, if it's talking about us in the covenant, yeah, it's talking about us.
Okay.
We the only
All
ones
right.
with the
Cool.
covenant.
All right. Cool. I just want to add to you might have known this already, but I'm just making sure that we're on the same ground. Go ahead, Pass. You got it.
And forgive your people that have sinned against you, and
That
all
was
their
us.
transgressions,
That was us because we sinned greatly against the Most High. Kind of what Remnant Thought was saying. Go ahead, bro.
and all their transgressions wherein they have transgressed against you, and give them compassion before them who carried them captive, that they may have compassion on them.
So the only reason why the Most High, according to what he's saying, when he forgives Israel, the only reason why he's giving us compassion in front of our enemies is because he wants us to have compassion on them who are the ones that brought us into captivity. Do you see that as a part of the plans that the Most High have for us? Or is that something that you don't really subscribe to?
No, I don't see that as a plan at all.
Okay.
Not, not,
So,
not. See, this is the thing, right? Because I don't see the scriptures even telling us to go around to attack or to do anything to the heathens. And you don't never hear
nah,
Yashar pushing no type of narrative, right? But what
nah,
I don't
never.
see, right? What I don't see is us having to be humble and kind to disrespect when it comes to who we are as a nation of people. When they want to say, oh, well, look at the BLKs or well, you just a blase blase. Listen, if y'all need to be kind and cordial with them, by all means, do you. I'm not. You see what I'm saying? Like that's not in me to be like that towards those type of people. But if that's in you, by all means, do what you do.
I think you just gotta be humble to action and like humbled about your father's business. Like we have to come together and like if we're doing something, ain't can't no laws or no like, oh, you need permits. No, we're doing God's business and nothing's gonna stop us because we're unified and we're doing that. We're humbled. We're God's biggest servants, and if this is what He wants us to collectively come together, take care of women, children, have young men be really skilled and know how to really take care of themselves, then we don't have to have laws and permits and all that stuff to make sure we can do whatever we need to do because God's going to make it happen regardless. So when you humble yourself, it's like humbling your energy like, oh, it's going to happen. It's going to work out because this is what God wants to happen. We don't have to fight. We don't have to get rowdy. We don't have to do none of that. We just got to come together in agreement of what we want to happen. And that's what we're focusing our energy on. And that's what we're moving with. And then that's how you move. That's what Jesus and his disciples were doing. Like, okay, they had meetings all the time. Black men in the 40s and 50s and 60s always had meetings, always was meeting somewhere up. Black men don't meet up today. Like online, they do, but this is all public. Everybody can see this. You got to start meeting up, like boots to ground, like coming together. And that's how you really start moving. But that's what it means to be humble. You don't have to come online and do all that. You just gotta, okay, find your people, link up, and start moving. And that's how I think it's talking about in the scripture when it says, like, be a servant, be humble, and you'll get everything that is supposed to come to you. And it's nobody can stop it. When God says yes, nobody can say no. Anything that's for you is for you. Nobody can take that away. It's going to come to you. And it's going to come to you a lot faster if you're just doing what you're supposed to do. And you're doing it in a brotherly and a sisterly way. Working with your brothers, not worried about, oh, what am I going to get back from this? Oh, what am I going to see from? No, just do what God tells you to do. And sometimes we be fighting that. Like when God be like, oh, give that man this. You be like, what? I don't know him. I'm not. I said, give him $1 now. You be like, okay, here's $1, and you be like, okay, God, and then you be like, thank you for doing that. I remember I bought 2 bananas, and randomly I'm walking, and God said, give that man your banana. Give him one of your bananas, and I was like, okay. Here's a banana. He was like, oh, thank you. God bless you. Thank you so much. And I don't know, he probably hasn't eaten. He looked like he was homeless. Like, he was an older man. But when you look, like, sometimes people be ignoring that voice and they just don't be moving.
I think it's a real thing for General to say what he said. I don't think the brother's lying when he say that he don't feel nothing for him. I think that I can respect it because at least you're not being fake about it. You ain't trying to be a hypocrite about it. With that, I'm going to say this part: the compassion that the Most High said that we'll have on the enemies that held us in captivity. Once He gives us the compassion first, it might not be in you right now to have it, But if the Most High gave you the capacity to do that, I know you wouldn't go against the Most High's will if that's what He told you to do, being a soldier in His army. Like you know what I'm saying. Your name is General. I know you. You know how to follow orders. And that's what I'm saying is like, yo, even though you ain't got it right now, like you know what I'm saying, if the Most High gave you the strength to do that, would you carry it out if that was His orders to you?
Whatever he say, I do. It's that simple for me. Even now, when I read his instructions, I'm 10 toes to the grounds, right? Trying to make that happen, right? And things that I can make happen, I do. Things that I got to work on, I'm working on it. You know what I'm saying? I ain't perfect in the laws yet, but man, I am striving to be such.
As we all are.
Well, I just wanted to give my testimony of when choosing forgiveness actually made a difference. So I was on my way out the Navy, right? So when you at the base, when you in Chicago, you get separated at the base or whatever, right? So I'm in there with these YT people who are racist. So they never really said anything to me, so I never really paid them no mind, but you can hear them talking about other people. So one day after I was made leader of the division, I hear him talking about me. So instantly, at that time I was younger, so instantly I react. It's a reaction, right? So I didn't know that those YT people was already being investigated to be kicked out for to get oh my God, what is it when they kick you out the Navy? Oh my God, I can't think of the word right now because I'm on the spot. But when they asked me, I didn't
Dishonorably
say that again.
discharged.
Yeah, dishonorably discharged, right? So they come to me because I was the last, like we got into it. So the people that's running it, they come to me. So when they asked me what was said and if he was really being racist, I had the chance right there to really throw him under the bus, have a hard heart, and not listen to him or not show him forgiveness and show him mercy and show him the error of his ways. But I chose to. So after I chose to, me and him talked. And after we talked, it was like they got closer to more of the black people after that. Cause they didn't, I guess they grew up in a town, or I guess it is a town where they were racist and that people were racist. So they didn't really know anything about or hang around too many black people. So they were going off what their fathers was teaching them or told them or whatever. And it was like after that, they all started to integrate in with everybody and it was no more tension. All because I chose to say, you know what, I'm going to forgive you. You came to me apologizing. I'm not going to throw you under the bus. I forgive you, bro. You got it.
Well, I'll say this, right? Just so that everybody can understand Yashar, right? So last week, I stopped to go to the store, and a YT guy, drunk, a biker at that, right? And he's part of a racist biker group too, where I'm from, where I'm at. I noticed all of this, right? Mind you, I'm on the line talking to one of our UPK brothers. So he heard the whole interaction. So I'm like, man, I almost hit you, man. Watch out, man. You tripping. And he talking. So I jump out the truck and I go and I want to talk to him, right? So I try and address him. I try to address him, right? Showing compassion, right? I don't have no anger, no hate, right? I see in his face, in his eyes that he drunk, intoxicated. And I can hear it in his tone. So my approach and everything about my aggression, it ain't even on that type of time. Just because I know where he is, where his mind is. He ain't even in a straight mind for me to even deal with him if I was going to deal with him like that. Because me personally, I don't bully people. I don't take advantage of people because they're in a certain state. You got other people that will actually do that. Nah, I need you right where you need to be at. Clear mind so you understand what happened to you and why it happened. So I try and address the man. And because he was mumbling, I said, what? He say it again. I said, what? And so he walk up to me. Mind you, he in my space where I got all right to defend myself if I need to, but it wasn't that. Even though he walked into my space, he didn't touch me, right? He didn't spit on me. Nothing happened. Just the fact that he was trying to see where I was. How much control did I have over me? Right? And this was a spiritual thing. This didn't have nothing to do with the actual man. Right? So what I did was I said, since we in front of a few people, come over here, let me talk to you. So it's just me and you talking. No, I don't want to talk. I said, remember that. And I walked away. Now, you understand how I stand. I don't have no compassion for these people. I don't even like to be in their space at all. But in that time frame, I could have chose to react in how they've been reacting and dealing with us. But I showed the spirit, right? I showed the fruits of the spirit, should I say. And just to let you know, I still feel the same way about them. Ain't nothing changed. It's just that I understand that it ain't time. The Most High didn't say I can go and do anything to our enemies. I don't read that nowhere. So I don't. But the understanding of who they are is there. Me forgiving them and they ain't asked for it? Man, stop playing with me.
General, I have a question. What makes a man our enemy? Is it his color or is it his spirit?
It's the spirit.
It's the spirit. So when we look at the spirit and we look at that right there, how many of our forefathers' enemies, when they were in the land and they were trying to conquer the land, how many of them were white tees?
I don't know.
Probably
I couldn't tell you that.
The Canaanites weren't white tees.
I'll be lying if I said anything.
Wait up, was the Canaanites white tees?
Well, the Canaanites, yeah, they was leprous people.
Okay.
There's two different type of white people on this earth too. So
what about the Philistines?
there's the ones that
they were
black women can naturally birth, just even with a black man, and then there's the other people that
we got you, Coach, but we ain't talking about that. We definitely ain't talking about that.
What about the Egyptians and the Assyrians?
Some Assyrians were the Assyrians are our people. They Shemites. But even with that being stated, some of them were leprous also. That's a curse from the Most High.
Right.
So I understand that some of these people were lepers. Some of these nations, especially the Canaanites, were just that. Right, just like, for example, those Ish people that we call the Israelis today in the land, they are your true ancient Canaanites, whether y'all understand it or not. This is why they don't want, and this is why they make it illegal to take DNA tests there now, because it reveals who they truly are, ancient wise.
What I was trying to make, what I was trying to get across was that even back when the children of Israel came out of bondage and when they served in hard bondage in Egypt, and they came out and they went into Babylon and Assyria, they still were scattered among black folks. It was black people that did all this to them. It was people of our skin color that did this to them. And that's why I
Hmm.
asked the question about, is it
General, you're making
Hey.
too much noise.
is it the flesh or is it the spirit that we war against?
He rolling.
Because if it's the flesh, then I understand why people feel the way that they do when it comes to that color. But if it's the spirit, then we have to try the spirit by the spirit to see of which God it serves and which God it represents. We're going to have some that are not of Israel that's going to take the God of Israel as their own. Look at what happened to Ruth. Look at what happened to Jericho, the grandmother of David. Somebody help me.
Say it again.
The grandmother
Ruth,
of David.
yeah, I don't understand Ruth to be no Moabite.
But okay, you might not understand that be a Moabite, but what about the lady that helped the children of Israel when they were taking over Jericho? What was she?
There's an echo somewhere.
She was of another nation. That's a fact.
She was another nation, and she became the grandmother of who?
She was a grandmother of David, right?
Right. And so, are we supposed to discount her?
Yep, David. Rahab was her name.
There you go, Rahab. And so, I'm just saying all, and then look at Moses.
Oh,
Moses
hold
had
on. I don't mean to cut you off, but when I was talking about this yesterday, about individuals in the nation, about individuals in the nation, I was told I was wrong.
Hey, General,
hold
I
on,
had
we
to
have an
mute you.
echo.
It's a lot of feedback coming from your end.
I'm sorry. Yesterday, when I was talking about individuals that wasn't of Israel, that became a part of Israel, I was told that was wrong because the Father only deals with nations. That's what I was told. But when I brought up these same stories yesterday, it I'm just saying we can't use that narrative today. If yesterday when I was trying to use that narrative, y'all told me I was wrong, and he
But
only deals with nations.
wait up. The things that we use in the narrative for the day is maybe to back up what you're saying. So, in other
Yeah, no,
words,
it backs up what I
but
said about
see,
You
and
know,
that's
there's
Yahuwah
two
using
families there.
individuals.
and
It
I
backs
listen,
up what I said.
but
That's why I said when I said it yesterday, it was something different. It was, oh no, he doesn't work with individuals. He only does nations. But today,
Let's just be clear, fam. Like, cause we talking like we don't have no understanding, right? So if that woman, right, if she brings forth a son from another nation, let's just be very clear. They won't be a king of Yehuda. They won't be a king of the nation of Yahusharal at all. Just like when we went into the land of Canaan, so called, we could take all women that was not touched because all of these women are the Most High's daughters according to his words, except for the ones that he chose, that he said for us not to touch those nations. So now, when I'm understanding that these women that's not touched by another man, yeah, they come from another nation, but the children that they bring forth are of the children of Yahshua. Now I'm getting an understanding, and then we get an understanding that these women are of Shem. They come through the lineage of Shem, even though they're not of our nation. So I'm like, where's the understanding? Trying to put all of these other nations in instead of understanding why the Most High is allowing certain people and dealing with certain people the way He deals with them. So now y'all trying to say He's a contradiction to Himself? Like, come on, fam, what are y'all doing?
we're
We're
not saying.
supposed to be seeking understanding, fam, not just having these conversations so we can have ooh, ah, and people want to agree with us because other nations want to get in and take our heritage. Like, y'all gotta wake up, fam.
Okay,
But
so a long time ago, I saw a YouTube video about this journalist who traveled to Israel, and he was like getting into the Bible, wanted to see, the real tribes of Israel, the 12 sons of Israel. And he was interviewing this black man who was from one of the tribes, and he was saying that he has all his documentation, like all his family is like it's their land. They are the chosen people in the Bible. He has all his records. He said his personal family is 700 men. 700, but they don't get into the conflict with the people who claim to be God's people and all that, because where they live at, they have everything that they need to have, and they also know who they are, and those people don't come on their land. They don't mess with them. They don't. He was dressed like he was straight out the Bible, and he had a robe on. He was saying that like they have the laws of Moses in his family. They all follow it. Like, and he was talking about like how the people who claim to be who they are not who they are, and that they've always been there. Like, yeah, Black people can come and see us where our community's open. You can come here. Like, we welcome our people. We know the truth. We have all of our records. So I have never been able to find that video again and I saved it in my YouTube.
But sister, hold on. We're not talking about that part of the conversation. Right now we're talking about the people.
But the original conversation is about husbands and men and how to protect your family, how you're coming together, how to be a leader, and claiming what's yours.
Now, but you're changing the conversation for what we're having now. To go back after we have this one, then we'll be glad to go back to address that.
Well, I forgot. I don't know what your name is. We the something. He was saying how like we are the original people. There's people there who can't even do DNA tests and claim that they're the people, but they are the ones who are claiming rights to the land and all that. So that's why I said that, because I was just going off of what he was saying. But go ahead and say what you were saying, sir.
Okay. Now, General, we also have to remember the tribe of Ephraim is a combination of Yasharel and Egypt, because Ephraim came from the mother of an Egyptian. And so are we supposed to discount the northern kingdom, Ephraim and Manasseh?
No, sir. What I understand about the captivity in Egypt, right? And this is in Isaiah as well. Matter of fact, let's just pull it real quick.
Okay. So in general, I'm not trying to be combative, but if you can show me what you're talking about, like you're doing now, that's what I would appreciate. So I can get more understanding.
You say say that again. I'm sorry.
I say I'm not trying to be combative or go against what you're saying, but I'm thanking you for giving me some scripture so I can go back and look at what you're saying right now.
Oh yeah, no sweat. And I wasn't taking it like that at all, Elder. I'm just passionate like that. That's just how I talk. And I'm not taking it no type of way. Let me see. Is it 54? Where's my cell phone? Okay, here we go. Grab my phone real quick.
And that's tap.
Hold on, Syrians. What did they do? Oh my God, man! I can't stay on how these brain farts.
Where we at in the conversation?
I was saying that Ephraim and Manasseh came from the mother of an Egyptian. Well, came from Egypt.
Hold on, I gotta meet General real quick because Hey, General, you must be like in the car or something, because it's the feedback that we're getting. But when I be in the car sometimes, what I have to do is take it off the Bluetooth speaker. I don't know if that's what you got. I'm just saying. That way, it's clear. But I don't know if you rolling or not. Because if you rolling, then you definitely can't stop that unless you hit your Bluetooth and then turn your radio off. Go ahead, finish what you were saying. Who was that? Remnant.
Yeah, I was just saying that I had so general that if we look at it, Joseph had two children, Ephraim and Manasseh, and they were by an Egyptian woman. So what are we supposed to say about the northern kingdom? Because when we go back and look at it, I think in his Ezekiel, he said that Ephraim and Judah will be one in his hand. So if we look at the other nations, how do we judge the other nations as to who the other nations truly are, seeing that we have been scattered amongst them for so long?
We the people. We just read that yesterday. Remember we went over that? Yeah, you go ahead. I'm going back to this chapter that I read yesterday. Y'all feel free to speak. I don't have to be so silent. Just stay on the topic. That'd be the hard part.
And so going back to what we were talking about originally, it's just that we as Israel, we have been scattered amongst the other nations. And in our Father's eyes, we look just like the other nations. What separates Israel from the other nations is circumcision of the flesh and circumcision of the heart. Those are the two things that separate Israel from the other nations. It's not the color of our skin, even though the color of our skin carries the seed of Jacob. But when it comes to who we are coming out of our captivity, it's about our heart. It's about the circumcision of your heart. Because the Father tells us this. He says, all of Israel have gone down into the pit with those of the other nations who are uncircumcised in flesh. But all of Israel is uncircumcised in heart. So we have to come back to him as Israel, not only in flesh and in heart.
So, Elder, if you turn Isaiah 52:4 for me, Isaiah 52:4. So, my understanding, right, that this AKA Egyptian princess or queen or whatever you want to call her that married Joseph.
52:4.
Right.
You want me to go?
What's our Shemitic stock?
Say it one more time.
I say, understand the wife of Yosef was of our Shemitic stock from Shem, our forefather. Based off of this verse here.
Well, if we look at it that way, General, then that means we can go ahead and intermarry with Ishmael.
Say again?
If we look at it the way that you're looking at it, we can go ahead and intermarry with Ishmael and Esau.
Well, I would say it like this. He made it very clear who we can and who we can't. Now, if you want to, just try and, be funny about it, and go against what he said on who we can and who we can't, then I get it. But if you're going to go by his instructions, then you're going to understand what he's saying. You're going to understand why we were able to marry some of these people when he tell us not to deal with certain nations. Right? Like it's about understanding last time I checked. It's not just about knowing.
But the question that I'd have to ask you, what separated Joseph's wife from other Assyrians or other Egyptians? So what separated her to where she was special, to where he could have children with her, and we couldn't have children with other ladies of Egypt or other ladies of Assyria?
Last time I checked, we can only marry virgins.
We weren't supposed to marry women
Last time I
of
checked.
foreign nations, right? Whether they were virgins or not.
Well, that's what we did when we went into our land. The scriptures tell us that when we came out of our Exodus, Elder. That's exactly what we did. Especially the tribe of Benjamin.
So that means our nations were started by, well, the mothers of our nations came from other nations.
It's hard to understand.
Are you saying all? Is that what you're saying? You saying all?
No, I'm not saying that.
So what are you saying, Elder?
I'm saying this right here. According to your premises, that as long as you have the Semitic line, you can marry a man, or a man of Israel can have a child with you. Is that what you're saying?
Except for the ones that he said that we couldn't. Yes.
Okay.
He made that very clear.
So the Egyptians and the Assyrians weren't a part of that.
I mean, the Egyptians is not even a people. That's just that's a condition. If you're talking about Mizraim, Mizraim was in what you would call Upper Egypt. We were in Lower Egypt.
So the Egyptians aren't a people.
I'm sorry?
You said the Egyptians not a people?
So who is the father of Egypt? Like what son do we see that's named Egypt? Because I've never seen a man named Egypt. Unless I'm here in America and one of these sisters.
It was to show that Joseph was fully integrated into Egypt.
Hold on, Akoti. Hold on, Akoti. Please don't do that. Because that don't have anything to do with what the elder is talking about right now.
So can I ask y'all something? The thing concerning Egypt, do we have an understanding that Egypt is a Greece name? It was a Greek name that was given to the landmass known as Mizraim.
That's what That's what I just said. Mizraim
Right,
was in what you call. Go ahead.
Which was one of the sons of Ham.
So that's why I said it the way I said it. We the people.
Okay, all right.
It's two different parts of Egypt. We should
Thanks.
all
Upper
understand.
Egypt, Lower Egypt. One of them was called Kemet. I think it was the Black Land, and then you had the upper one. I think it was called the Red Land, if I'm not mistaken. Right?
It would have been flipped the other way around.
I got you.
We would have been the red people. They would have been the black people.
Facts on facts.
So if you and then how you understand that is because they unified the kingdoms. Right? They had to go to war. The kingdoms, if they were the same people, why would Mizraim fight against Mizraim? I don't read that nowhere in their history. But I see them fighting against the Assyrians. I see them fighting against Shemites. That's why you see, at some point in time, you see so-called black rulership.
But
and that's coming from the Shemites. But go ahead.
All right, so let me ask this. This is just for clarification. So we do have an understanding that Jacob could not have mixed with his own people because Dinah was the only daughter. Now, because they was mixing with other people during that time that they was in Egypt, would not they have mixed with Ham, which means that the name would be switched righteously from Abram to Abraham, showing the people that they would mix with later?
Not according to my understanding. That's not why his name is Abraham, because we mix with the children of Cam. I don't see that.
Well, you remember when they was multiplying, right? I think it was 70 souls that came in to Egypt at that time. I think that's Exodus, the first chapter, if I'm not mistaken.
70
When they
souls
mul-
that came out of the loins of Jacob.
So that what are you saying that we were in Upper Egypt?
no. What I'm saying is this. It's simple. I'm saying that we kept our bloodline alive through the men. So just like Moses had, I think, an Ethiopian woman, it didn't matter that she was Ethiopian because the seed was from Abraham down to the children of Israel, down to the Levites through Moses. You see what I'm saying?
Con. And that's
Okay.
I mean I did say that, and then Elder he came back and said, "Are we the sons of foreign women?" And it's like, I mean,
Nah, we sons of
if
our
that's
father.
if you want to look at it as foreign women, you know,
Uh-huh.
that's something personal, but I don't see it that way.
But
No, what I'm saying, well, maybe this is to Remnant more than to you, Brother Remnant. When we look at how, what's that, Mizraim, not Mizraim, Jacob's sons, I can't think of their name right now, Ephraim and Manasseh, they were from the seed of Jacob. When they had children, they would have children whose bloodlines would be carried on through the sons. So how can we credit another nation with the birth of our people if the credit from the Most High is being given to the Father that carry on that bloodline?
it is always the father that carries on the bloodline, because remember, and I understand what everybody's saying. When Ephraim and Manasseh and Jacob told Joseph that these are my sons, he could do that because the seed that came from Joseph came from Jacob. So it's always carried by the father. It's never carried by the mother as far as the inheritance, the lineage, or the soul. It's always carried by the father. But when we look at, if we say, okay, I hate the other nations. Question, what if the seed of that child came from an Israelite man, but that mother was from another nation? So what do we do about that child, and what do we do about that mother? Because we can't teach that child to hate his mother, because if we teach that child to hate his mother, now we're teaching that child to go against the covenant of the father, because honor thy father and thy mother, so that thy days may be long in the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. And so if we look at it that way, then how can we have that much hate and animosity towards another nations when a lot of Israel is coming out of another nation?
So in that sense, and you let me know if this makes sense or not, we have the converts that was allowed to be treated a certain type of way. They had to give up their God, they had to give up their language, they had to give up their land, they had to give up their kingdom, and they had to, I think I said God, but they had to give up all of those things. When they gave up all of those things, that put them in a position to be righteously brought into Israel, and the men is still carrying on their bloodline. So why would they hate their mother if they serve the same Elohim?
That's the key
This
right
is the thing
there.
too, Remy,
That
and people. We didn't, as far as our ancient Hebraic thought, we don't read nowhere where we see any of the sons being taught about the mother's lineage. That's a modern thought process that you're trying to put with our ancient. It don't fit like that.
That's a good point.
So when I'm looking at how we dealt with our sons, right? We taught them everything about our culture. Thus, the women, when they shaved their heads, that was brought from another nation to come into our nation, right? To learn our ways. They didn't open their mouth about where they came from, Elder. They didn't talk about the old days when they was in their land and all that. She had set her sons up for failure. He ended up getting unalived for speaking like that. Remember the Egyptian son, the Egyptian servant that had a son with a Yashara woman, and that son spoke real greasy and did something real greasy. One of the family members went and told him, and that son was unalived. So it's not something that took place. So I'm not sure where you get that understanding from.
Now, we just established the fact that in Ephraim and Manasseh, their mother was wicked, but they still carried the seed of their father, right? Anytime was they taught to hate their mother and their mother, or to hate any one of their other descendants or relatives that came from there. Because when it's all about what we the people have said. We the people said it's about if that woman gives herself over to the God of Israel, to the covenant of the God of Israel, and accept the people of the God of Israel. That's when that woman now becomes a part of the people of Israel, because she accepted everything about that man, and everything about that man has become a part of her. Is that what you were saying, we the people?
So yeah, so there's the parts that General was bringing up, and he was talking about how they was pretty much like prisoners of war. The women were spared; they had to shave off their heads. After they shaved off their heads, they was able to marry. They had some time to mourn because they was leaving everything behind. So I'm more so on what General was saying when I'm like, man, I got to be in agreement about that. These women would not have been allowed to speak on those things, and I think Israel would have did them in for less. There was even a time when I believe that the men had to leave behind the children and the women and had to separate from them because these were people that wasn't following the Most High. So there's definitely a divvying up. Can't deny that. Guess not. I think that's what you hold. When it's not to the commandment, our father and our mother, or if your father is of another nation or your mother is of a nation, you still gotta pay the honor. But even Yahusha said, yo, I came with a sword. I came to turn the father against the I'm about to say it all wrong and backwards, but y'all know what I'm saying. I came to turn the father against the son, the mother against the daughter, and all this other stuff like that. He came to divvy this thing up. So if he's saying like that's what it's going to be. I can't. And then there's even a prophecy about how everybody got to go back to their own lands. The Most High don't want us all together, and that everybody's going to have to split up. So it seems like people are going to in that day they're going to know who to assemble with if they have to. Everybody has to go to their own lands. So there's a lot of I see a lot of evidence on what General is saying. I'm not saying I don't see what you're saying, but I need you to show like more evidence towards that so I can get a better understanding.
Okay. When you say everyone is going to go back to their land, with Israel, when we go back to our land, it is going to be determined by our heart. Would you agree?
No, if I go by Ezekiel 20, 33 through 38, no, it ain't got nothing to do with that.
So it doesn't have anything to do with you going back to your land according to your heart. So why would the Father let us back into the land with a defiled heart?
Well, I didn't never say that we wasn't gonna get no correction. That's why I gave you Ezekiel 20, 33 through 38, remnant.
Okay. Let's go to that right quick so I can see what you're saying.
No sweat.
Ezekiel, which one?
20, 33 through 38. Or you can start at 33 is good. Yep.
Go ahead. You can go ahead and read it, General.
Oh, no sweat. I thought you was gonna get it. It says this. As I live, said the Adonai Yahweh, surely with a mighty hand and with a stretched out arm and with fury poured out will I rule over you. And I will bring you out from the people and will gather you out of the countries wherein you are scattered. Ain't nobody else coming with us. It's just us. That's what he just said, right? We the only ones that scattered. He says, with a mighty hand and with a stretched out arm and with fury poured out. 35. And I will bring you into the wilderness of the people, and there will I plead with you face to face, like as I pleaded with your fathers in the wilderness of the land of Egypt. So will I plead with you, said the Adonai. And I will cause you to pass under the rod and will bring you into the bond of the covenant. So no, it won't be no defiled thoughts, no defilement in the land, no wickedness in the land, because he's correcting all of that right now in the wilderness, face to face. 38 says this, and I will purge out from among you the rebels. So he's talking about the unbelievers, the faithless, those who will not have him to rule over them, right? Still talking about our people. This ain't got nothing to do with the other nations. He says, and I will purge out from among you rebels, and them that transgress against me. I will bring them forth out of the country where they sojourn, and they shall not enter into the land of Yasharal, and ye shall know that I am the Adonai. That right there tells me a lot right there, Remnant. What you understand about that, if you don't mind?
Okay, let's go back to verse. You said at 33, right?
33 through 38.
So has any of this happened yet?
No, it hasn't.
Okay, let's look at it. As I live, says the Lord God, surely with a mighty hand and an outstretched arm, and with wrath poured out, will I be king over you, and will bring you out from the people, and will gather you from the countries in which you are scattered, with a mighty hand and with an outstretched arm, and with wrath poured out, and will bring you into the wilderness of the people. So, when we go into the wilderness of the people,
Thank you.
where would the wilderness of that people be?
All right, Shalom, Sister Nessa.
Where will the wilderness of the people be, General?
I don't know. You tell me.
Okay, let's keep on reading. And I will enter into judgment with you face to face, like as I entered into judgment with your fathers in the wilderness of the land of Egypt. So that wilderness of the people must be the people that's in the land of Egypt. Because he said, as I did with your fathers in the wilderness of the land of Egypt, so will I enter into judgment with you, says the Lord God. I will cause you to pass under the rod. He told David that if your sons should break his commandments or go against him, he will cause them to pass under the rod of what? Of men. So right now, we went from a captivity that was what? That was under the rod of a man. Would you agree? With our ancestors for 400 years? General?
I'm sorry, what was the question?
Would you say that the rod that we came from up under was that rod in the wilderness?
We haven't went under no rod, and we haven't went to the wilderness yet. I just said that this prophecy right here hasn't taken place.
So if we haven't gone to the wilderness yet, what have we been in for these 400 years?
Captivity amongst the nations that he's going to gather us from.
So
with a stretched out arm and fury poured out, like he just said.
So in verse 35, and I will bring you into the wilderness of the people, and there would I enter into judgment with you face to face.
Right.
That captivity is not that wilderness of the people.
He's gathering us from the captivity. Remnant, are you not understanding what you're reading?
Wait up. He said, no, he said, I will bring you into the wilderness of the people. And
From where?
there,
Where's he bringing us into the wilderness from? Go back up a couple of verses and read it again.
from amongst the other, he said, I will bring you out from the people and will gather you out from the other countries in which you are scattered with a
Right.
mighty.
So in these places that we are scattered, is that not our captivity?
Those places that we are scattered, yes.
So I'm trying to understand how you missing it.
But hold on, but he's bringing us into the wilderness of the people still again. He never brought us back into our land. It's like we're going from one captivity.
Yeah, because
to
he's
another.
about to purge. You know how he says he's going to gather the wheat and the tares together, and he's going to separate them, and he's going to burn the tares, and the wheat is going to be safe.
Yes.
This is what we're talking about.
But isn't that where we're at today? Aren't we scattered
He
among?
hasn't gathered us yet, remnant.
But wait up, hold
When
on.
he gathered us, this is when the separation is going to take place. This is why I took you here, so you can see the Tars are the rebels that will not enter the land. So the correction has to take place for all of us before we enter the land.
So my thing is, isn't that going on right now?
No, it's not.
Scattered? Wait up, hold on. Wait up, General. Haven't we been scattered amongst the fair?
Have he gathered us from these people yet?
But wait up, hold on. Haven't we been scattered amongst the fair? Are we
Have
amongst
he
the
gathered
fair?
us from these people yet, sir?
But wait up, General. I'm asking you a question, and you giving me a question right back.
It answers the question that you're asking.
No, it doesn't.
It do.
Okay, so that's a simple.
Like you just rolling over that. Like when did he gather us from the other nations? Since you saying this right now, when did he do it?
Hold on, General. I asked you the question.
You keep asking these questions and you not answering nothing that I'm asking you. You keep making statements like it already didn't happen. So to clarify what you're saying, when did he gather us from the other nations and correct us face to face? Please explain that one to us.
Okay, General, first of all, I'm going to go ahead and say it like
Keep
this.
on asking.
Wait up, hold on. First of all, I did not answer your question because you did not answer my question. You gave me another question. My question is, are we not scattered amongst the tares today? That was my question.
Yeah, we scattered.
Okay.
Now, can you answer my question, please?
When did he gather us? He hasn't taken us out of it yet.
So why do you keep talking to me as if you have no understanding of the point that I've made?
Because, General,
I'm listening.
You're not letting me finish anything. The same thing that you say everyone does to you, you're doing it to me right now.
Oh wow.
And I'm not the only way. Maybe I'm wrong. If I'm wrong, maybe I'm sorry. I apologize. But the reason I said that is because of, and I will bring you into the wilderness of the people, and there I will enter into judgment with you face to face. Right now, we were the wheat scattered amongst the tare. But then the Father started to call us out from amongst that tare. That's what we are doing right now. Now we are being separated, because how long have we been under this rod of oppression of this other nation? And right now, if you don't hear him calling you, you think that he's going to take you out of this rod and bring you somewhere else to judge you. Who else is going to judge you, or where else is he going to judge you at? And what other nation is he going to judge you with? Because you are going to be judged by people.
I'm going by what the scripture just said. Simple as that. So when he gathers us from these other nations and he brings us into the wilderness of these other nations, like he did our forefathers, literally dealing with us in the wilderness. Like it's not a metaphor for me. So if it's a metaphor for you, I understand why you're talking to me this way. But it's literal for me. So when he gathers us and we actually go, he said face to face. I don't understand how face to face is a metaphor. I don't. It don't register in my thought process. So yeah, I don't see it the way you see it, and it's like you making us being scattered all in one. Like where we scattered at, he said he's scattering us, he's gathering us and talking to us face to face. I'm sorry, we still scattered. Still scattered. But according to your understanding, we're going through the correction now. Still scattered though. Not face to face.
Okay,
But,
General.
man, I'm gonna fall back because you know the
Hold on.
scriptures.
I just have one simple question. When you speak to your father and you pray to him, do you pray to him face to face? Do your spirit and his spirit come into agreement, and do you meet him face to face spiritually?
No, I don't.
Okay.
I pray through Yahushua, my mediator,
Okay.
because I'm not worthy enough to speak to my father yet. I know that. I mean, if you got a relationship with the Holy Spirit, right? The Holy Spirit reveals that truth to you.
But
ain't nobody coming to the Father but through the Son.
But he also says, what man dares to come and approach him and come to him face to face, which we're supposed to do. You're supposed to come to him face to face. Because that's why the veil was broken, so that we could approach him face to face and speak to him.
Well, if you're approaching the Father face to face, you know, more power to you, Remnant. I'm not him. I'm not you, right? I don't have that type of authority or that type of power to be able to be in the Father's presence face to face. I'm not him. But if that's you, you know, one day, hopefully I can get there.
But our ancestors was in the Father's presence face to face. They saw his glory.
Our ancestors did not show me in the scriptures where our ancestors spoke to the Father face to face. Please do it.
Deuteronomy
Abraham
chapter 5,
did.
verse 4.
Deuteronomy what?
Deuteronomy chapter 5, verse 4.
And the Adonai talk with you. Hold on, let me go back up. And Moshe called all Yahshua and said unto them, Hear, O Yahshua, the statutes and the judgments of which I speak in your ears this day, that ye may learn them and keep and do them. The Adonai, our Yahweh, made a covenant with us in Horeb. And the Adonai made not this covenant with our forefathers, but with us, even us, who are all of us here alive this day. Verse 4. The Adonai talked with you face to face in the mount of the midst of the fire. The Adonai, not the Father. The Adonai is Yahushai.
Okay.
That's not the Father. So, I'm sorry. Can you show me where our ancestors talked to the Father face to face, like you say you talk to the Father face to face?
So when he said they talked to them face to face, they weren't talking to their God?
I just said it. I'm not going to repeat myself, Remnant.
No, General. Hold on. Wait up. Hold on. I'm just trying to get clarity. It ain't about you repeating yourself or anything. It's about getting clarity. So who are you saying this God is out there? That's not the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. Not the God of Israel.
Look, Remnant. I'm talking directly to you. I don't need you to repeat yourself, right? I said the Adonai talked with you face to face in the mount of the midst of the fire. Soon as I stopped saying that, I said the Adonai is Yahushai. That's exactly what I said to you, Remnant. Then you come right back and ask me, who is the Lord?
So you mean so right there. So are you saying the children of Israel never spoke to their God face to face?
They never spoke to the Father face to face. They spoke to Yahushua face to face.
Okay.
So who did Abraham talk to?
Yahushua face to face.
So Abraham did not talk. He was not known as a friend of Yahuwah.
How do you become a friend of Yahuwah?
That's who Abraham was.
I know who Abraham. That's not the question I asked. Who
Okay,
Abraham
he
was?
went straight to him. How can he go to?
You
How
become
can
a
he go?
friend of Yahuwah as you say?
How can he go to Yahusha if
So now you
Yahusha
ask me
wasn't
a
born yet?
question. It's all good, man. It's all
I'm
good.
just. I know. I
I
didn't.
know you
I'm
just
asking
asking.
because
I just asked you a simple question off the
What was the
statement
question?
that
Because
you made.
you didn't let me finish.
I didn't let you finish what? You made a statement. Man, y'all brother. Look, man, I'm gonna fall back, man.
I said, hey, who did Abraham go through? He was known as a friend of Yahuwah. So how can you say you can't talk to nobody, talk to the Father directly when that's all Abraham could do? Because there was there was nobody else. And it says, Yahusha said out his own mouth, by my blood, you can now go back to the Father. Through my blood, you can go back to directly to the Father.
That's
When
not what
he
the
was
scripture says.
when that's the scripture.
That's not.
By
Read
his
it.
blood, you
Go
can
read it.
now go back to the
Go to
Father.
that chapter and verse and read it, Ben.
I will. Oh, I will. Let me get my other phone. Hold on.
Yes, sir.
General.
I'm listening.
Also in Exodus 33 and 11, the Lord spoke to Moses face to face, as a man speaks to his friend. He turned again into the camp, but his servant, Joshua, the son of Nun, a young man, did not depart out of the tent.
So let me ask you a question, Remnant.
Yes.
You a friend with your dad?
If I'm what?
I said, are you a friend with your dad?
If I'm a friend with my dad?
Yeah.
Well, before he passed, yeah.
Oh. Well, I've never been a friend with my dad or my granddad. They always been my authority. Right? My friends are those who are like my brothers, right? Who I would consider my brothers, who I hang out with, who I chill with, who I grow up with. Them would be my friends, right? I ain't never in my life ever called my dad a friend. Never. Never said he was my best friend. I would never even make those type of statements like that because he's more than that. Like he deserves more than a friend title the way I see it, right? So when I see the Adonai saying that Moses is a friend and Abraham is a friend, when I know that the Father is just that, he ain't got no other title. He's the Father. But I'm listening to y'all, and y'all trying to make stuff stick and work. And I'll say this last point. In the Testament, in the New Testament, right, as they say, it talks about Yahushua being titled the Lord of Lords, King of Kings. So are y'all saying that Yahushua is Lord over the Father? Because he is the Lord of Lords with an S. Is he the Lord of the Father? Is that what y'all is that how y'all understand Lord of Lords with an S? Because you know he got that title, right? King of Kings, Lord of Lords. Help me to understand how Yahushua is Lord over the Father. Since y'all saying that the Lord that spoke to Moses and Abraham is the Father. Help me to understand.
So, from what you're telling me, in fact, what you're saying is that Moses and Abraham did not know the Father personally. They just knew Yahushua.
So your answer to my question is a question.
It is,
'Cause
yeah. This time it is because
I asked the question that wasn't answered, and you just got on me about that very thing, and then you turn right back around and do that right to me.
yeah,
That's
I
what just
did.
happened.
Yeah, I did do that. And I was wrong.
So what gives you the authority in this conversation to do such a thing like that?
General, ain't nothing gave you the authority to do that.
So then why would you do that to me instead of addressing my question? Instead of you asking the question, you address my question and then ask me your question.
Because the way you answer
because
what? With the question. When he asked you the same, wait up, hold on. I just asked you the same question he asked you.
And then I answered your question very clearly, Remnant. Why you acting like this, fam? You acting like a real Christian right now, bruh. And I'm taking it like disrespect for real, like, and you doing it real calm and collected. Like, I don't even talk to nobody like that, bro. Like, I don't even deal with people like that. Like, if I ask a question, I don't expect to get asked or answered with a question. I don't. So when you brought that to me, right?
General,
when you brought that to me, Remnant,
sorry for disrespecting.
I answered your question, right? I rephrased my question, and I answered your question, so we can move forward in the conversation. This is how we got here.
I am good. Hold on,
Can you answer my question without all of the riffraff? So we can get through this conversation.
I'm good on it. I
so
know
now
you're
good on the conversation because you don't have an answer. No problem. No problem.
I'm good on this.
Yeah, no sweat.
I'm good.
Yeah,
Because
no
the
sweat.
conversation originally started.
If you're good on the conversation, let's just leave it at that. It don't need no explanation. Because it's gonna keep unnecessary conflict going, right? You said you was good. You don't want to answer the question after I just answered all of your questions, right? Took you to chapter and verses, and now you doing this, and then you talk about you will have a real conversation, and you will get out here and try and love on these heathens, but you won't have a conversation with me. You will do me like this.
General, I'm not doing it.
No, that's bad. Listen, fam, I'm a grown man and I understand what's going on. Wow. I'm not no kid. Just because I call you elder, that's out of respect. But I'm not no kid, I'm far from it. So at the end of the day, I definitely understand what's going on. And like I said, for you to move this way, you showing me what it is, and I appreciate that.
Can I just say,
All right, look, hold on. Before y'all do anything, hold on. Before everybody do anything, before everybody say anything, y'all, we supposed to be building over here. You know what I'm saying? We supposed to be building and having conversation. It usually don't go like this. I don't know what all took place. But I'm over here trying to enjoy my meal, and I'm hearing it at the same time. But like this don't sound the way that it usually sounds. So let's just back up a little bit. But y'all only probably got about another 15, 20 minutes of me because the sun is about to go down. So maybe even 30 minutes. I'll give y'all that 30 minutes. But let's bring the conversation back to a head, man. Because this ain't how we rock.
I was going to say Matthew 17, when Jesus was on that mountain and he was talking to Moses and Elijah, and he like went and got them and came back. So obviously he can move through time and space because he is God's son and God gave him that ability. So when he went back to talk to Abraham, that's who was talking to Abraham. It wasn't like God came down and he saw Abraham directly. Like, nobody's ever seen that except for the people in the Bible who have been taken up to heaven, like Enoch. But yeah, that's all I have to say.
Can I chime in real quick, guys? I want to on I guess our most recent comment, I guess debate, and I think one of the things that's going on is I think depending on the version that you're reading, like if you're reading the traditional KJV, you'll hear a lot of Greek terms like Lord, stuff like that, and God. Those are Greek terms, right? So, but when you come to like say the Sefer Bible, there's a clear delineation between Elohim, Yahuwah, all praises to his name. And then you have the angel of Yahuwah. And it's right there in Genesis. And around that time, I think it's Genesis 15, you see Abraham and the angel of Yahuwah sitting down doing the blood. They're doing the blood covenant, right? They're doing the splitting of the calf. They're breaking bread together. And whenever people, I think in this particular instance, it's a combination of both individuals talking. And when you read the scriptures, sometimes it says Yahuwah, and then there's other times it says, and the angel of the Lord said. So I just want to kind of step in and prevent Satan from, having you guys kind of go at it in a sense when you both have valid points. I think the biggest misunderstanding is the interpretation or the vernacular in the actual script that you're reading. For example, if you're reading in the KJV and you go to Matthew and we're talking about the Passover, it's going to say early one morning after the Sabbath, right? So that would automatically make you think Sunday. But when you read in other versions, it will say early one morning after one of the Sabbaths. Why? Because that week it was the natural Passover, and then it was the natural born Sabbath of the Saturday. So I don't think that either one of you guys are wrong. I think both of you guys are very knowledgeable in what you're saying. But when it comes to Yahuwah, okay, the Most High, if we look at, say, like Barack Obama, right? Did he go get Osama bin Laden, or did the Navy SEALs go? So he's a creator. He has creation. So to that being, if I'm going to create something, I'm not going to move off my throne. They're going to go do the work. So I think both you guys are right. Not that I think. Scripture says both you guys are right. But depending on the version you're reading, you might not see it. So I just wanted to say that to you guys so y'all don't walk away feeling, oh, man, he didn't hear me out, this, that, and the four. I just wanted to sit back and say, man, both of y'all got a valid point to pass the knowledge standpoint. We're supposed to be building. And, this is a better conversation than most conversations. So keep up the good work.
Thank you, brother, very much for those words you just said, because that was truly well spoken. And I thank you for saying it. I just wanted to say that before anyone else said anything. Thank you, brother, for saying those words.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think it's this thing is a couple of different things. I think it's a personality clash a bit. Y'all both have two different personalities. Y'all both have a love of teaching and sharing. And when two teachers talk to each other, it's kind of hard for one to be a student. You see what I'm saying? So, but I think that where y'all differ is in just styles of how y'all answer. That's all I think that it is. Like I'm saying, where Remnant tries to provoke a thought by asking a question so that you can get it on your own. But then Remnant, you hold General to the fire when he does the same thing in certain things. So it's kind of funny to see it because, sometimes, man, when you're in the heat of the conversation or whatever else like that, you can't see yourself and you can't see what you're doing. Us out here, we try to follow along. The main thing that I always try to listen for is truth. So when truth is being presented, I don't care who really is making the point. If they're saying 1 + 1 = 2, I'm trying to understand, well, where did they get the one from? Where did they get the other one from? Okay, that's the equal sign. That equals 2. If I can't follow you to make it all equal out, it's going to raise questions. I think that the way that Brother Remnant, the way that you was explaining it earlier, when it came down to, I think it was the wilderness, and you was talking about the rod and the rod of correction being the judgment of the Most High through the nations. And I was like, okay, I can follow that because the Most High do spank our behinds with nations. Like that's what's been happening from Babylon all the way down to the captivity that we in right now. But then General was specifically saying that, are we scattered? And the scripture clearly said that we're scattered. And then when it was talking about us being gathered, I think that y'all kind of went in two different directions at that point, where you, General, was saying that he hasn't came and gathered us out of the places that we've been scattered to yet. Remnant is trying to account the awakening, us waking up and coming back to the law, statutes, and commandments as the gathering that's happening. So I think General said this, like, one is talking about it in a metaphor, the other one's talking about it in this way. But because y'all differ right there, nothing that y'all say is going to be agreeable between the both of y'all. And y'all just got to recognize that about it. I can see what Remnant is saying to a certain degree, because we are waking up and he is gathering us, and everybody's not waking up. Like, I think that's evident. But then also, I believe that there's going to be a physical gathering up out of this place. And I gotta
Me too,
agree.
brother.
I think there's General didn't go to a whole bunch of places, and I didn't want to add fuel to the fire. But there's multiple places that says that this ain't gonna be no metaphorical gathering. It's literal. Isaiah chapter 14 is one of my favorite verses, and it talks about how he's going to have mercy on Jacob, yes, choose Israel, and he talks about how he's going to physically take us to our home. We're not there. I don't see how we there. I was falsely arrested. If this was the whole situation that it was talking about, where we're supposed to be gathered about it, I shouldn't have been falsely arrested. I understand, even to a certain extent, I think that Remnant, you understand where General is coming from, but you also understand his stance, because he ain't biting his tongue. He's saying that he don't bang with these other nations, and in no means, no form. And I think that because of that, and you trying to bring him to a point where he sees a different perspective on it, I think that we need to also respect his perspective on it, whether right, wrong, or indifferent. Because I even questioned him about that. And I'm like, man, but if the Most High empowers you to, deal with the other nations, and he gives you the order to do it, and General was like, man, I'm gonna do it. So it's like, okay, we got to just understand that this is where some people are at right now. Some plants, some water, Most High fitting to get an increase. I don't know how that's going to happen, but I just think that y'all both are great teachers. Y'all got two different styles. One is in the physical of wanting to see the captivity come to an end. The other one is like, it's already came to an end because we're being gathered right now. And I might be misrepresenting Remnant's point a little bit by saying it like that, but I'm broad stroking it to say that, man, y'all keep on dealing with one another. It started off with a lot of respect from General. He was calling Remnant elder, and he was entreating you, Remnant. He was dealing with you like negotiating with you on certain things. When the pushback came back was pretty much when he couldn't get a straight answer, and when he tried to do what you did, when he was asking a question to answer a question, just like you did, y'all started to clash. But it's just a small misunderstanding, man. Yasharel, we got moments like this that's worse than this, but praise y'all, man. We're gonna keep it moving.
You know what, we the people and the other brother and everybody else, first of all, I want to tell y'all, thank y'all, because when two brothers have a disagreement and you can't see eye to eye, then those that are amongst you that are spirit-filled, they should be able to step in and give you a word that you can't gainsay or resist. The Father told us to reason together. In general, if I said anything to offend you, I want to apologize. And we the people, you were right. And I told General he was right also. And I gave way to something I should not have given way to. And I should have answered your question and respected you the way I asked you to respect me. And for that, I really would like to apologize to you for. And I'm not going to say that me and you will never disagree about anything ever again. But I always pray that we could always disagree and respect each other as Israel. Israel, even when we were in the land, that's why we had a king that sat over us that we had to go to when things got to where we couldn't agree on something. We had someone that sat there with wisdom and understanding that could come back and tell us the way that we should be going. And that's why I want to tell y'all brothers tonight, thank y'all. Because y'all came back with wisdom and understanding in telling us the way that we should go. And to do that one thing that we should have both did. Well, something that I should have did. I should have been slow to speak, quick to listen, and even slower to respond. So I want to tell all of y'all, thank y'all. And for those in the chat, sister, you all right. Sister M, You're right. We needed to stop the arguing, and I didn't see that soon enough.
Yeah,
It's on
I
you, Joey.
I appreciate that, and I definitely if I offended you in any type of way, it wasn't intended, and I apologize about that. Um, One thing I can say is that moving forward, if you having a conversation with me, right, and I address you with a question and you call me on that respectfully, right, and I give you what you asking for, that's all I ask, right? That's it. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, like I engage in these conversations to understand the family members, right? Knowing that we wasn't sitting amongst each other studying, so we definitely gonna see things different, right? We definitely gonna see certain things eye to eye, right? And I'm all for both because at the end of the day, like what we just read, when he gathered us, how I see it, all of this is gonna be straight out. We all gonna be on the same page at that point. And if not, you're gonna be cast out like a rebel. Not like my plane there.
I appreciate y'all actually having that conversation. You know, because that's the only way we're gonna be able to deal with one another. And we gotta learn each other. You know, and I mean this is healthy. It looked ugly at first, you know, listening to one another, but y'all got brothers and sisters here that's actually willing to say, you know, like, hey man, we still family at the end of the day. And what y'all just did, that's what we need to see a lot. Not just on this platform. I mean just amongst Yasharel all the time. This is what we need to see. Healthy communication. You know, even if it was ugly at first, but look what it turned out to be. What do they say? It's not about how you start, but how you what? Finish.
How you finish. And that part right there, man, y'all gotta remember, man, both of y'all some lions.
Yeah.
So like, yo, I'm just being real. Remnant is a lot more laid back and so listen, sometimes lions talk to each other in the roar. And when a lion talks to each other in the roar, the other animals might get scared, but we ain't scared of each other. We lion ain't scared of a lion. Like, I'm saying, we just talking. So it's like, yo, whether we grunting or whether we, whether it gets passionate or whatever else like that, man, we some lions up in this joint. It's cool. Like, now I'm saying, the Most High fitting to take care of everything. I do agree with Brother General. All of this confusion on right, wrong, and everything else like that, Most High fitting to put all of this to an end. He gonna put it to bed. And when he does, we gonna look back on moments like this and laugh because y'all might get a crown for what y'all just did right now. Because you don't know who watching, you don't know who listening, and you don't know who's repenting over this and going to mend fences. Like, now I'm saying, I got family that I don't talk to, that I can't even get them to the point of doing what y'all just did with each other. I mean, I don't mean to put all my business out there, but I love my family, but I can't deal with them like that on certain levels. And sometimes I've lost family over believing in Yahusha the way that I do and doing it differently than the way that I was raised and, so on and so forth. And it's like, man, they don't understand me. And whether I'm trying to just talk to them, everything sounds like a roar. To have y'all two phenomenal teachers, man, like phenomenal. Go at it like that. But then after that, see y'all still be able to roll together and everything else like that, man. That's love, man. That's what I'm talking about.
That shows
just
how
keep that
strong
going.
you are. It really
Facts.
does. It shows how strong y'all truly are and how humble y'all are. Because it wasn't like you bowing down like, man, I give up. Like, I'm finna just shut down off this. All right, fine. You win. It wasn't nothing like that. It's like we just saw it going just like this, back and forth. And I'm just like we the people just said. My own family don't even do this, man. As a matter of fact, one of them ain't in my family, but I just got the phone with the ex-wife. One I had to put out the tent. But anyways, it's still, I can't even get no type of understanding to this. We can't, none. It's like you gotta just cut it off. But what I saw y'all brothers do, man, that gives me hope. That give me hope. And all it took was us speaking. Like, man, we know both of y'all. We know Remnant. We know General. We always on the panels together. Like, never. So I'm glad y'all did this, man. And I'm gonna clip this too. I ain't clipping the argument part. I just want to clip the part of breaking bread and actually humble ourselves and apologizing to one another, because both of you did it. Apologize, and even with General, you said something where you was like, man, just when you deal with me, because you trying to tell people how to actually deal with you and communicate with you. But I know you don't want everybody, clapping at you or you having to clap back at them, because we know that's one thing you can't do, General. I told you, bro. You remind me of Coco from Pocahontas, but you the real deal. You the real deal. You smart as I don't know what.
Can I share something with y'all that me and the Father talked about today?
Yes.
It's actually dealing with this right here. I told y'all that to me, y'all call me elder.
Yes.
But an elder ain't nothing but a bigger brother. That's the only thing an elder is. It's just a big brother and y'all little brothers. Because I've experienced and I've seen more than y'all in the world. But I'm like, but if I'm traveling, I would want past the knowledge to go before me. And I even said I would want the general at my back. And I want we the people on my side. Because past the knowledge is going to see some things and he going to relay to we the people. And me being the older brother, I ain't going to understand the lingo. So he going to have to tell me what it says. But I'm not going to have to worry about anything because I already know that the general has my back and he has all our backs. And as long as he's back there, the only thing we have to do is just look forward and press on. And I'm saying all that because I see y'all as our future. Y'all are the ones that's going to make the difference in the world. Y'all the ones whose light are going to shine bright so that the world could understand what it means to be Yasharel, what it means to be leaders, what it means to be followers, what it means to be servants, and what it means to be friends. Because when you're a prince and you sitting on the throne and you that prince that is a representative of that king, which is all of our fathers, then those words you speak should be his words. So you have to know those that labor amongst you. And General just gave me some good advice. When I speak to him and he asks me a question, try my best to answer his question before I give him another question. And that's how we learn one another. Because none of us grew up together. None of us grew up the same way. I grew up in the deep South. Some of y'all grew up in the big cities. Some of y'all grew up in the Midwest. Some grew up in other parts of the countries, in other states, in other nations. So none of us were raised the same. But if we all sit down and learn one another and learn how to walk and talk with each other, then that's when we will shake the earth's foundation, because that is what the world is scared of. Us doing this right here. Because when we get together, what did the Father says? I will be Elohim in the midst, and I will perform unto you as your Elohim. So we gonna get tested. We were just talking about that with the young lady in Psalms 37. But we have to stay true to the righteousness of our heart and humble ourselves one to another. And thank y'all brothers once again for pointing that out.
You know what, Elder Remnant, I mean, I know your name, so I'm not even going to say it. But no, I appreciate you actually saying that, giving us our flowers as you telling us that you see us as the future. And I'm going to say I really respect it, because ain't nothing I never really heard from my own family. I was telling we the people the other night, and y'all don't laugh at me, but and my baby, she know how emotional a brother can get when it comes to certain things. I could say it like this. Sometimes I'm a big old crybaby because I'm talking to my brother the other night, and I'm like, man, we the people feel more like a brother to me than my own twin brother. Like General, feel like one of my own brothers or cousins closer to me than my own family. Because I talk with y'all all the time. I talk with y'all over the phone. You know, we exchange messages of uplifting one another and iron sharpen iron. Y'all know I don't even get that with my own family, man. Like, for real. I don't even have an uncle that, besides Unc, but I don't have an uncle of my own bloodline that supports me the way Remnant come through soon as I go live. And it's not about that for me, but it's just he's showing me something that I've never seen in my own family. And I was crying last night. I was talking to my wife. I was like, I don't even know why I'm crying, but I know that it's because of what the Most High has given me, what I've prayed for. And even the sisters as well. I got sisters that come through here as well. And I appreciate it for real, because I don't get, and I'm not saying for flowers, but I don't get no type of praise or anything for what I do, especially me as a father to my children or a husband to my wife. Of course, my wife does, but I mean from other folks like y'all do. So I really do appreciate it, Remnant. We the people, General, Ben, Membora, Mo Rich, Sarah, everybody that's here in the comments as well. I can't name all y'all because I don't see y'all. But I do. I appreciate y'all, man. This ain't no game for me. Like what I'm doing here with the Most High's calling me, this ain't no game. This ain't for play for me. This is like real life. Being a counselor all day, helping folks, you know, trying to keep on the right track. And then sometimes I get counseled as well. So I appreciate y'all for real, for real.
You know, brother, everything you said, you just tapped into probably everybody that's on this panel and everybody that's listening. Because everybody that's sitting here have cried. Everybody that's sitting here have felt alone and by themselves because there's no one that they could truly talk to that's going to understand where they're at and what they're saying. I have 20 brothers and sisters, and only one comes to the Zoom class that I do on Saturday mornings for my friends and family. I might have 5 people. But then I have them coming back and say, you know, you said something 2 years ago, and now it's coming to pass. You said you have for this, and now I start to see it happen. But does that mean that they're going to start coming to classes, or they're going to start reading or start doing what they're supposed to? No.
Right.
So you're going to sit down there and you're going to cry a lot. Because when you start to take upon the spirit of the Holy One of Israel, and his spirit is grieved, then how should your spirit be?
Yes, sir.
So if he's crying for his people, then you should be what?
Crying for my people.
There you go. So when you cry, it's not just cry tears because you don't understand what's going on, but it's tears because you're crying because of the love and the compassion that the Father has for his people. And those tears is letting you know that time is running out. It's running out. And who's going to hear it? It's just like David. Just like David. When his son was yet alive, what did he do?
Cry.
But when his son died, what did he do?
Cry.
He went in eat, and he cleaned himself up, and he went to the Father, and he talked to the Father. It's like when we coming out of this right here. We crying right now because we know that we going to have some loved ones that we're leaving behind. We know that we going to have some children, some grandkids, some family members that's not going to make it. But it's not because we didn't try, because we cried for them. We talked to them. We did all that we could do to try to get them to see what we see. But it wasn't meant for them to see it. So when we get in the land, and to me, maybe I'm wrong, when the land, New Jerusalem, comes down from heaven and the Father has prepared that land, everything on the inside will be where the light will be. But what if everything on the outside of that land could look and see what we have received, and now they have never come and enter into it? How much of a torment would that be? To forever looking at a prize that you could have received, but the stubbornness of your heart kept you from it. So when you say it, you cry. I cried all morning this morning. So I understand.
You cry baby with me.
Yes, sir. And everybody else, and the closer you draw to the Father, it seems like the least little thing bring you to tears. Somebody could look at you and just say good morning and thank you. Somebody that never told you that before, and that'll bring you to tears because you see some tenderness in their heart, and those words just did something for you. Because I like to practice this right here. When I walk in the building, I like to say good morning or shalom. Because when I walk in, I want the atmosphere to know that I'm walking in this building in peace, and anything that's in there has to fall into subjection of that peace while I'm in here. So I don't mind walking in and saying good morning and peace. And when you say that, everybody else, good morning, and everybody perk up a little bit more because they understand you walking in peace. You're walking different than anyone else. Because when was the last time you walked in a place and somebody said good morning? Or shalom. If we gonna be the example, if we gonna be the difference, it has to be in our walk, in our talk, and in our actions. And I'm sorry, I done started talking again. I'm sorry.
No, you
So
good. I
I'll
think
let somebody
everybody
else
wants
talk,
something
'cause
to
I know
say.
you're about to leave.
No, you good. I think everybody wanted to say something. Next. Ecclesiastes 7:13. Consider the work of Yah, for who can make that straight, which he hath made crooked. We the people, General, Ben, Membora, Mo Rich, Sarah. Y'all want to say anything? If y'all speaking, you gotta unmute yourselves.
I'm just listening. I'm at work, you guys.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening.
All right, nice. Mo Rich, you know, usually your mic be all over the place. So I know.
Nah, we good tonight, but I'm just listening. I will say this: I think the whole exchange you guys just had, man, that really was biblical, because where one person felt slighted, he spoke up, the other guy heard him out, right, and then they continue to press forward and get an understanding of the Most High together. So that whole thing was, biblical, right? I mean, I don't know, dog. It's like having those kind of conversations. It's the most powerful thing you can do. There's a lot of guys who are arguing over Michael Jordan versus LeBron, right? and getting just as heated, right? If not more. So, that there in itself is a blessing. And it's humbling. Because the Bible is of no interpretation. For us to be in the kingdom, we got to be on the same page. There's no private interpretation of the script. So sometimes it's necessary.
Yes. Appreciate that, Mo Rich. Ben? Everybody at work now? Because I'm about to be going to work soon, too. Yeah, I really do. Like I said, man, I really do appreciate all y'all. Because y'all help me more than y'all actually know. My wife, we always have conversations after we get off the live, or after I get off the live, and we talk about certain things, the people and who was edified or who wasn't doing any edification at that point in time, or what was said. We have these conversations. I don't record everything that me and her do because that's our personal time. But she be the one that y'all see in the comments, always tapping the screen, commenting more than anybody on here. That's my baby. But I really do. I appreciate her most of all because she's been my support system since day one when it came to this whole platform thing. We started our own little prayer line at one point in time. She's always pushed me to do the right thing. She always does. Like, baby, you can do this. She don't ever talk down on me or say anything against me. We might have our little tiffs or whatever it is, but even at that, what do? We always come back like, baby, you know what? I was tripping. You know what I'm saying? I apologize. You know what? I should have listened to you. She'll say, I should have listened to you. I was like, baby, I should have listened to what you said. But I appreciate it. And it just takes an apology. That's what we do. And that's what we teach our children to do as well. And that's what we teaching these people, as brother, we the people say, we teach all the people when we on these lives how we should operate. It's not an act. Not an act at all. We learned it from the word and then we apply it to our daily living. And it's hard because some people be like, oh, you fake, you just playing the role. Not at all. When I be smiling up here, listening to y'all, this is real. This is how I do. If something be happening with my baby, when she be talking to me about whatever's going on with her, I be sitting the same way. She be like, how do you stay so calm during all that? Like, I ain't got time to be mad. I don't have no time for that to be on my heart and giving myself a headache. And I hope y'all feel the same way. You don't want to give yourself no headache. It's a headache sitting up listening to people argue all day. Feel like the spirit trying to come over you or jump on you. Somebody's getting ready to say something?
Hey, we the people. I mean, pass the knowledge.
I knew you was going to do it. I knew you was going to do it.
Remember, if you plan on being a prince to the king,
yes,
and a king to the people, how many arguments are you going to have to listen to as that king?
A lot.
How many agreements will you have to sit in between?
A lot.
We have to learn how to be patient, how to be understanding, how to judge justly, and how to listen. Listen through the spirit and not through our flesh. And right now, we can't see no one's face. So the only thing that we can judge off of is what? Their voice and their words.
Yes, sir.
So everything that we go through, it's always for training and for practice. And then when we go through something, go back and look at how you went through it and improve and perfect on that. Because you could have done something better, or you could have said something a little more clear so that the person could understand.
Yes, sir.
Everything we do is a practice. So your 16 hours, you might be holding a long court one day, but you'll know how to do it because you have done it well on TikTok,
on social media. Oh, and shout out to my sister Jay as well that's tapping the screen. That's another one of my sisters. She's putting word in the comments. Look, talking to Queen Abigail right now. I appreciate y'all, man. Welcome me into the family. I really do. My brother Shazak Terrell that was here earlier. Thank y'all. I'm about to get ready and get up out of here though, because the sun done went down, so I achieved it. We achieved it, not I. We achieved it. Sun up to sundown. Shabbat Shalom, brothers and sisters. That means peace be unto you. I love y'all. Blessings to y'all.
Shalom, brother. Love you too.